But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha, look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
about to get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man.
Today is a day that all of our teams have spent weeks working towards. Today we crown a champion here in NA, as well as find out the second team who will be punching their ticket and making their way through to Mobile Masters in Sao Paulo, Brazil. It's do or die today for our teams in the lower bracket, and they are ready to go. So let's find out who has it in them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Going till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where today is day 2, or the final day of our Challenge Season Finals for NA in Call of Duty Mobile. Last time we met yesterday, you saw one of our teams claim their spot in Mobile Masters Brazil, as well as their spot in the Grand Finals that we'll be seeing later on today, but we need to figure out who that second team still is, which team will be the champion in the region, and of course, who else will be making their way through to that global competition. It's going to be a very exciting day of matches. I'm your host, Glitter Explosion, and we've got the boys ready to go. We've got Infinity, Connie, and Bobby ready to kick off the show here today. Ton is somewhere in the building as well. He'll be coming back for this region. It's gonna be a fun day. Okay, we had a great time in EU. NA is gonna close it out with a bang as well.
I like that. It's like a shipping name, Conady. I like that quite a lot.
Hey guys, Conady here.
It's going to be a great day. I'm really looking forward to seeing kind of which teams make it out towards Sao Paulo from North America. We already know one of them, but which one is it going to be for that second and final spot from North America? It's been a really competitive region the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro Series so far. Let's see who'll come out on top.
Absolutely, but in terms of today's matches, I mean, listen, we're now into the losers bracket portion of playoffs. We're going to be losing a few teams today, but I mean, listen, like Brody said, it has been competitive all the way up to the very end, and it's going to be a nice little ribbon on top of what has been a truly spectacular NA season. And coming up, I mean, listen, I think this is going to be truly mayhem.
I truly think that it will be mayhem as well. It's definitely been a crazy. Sorry, guys. It's high pressure for all the matches today, because obviously you got elimination, but also in our lower bracket finals, that's going to be the final battle for one of our spots in Sao Paulo. So whether you're in an elimination match to get things started, grand finals, or whatever's in between, it's going to be high intensity all the way through.
Yeah, we've got lots of storylines to keep track of here today. It's going to be incredibly exciting. And all the while that this is happening, we will have Seminole lying in wait in those grand finals, waiting to see who it will be to face off against our teams. But if you weren't here yesterday and you missed all of the action that happened, we'll talk you through some of these highlights so you can kind of get a lay of the land here, Brody.
Yeah, for sure. This is, of course, starting off yesterday. We looked at Truly versus Seminole, a matchup that I think we kind of knew going into it. However depressing this might be to say, that Seminole were going to win. I think Truly were definitely up against it. And to be fair, at points during the series, they brought it to Seminole. It was a good match, specifically during the search and destroy. I know Bobby was saying that maybe Seminole were taking that up a little bit more relaxed than they otherwise normally would. But still, Truly sent them to overtime, and I think they proved themselves to be a pretty competitive squad there in that matchup.
I would agree with that. I think Truly definitely had some moments where they looked super strong in that search and destroy, and I think if that's something they can replicate, there's absolutely a way that they can take some maps off of Mayhem. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility that they take the series. Once again, a lot of it's going to come down to can they make those adjustments when it comes to the respawns, because they just didn't look nearly as locked in, and that's not something that's necessarily even specific to that matchup against Seminole. That's kind of been a theme for them throughout the season, so they've got some work to do, but absolutely winnable. Obviously, Rejects versus Seminole, match of the day yesterday, though.
I think when it comes to the matches for today, Bobby, realistically, I'm looking towards how do Truly face up against Mayhem, because, I mean, obviously, Seed 3 and Seed 4 are going to be playing the first match today, and yes, of course, a common staple here and a common theme thus far in SPS. I really think, though, when it comes to this particular set of matches, I think it's going to be weird in a degree. I think we're going to be seeing longer matches in particular because the teams are so used to each other by this point and the pressure has been added to a very high level.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be really competitive. I think just today, and generally speaking, like, I know that we're pretty certain that Rejects here are one of the best teams in North America, and that's absolutely true. But, you know, yesterday, Mayhem, they came out, they were super competitive with them, but it was that fast match, Rejects versus Seminole. That was a big one. It got them all the way towards the grand finals for Seminole. They're in Sao Paulo, Lauren.
And this is what we were talking about before, taking a look at the bracket now. Seminole, that first team to solidify their spot in the grand finals, which means they were also the first team to solidify their spot in Brazil, like Brody was just mentioning. But of course, now we're going to have to make that run through the lower bracket and see who will face off against them for the title of the best in the region. And regardless of how that match ends up, they will also have secured that second spot because there are 2 spots available for NA heading to Brazil. So there's kind of like 2 steps in the process of becoming the best of the best right now. We'll be kicking things off with that very first match you saw at the bottom of the bracket between Truly and Team Mayhem. Now, what are the teams playing for? We keep talking about the spots in Brazil. It's not just the spots in Brazil, it's the trophy as well as the prize pool. We had a little bit of a prize pool on the line during the regular season. Now we're into finals. There's even more money on the line here, Connie.
Absolutely. Listen, for first place, $7,000 to take home to the team. A truly special accomplishment, but still second, third, and fourth with 4K, 2K, and 1K, respectfully. I think thus far when it comes to the takeaways, particularly with the placements coming into this, I mean, listen, I mean, you finish fourth and you take home $1,000, still very impressive. And I think, you know, good experience for any future seasons.
Now, before we get into our first match, we need to talk about our top 2 teams in the region. They were teams that we expected to make their way through to this portion of the competition, bare minimum making it through to the challenge finals. And then, of course, teams that we expected to at least have one of make through to the grand final, and that's happened so far. Seminole has made their way through, but the other half of that coin is Rejects, and they have faced off against each other more times than we can count at this point. We have highlights from the last time, then the last week of the previous season when these 2 teams faced off, and that was when they were still Tribe and LG, okay? These teams have been fighting against each other for quite some time here, Bobby, so they've got some history.
Yeah, it's been a banger matchup between these 2, not only through Snapdragon Pro Series, but basically for the entirety of 2022 till now in COD Mobile Esports. So obviously that was kind of the highlight of last season. To be honest, probably the highlight match of last season, despite the fact that it was a regular season match. These 2 obviously always giving us banger matchups, and I think it was disappointing for a lot of people that we never got to see kind of a rerun of that come playoffs, because Tribe fell 2-0 to Team Mayhem 2 times in a row, and we're kind of denied that matchup. So the fact that we've already gotten to see it one time in playoffs has certainly been a blessing. And right now, with the way the Rejects are playing, I would not be remotely surprised if we got to see it again.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, these teams have been going at it for the longest time, and here's a look at the last 10 matches that these guys have played, which is just an insane stat. to think they've even played each other 10 times. We were discussing, was like, have they actually played each other 10 times? Apparently that is the case. And Seminole have won the last 10. Now, it is important to note, I think, that the rejects over the last couple of matches have gotten a lot better. They've gotten a lot more competitive. Seminoles, particularly the matchup, the last one of the regular season where rejects were up 2-0. They should have won that matchup, but they lost all of the momentum after that one. And then obviously we talk about kind of yesterday's matchup, right? It went all the way to a game number 5, and rejects almost reverse swept Seminoles. So, you know, I think rejects have never been more competitive than they are right now with Seminole. I'm still not entirely convinced that Seminole are going to be our champions by the end of today.
Yeah, rejects have a little bit of extra pressure on their shoulders here as we're trying to wait and see who that other team is making their way through. But this was their performance yesterday in day 1 of our finals here, Connie. They obviously went up against Team Mayhem and then succeeded knocking Team Mayhem down into that lower bracket, but then faced off against Seminole, and then they lost 3-2. They did take it to the full 5, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for the trio there to kick things off, it wasn't really a close game, but I think the Hardpoint really was the only sort of like shock factor for the series. I think it was because of the 182. Really, Mayhem put on a great showing from their own caliber, but to that best of 5, all the way to the 5th map. I mean, the control in the second Hardpoint, it was a bit more sort of, well, I mean, Seminoles, I'd say slip up. But in terms of the rejects, they had a good control. Taking it to a 3-2 always is going to be a swing factor, particularly in many series. That's what you've got to look out for.
I mean, Seminole have looked very strong so far here in our finals. So, you know, someone's going to have to really step up to the plate if they're going to be able to take them down. Also, just a reminder for everybody at home, Seminole making their way through the upper bracket and holding that first spot in our grand finals means they also will start off the best of 7 grand finals with a 1-map advantage. So it's just even harder for that team coming up out of the lower bracket to try and take home that win. But we did see it happen in EU earlier, so it is not impossible, which is why the matches today are going to be super fun and really exciting for us to watch and to kick those matches off. First match of the day, you saw it on the bracket, is going to be between Truly and Team Mayhem. So let's start talking about these teams a little bit. We just saw in those results how Team Mayhem fared against Rejects. Now they're going up against Truly, who was the 4th seed, so they were up against Seminole to kick it off. It was a little bit of a rough start for them, Brody.
Yeah, look, I think despite the fact that we kind of gassed Truly up just a little bit by saying they were somewhat competitive with Seminole, the storyline for Truly, even despite what talent they have on side, the likes of Forsaken, the likes of Space, I still don't think the storyline has changed for them whatsoever. They haven't really been that competitive with the top 3 teams. And we go back towards the regular season matchup between them and Team Mayhem, and it's exactly the same kind of story. The Hardpoint is the only map of the 3 that was even relatively close, and even that one was Mayhem pretty much the entirety of the way leading it, and I guess what, one big hill was all that split the difference between the 2 teams. But the Search and Destroy and Control, not close whatsoever. Truly just have to kind of work things out in the veto process, I think, for this matchup against Mayhem. They've really got to try and steer clear of big maps of Mayhem, such as Arsenal Hardpoint. Do not want to see that in this one. I think really that's just got to be step number 1 to get anywhere in this series.
Well, we'll start talking about these rosters so we can take a look at their teams. For one of these teams for the last time this season, as well as this will be our first of the 2 elimination matches. Truly roster, though, what can this squad bring to the table here, Bobby, for this match?
I mean, we've seen that they've got talent. We've seen they can make individual plays. It's just a question of consistency and bringing it all together. We've talked about, obviously, Space and Forsaken being kind of the most notable players on that roster, having played for Tribe back during the challenge season, and then Space with them for Stage 5 as well. There's definitely been a lot more consistency with Wet Noodle in the starting line. Just trying to say
said it with a straight face.
That he's definitely brought a lot more slaying power to the table. It once again has largely been a question of consistency, and I think just because of the fact that they're a fairly new team and probably not putting in quite as much work as some of the teams with a little bit more investment, it's going to be really tough for them heading into the series. But the talent's absolutely there, so if they have a phenomenal day, certainly capable of taking the series.
And then, of course, on the flip side of things, we have Team Mayhem as well, a team that has faced off against some of our giants in the past, seen some results, even if that was a little while ago. What do you think they can do in this series here, Connie?
I think in particular, Team Mayhem need to focus on their respawns quite frequently. I mean, their hardpoint is an issue to control, though. I think when it comes to the latter portions, when you, say, take it to a Game 5, for example, you have to look out for what you're doing and making sure, again, that your breakoffs are just as good as the opposition's. And again, utility and team nade coordination, very underrated in COD Mobile, I believe, because when it comes to throwing a nade and getting 3 kills in the feed straight away, you're getting rid of spacing and pressure, and you're allowing yourself really to take control of the map, which you wouldn't expect. Although when it comes to the roster itself, I mean, Teabag and Jesus, great pairing, and when it comes to the entirety of how cartels can go around, very much a free-roaming player and good individual slayer as well.
All right, well, now that we've broken everything down with these teams, you were wondering how the veto process was going to go here, Brody. We'll start pulling up our picks and bans. See if they took your advice, even though they wouldn't have gotten a chance to hear it prior to picking their maps. We're starting off on Summit.
I mean, to be fair, it wasn't even banned. So they didn't take my advice at all. Although Bobby's currently tilting his head, so he feels like he's got something to say here.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
That makes sense.
Fake out.
Apparently, we actually had one that... Okay, well, it's still not banned. So Arsenal, not banned, not picked. Surprising enough there, but I believe that Summit is a map that Team Mayhem do typically favor.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, Summit is a good map for them. Takeoff as well. I mean, they're not terrible at it. I think they've lost it once, if I remember correctly. I can't remember against who because my memory
Seminole, I believe.
Yeah, oh, there you go. Perfect. My memory's like a sieve sometimes. But yeah, I think Summit's going to be a good hard point for them to get started with the series. Like, honestly, I think just in the whole, Truly are going to have a tough time picking out good maps here because their map pool is kind of not as varied as a lot of other teams in the tournament. So I think it's going to be difficult regardless. We get into a Slum Search and Destroy, though, and I think Truly will at least be content with that being there.
I think in terms of the Slum Search and Destroy, very exciting, especially for the, I'd say the set utility. When you're crossing the map and you are getting those first bloods involved, it really does create those man advantage situations that you're looking for. As well as maintaining that posturing that you so desperately need in Search and Destroy. I mean, when it comes to 5v5s and post-plant situations, it can be very tense and very slowed down. That's when it gets a bit more unorthodox for the players, and you know, their own intuition has to play a huge factor.
Yeah, I think just the value of the utility on that map specifically might give Truly a little bit of an advantage, just because Team Mayhem is typically a little bit more of a slow-paced team, and so if you can get some more mid-map control and get SMG pushed up into those tighter positions, that'll, especially on the defensive side, tend to give you an advantage. So looking at the Meltdown, I feel like that's one where Truly will once again feel fairly comfortable. I believe that's actually the one they were able to push Seminole into overtime against, if I'm not mistaken on that one. And then the raid control, that's pretty much been the go-to map for both of these teams throughout the entirety of the season. Obviously, Truly have not gotten a whole lot of success there, but they have had a few maps where they've at least been able to push it to a round 5.
Yeah, as much as I mean the raid, I fully expected it here. Like, both of these teams are super comfortable on it. I'm pretty sure, like, it's one of the... It is actually the only control that Truly have played. So I'm not at all surprised to see it here. It is worth saying regarding that Meltdown, while they did manage to push Seminole to overtime on it, it was the Search and Destroy they played in the last time these two teams faced off, and Mayhem absolutely slapped them 7-1 on it. So, and the same for the raid control. That was a 3-0 for Mayhem too. So a couple of returning maps in the series, but whether we get to the Meltdown, Search and Destroy is a different story.
All right, well, this will be a fun way to kick things off for now. Connie, Bobby, head on over to the other side of the studio. Get yourselves set up and ready. How do you think it's going to go, Brody?
I'm going to stick to what I said earlier on, that Truly are going to have an uphill battle here.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult. I think at the very least, they've not got an Arsenal hard to kick off the series by way of it just not even being involved in the veto process whatsoever. Yeah. You know, it's fine, whatever. Honestly, I think Truly have to come out all guns blazing, and I know that's a very generic thing to say, but you've got a lot of talent on the side. We've given a lot of positive thoughts about the likes of Forsaken, about Space, about Codeine or Wet Noodle joining the roster. He's done a lot for this team. So I think Truly definitely have it in them. Mayhem, though, not an easy roster to take down. It's going to be difficult. They have to have a good start to the series.
All right, well, let's see the start that they have, because match number 1 is about ready to get underway. So Connie, Bobby, let's get into it.
Thank you, Glitter. Yeah, like Brody said, obviously, Team Mayhem have not had the success this season that they would have likely liked, but at the same time, you just got to see that there's levels to this competition, and despite the fact that they've not found any success up against the likes of Seminole and Rejects, they certainly seem to be on a different level from the rest of the competition and truly trying to reach that echelon right here as they have a very tall task ahead of them.
Absolutely. I mean, it is no easy feat being third and fourth seed and instantly getting put into losers bracket, but the expectation should be Mayhem are the slight favorites in this series, and you have to also add on the vetoes, which Brody talked about. I mean, the meltdown was a bit of a big question mark. That 7-1 from the previous iteration is going to be good to draw into this one because, again, I emphasize smart veto picking or even playing vetoes out of confidence, knowing that your counters are ready for the opposing team. But again, you have to make sure we are looking into the first map. The hard point ultimately was at the tempo, given that the loser of this will go home with $1,000 regardless.
Yeah, definitely nothing to scoff at, but I think especially with the amount of time these guys have put in, it would be really nice to make it to Sao Paulo. It's a very tall task ahead, as obviously the winner is going to be facing a Rejects team that has looked incredibly dominant throughout the entirety of the season. But on the bright side, you do have a match to go ahead, warm up, get some reps under your play, and get ready to head into a matchup that's definitely going to be a grueler.
Oh, yeah, no, I think you're right there, Bobby. Because when you have those drops under your belt, you do have the confidence and the warmth overall. Again, this is a system where we are going to be seeing teams coming in cold, and we are going to be seeing them struggle in the first few instances. But regardless of it all, I mean, it has to be a case of, can you play the correct positions? And can you I'll say outuse, well, how do I put it this way? How do you outuse the utility your opponent's trying to employ? What's your best blocks and what's your best pathing?
Yeah, no question about it. Obviously, we got some highlights from the last time these two teams went up against each other. And it was that Arsenal that I think was probably a little bit closer than Team Mayhem would have liked. So that could potentially be a reason that they opted to go with the Summit pick as opposed to the Arsenal. As you can see, Team Mayhem, it realistically should be significantly stronger in the hardpoint, especially with that being one of the weaker modes for this truly roster, going down to, what, a 50-point game right there. Not where you want to be. Search and Destroy, very, very different story. And I think this was actually the first matchup where we saw Blur subbed out for that Team Mayhem roster. So this was our first real look at what they would look like with Kings back in the rotation, and it was definitely a pretty dominant one.
Absolutely. In terms for the time to start for this match, just to let you all know, we're just waiting for a player to join, then the lobby, of course, will load up and gameplay will begin. I think, though, you've hit some good nails and some wonderful heads there, Bobby. I think that Team Mayhem do have, I'd say, a slight edge. I think when it comes to these respawns, again, I've truly have done their VOD review and played it perfectly. The counters are there. I think in terms of the styles of play and the ability as well to adjust mid-map and the game sense to just sort of cause individual brilliance, truly can do it. I think they truly can do it. It just comes down to how often can Seiken and Yorn play together, and if Wet Noodle can really get involved in an island play, for example, playing outside of the proximity of close quarters combat, but again, long range is going to be key.
Yep. No question about it. We've seen some of these teams maybe affected a little more than others by the removal of the OTM mag from the competitive weapon pool, but it really hasn't seemed to change a whole lot, as obviously the weapon itself still very, very powerful regardless. So once again, Team Mayhem, definitely the most approved here. Last challenge season, they had a slow start, came into playoffs, and were absolutely guns blazing. They've definitely had substantially more struggles in playoffs this time around. Now, part of that probably due to the fact that Rejects have looked a lot stronger than that Tribe team did. But once again, that's a hurdle that you'd have to cross at the end of the day. You can't just secure top 3 anymore. It's top 2 or you're heading home. So they've got an opportunity for a solid warm-up here against a Truly squad that, talent-wise, very strong. It's just going to be a question of, can they execute?
Yeah, and when you execute, it's important that you strategize correctly. I mean, listen, I think the non-respawns are always going to be highlighted in terms of how you progress for a series, even to a Game 5. But kicking things off here, it's going to be Summit Hardpoint, map number 1, Truly versus Team Mayhem. The inaugural match in playoffs today. It will be a special one. Winner of Losers Finals goes through to Sao Paulo. But again, got to get through either side here. Let's get it on, Bobby.
All right, underway. Spicy in the hard point. Smoke's going through. This is going to be Team Mayhem picking up 2 seconds, but nobody wants to really stick their neck out there and over-aggress. And with that, Team Mayhem finally find those extra couple of kills. Yawn going to be there. Solid feed for Truly, but Jesus, little pre-fire is going to connect right there. Trades back and forth, and Truly have been able to lock in some hard point time early on in this one. Hack's going to get spotted out. Somehow, miraculously pulls out a kill. Trades do go the opposite way, but Team Mayhem struggling to find any semblance of control here on P1.
Again, a tightly contested match so far. I mean, both teams are just running in here. It's more of a contested hill. I mean, despite Truly, they're getting 25 seconds thus far. It's a course for rotation. I mean, right now, Team Mayhem's players are debating the ideas of who's going to be first to rotate. I mean, a great spawn coming in for Haxus, who just maintains the pressure. I think Say can now be the first to touch the initial once it pops up. But again, Team Mayhem just playing off the trades. A good 2 there, and even some streaks as well for Yawn.
Yeah. Not a great sign for Team Mayhem, especially once you get into position trying to flank for P3 spawns. That can potentially be a valuable weapon. Looks like so far they're going to be able to hold the line right here and finally able to pick up some time here on P2. Hack's the last one left to be dealt with, and he's going to get traded out. So for the time being, they can feel pretty content with their positioning. However, they all get cut down right there. One player in the backside should be able to lock in spawns, but you got to be very, very careful right here, because if this flip comes out, things can start to get very, very dicey for this Team Mayhem squad.
Hack's last down the hill, and now we can see all of Team Mayhem get the last 20 seconds. Look at the spawners 2 from Truly. Across the map here, they get some good information, but again, the pinch needs to be coming in a very fast fashion. Information calls are so clear, and again, you've got to re-strategize now if you're on the side of Team Mayhem. Play for that initial. Spawns are good. Truly need to push in a fast acceleration point, and again, the north side of the map will be that point.
King's gonna back up toward green right there, so spawns will be locked in for Team Mayhem, but only 20 seconds through the first couple of hard points, definitely less than what they would like to see. Space not gonna make the read properly right there. Teabag there to anchor spawns, and Raph gonna be able to find 2 as the Pred flies down from above, but Hax pushes all the way through. That should be enough for Truly to flip out the spawns right here. Still a battle on the backside, and it split spawns. Both players get taken down. It's gonna be a coin flip that goes the way of Truly. They're gonna be able to lock in those spawns right there, but we've seen the operators come out for Team Mayhem. They're gonna look to hold right here, as it looks like players going to get taken down regardless. Team Mayhem will gladly take the time.
Another push lined up for Truly here, but again, the kills come through only if you're seeing the likes of Teabag get a few exchanges inside of the hard points. 15 seconds left of scrap time will go the way of Truly, and still a very close contest here, Bobby. Only about a 15-point gap between the two teams, and Team Mayhem, though, now winning their 3rd consecutive rotation. A lovely Call of Duty so far, and these are the fundamentals you need to have, especially in the first set rotation, just to establish that sort of mental game, if you will. The posturing, the dominance, the eye of any sort of player, as now and a few operators are online for both teams.
Raph playing a cheeky spot, able to reposition and find another with the R9 in hand till he gets dealt with. It's not going to be easy for Truly to apply pressure, because it's going to have to be pretty one-dimensional. Big shots from Jesus. Kings combining for 5 kills in a row right there. That fully resets the push from this Truly squad. One player going to be able to push up, and Jesus going to get spotted off right there, but still not going to be enough to flip out the spawns. Truly are going to be able to break through regardless, but does not last very long. Fortunately for them, they do take the spawns, so now Team Mayhem are going to have to try to hold from the front side and see how much more time they can find out of this one.
A lovely bunker-esque setup here for Team Mayhem, and still they are going to be head-on with Truly breaking through. It needs to be a case of, right, 10 seconds left for scrap time. We want to gain a little bit of an edge on Mayhem, but we respect them. The spawns are going to be in new because of that 5 wipe. But again, if you're on the side of Truly, you do have some operators available. Space needs to get the nade across there and connect. It needs to be at least breaking the pressure.
I mean, honestly impressive that Truly have been able to maintain a lead so far in this one, given the life disparity that we're seeing. 3 players in single digits. there is not a single player in that category for that Mayhem squad, and T-Bag is on 22 himself. And regardless, truly have been able to hold the line in so many of these situations. Team Mayhem finally clear out P1 right there. Wet Noodle gonna get gunned down by Jesus as well. Now he's working on streaks that could be of big value heading toward P2, but he's gonna get shut down. It'll only be a hunter killer earned. And Cartel is gonna be the man to cut off the initial push.
Mayhem's advantage really has been in their ability to break in, even win rotations. They have been exceptional so far in this match. I mean, truly, they again have got all the posturing, positioning here to reclaim this. But again, the spawns and the lineups are available for Mayhem. Simply gorgeous. 10 seconds will go their way. And again, we start thinking towards the next hill. Truly have got a wonderful pincer-esque setup here to try and take control. But again, opting to try and get a free frags first just to make them a little bit easier when it comes to taking.
Definitely a much stronger P1 than Mayhem had last time around. Wet Noodle, big gunfight right here, up against Raph to try to get some early time on P2. Team Mayhem gonna have to flip spawns if they want to have that advantage toward P3. Raph slides on through. He's gonna get taken down. And a solid hold by Truly, but with that, one player is gonna slip on through the back line. That's Kings with the Annihilator in hand, and he's gonna be able to flip spawns, but it's a split spawn right now, and Team Mayhem actually do not get control. So with that, Team Truly have to feel fairly comfortable with the situation that they're in. Very, very back and forth as the two teams headbutt, and Kings is going to get spotted out on rotation right there, but the kill does not go through. Pred Missile is going to get invested, but that is an expensive player to take down.
Truly there will win scrap time, and already Mayhem is set up for new. These first few gunfights and first few points of contact will be key, especially when it comes to Truly's break attempt. They look to aggress through the north side of the map, but again, big fights through the middle will eliminate any sort of connector play. The ability to try and regroup with teammates and force an overload on a certain side of the map, as now Mayhem do have 5 alive, they do have lanes covered, but still, when it comes to operators, 3 are available. Mayhem can break though. T-Bag and Jesus have to do something special.
Not a whole lot of value out of the Purifier in the hands of Cartel. We do see the Claw come out for Truly. Yawn, not much value for him either. Maybe 1 kill. They're able to break through the front side. But once again, if you want this to last, if you want a big chunk, you've got to find a way to flip those spawns. Team Mayhem immediately reinforced the point right there. T-Bag has a war machine. It's only a matter of time before Yawn gets taken down right here. And now he can adjust his sights to try to find some more targets. Looks like for the time being, Truly not going to have any easy avenues through the front side.
Exactly, look at this right here. Blue and yellow dots in the map just aggressing onto the hill. Only a slight favorite to Truly as they managed to get the spawns alongside a wonderful bit of scrap time. Team Mayhem, though, are still in the lead. It's been a very close game, Bobby, for the last few hills. I think only really a 5-10 point gap between them. Only really has the lead changed when it came to certain plays on the end. Scrap time for every hill. I think either Mayhem or Truly have won the important isolated 1v1s to get that time, and it has built up into a wonderful economic state.
Yep. That opens the avenue for T-Bag to get a couple kills right there. Jesus, last man standing, but that's an equalizer he's got to go through, and that's not an easy task. Hex takes down 2 right there. Mayhem have still got the spawns locked in, but you got to get the reinforcements onto the point, and that's going to be Forsaken with the Sparrow as well. The investment has certainly paid off for Truly, but Kings does not care. He's going to be able to push through, flip out those spawns, and once again, Team Mayhem in good position to be able to get the contest time, but can't really convert it to anything, and the operators find crazy value out of this Truly squad. Even with Mayhem locking in the spawns, they have not been able to find a second, and Truly have now taken the lead.
Yeah, Truly is what? Hunter Killer drone there just flown in. Mayhem are now getting good spawns of it. And I really think when it comes to the splits here, you have to look towards the south side of the map and the kills that are important to the next hill. I mean, Truly now will have a 20-point gap between the remaining seconds of this hard point. But you have to keep an eye as well onto the rotation. The third set of hills, this P1, is where time is going to be talked the most by Truly. 187 to 160. And the first few contests will make sure that whenever you're forcing these fights, they have to be clean.
I mean, at this point, it's nearly miraculous that Truly's in the lead. Wet Noodle is on 12 kills right now, and they are up 30 points against a team that finished second place in all of North America last challenge season. They're going absolutely at this Mayhem squad. They've got time on the hard point once again. Hex goes big right there to clear off a little bit of that zone. but not going to be able to hold the line as Team Mayhem find a solid feed, break back into the point, but it seems like at every turn, Truly have had a response. Teabag, War Machine, what type of value can he find? He's got 39 kills on the board already, but not getting a whole lot of help from the squad. Trying to hold the line right here. War Machine does find one more before he finally gets taken down.
Space just playing around the outside of the hill to get a few extra frags, but looking at Truly's positioning again, they're ready for new. Have 3 players again just to expand the reach and get a nice setup for new. They want to try and get these kills isolated and at least take away the pressure, because Mayhem can hit from 3 different angles. And again, when you're calling in a Predator missile, only limits 1. And again, a contest here for the remaining time on this hill.
Kings trying to find the 1 player remaining on the objective, but Hex is going to stay tucked away. Reinforcements arrive. There's going to be Jesus, and he's just going to chill in the smoke for as long as he possibly can. Try to soak up whatever time may be afforded them by Truly, but they clear off things quickly. And these are 2 operators that need to go big, but Kings is going to get shut down immediately. Cartels does find 1, but you've got to find more. Looks like another one before he gets taken down, but Team Mayhem not convincing at any turn in this one. Big kill for Raf as they continue to look to flip out those spawns, but the trades go through, and once again, the map control has simply been better for Truly, and Team Mayhem have not been able to deal with it.
Yep, need 12 seconds here as well, just to at least bring the score closer to Truly. Either team now will be 1 perfect hold away from taking the map 1 in this series, and the rotation is going to be in Truly's favor already. Great posturing as well from Saken and Hax, just to keep the reads there. Audio queue is going to be massive, especially when you can read the pressure. Mayhem have got very good angles here to retake, and a few kills will determine exactly what happens in this hill.
You've got to find a way to flip these spawns out, and it's going to be big investment for Truly. There are 4 operators out right now, and Yon's got 1 if he wants to use it. You'd anticipate maybe try to space that out a little bit more. They find a break from the front side, but Jesus peeks the Sparrow right there and gets taken down. Truly now only need 10 seconds to close this one out. Kings, Annihilator, what can he find? You got to get on the point. They break through the front side. Will they be able to hold the line right here? Team Mayhem have broken on through, and Jesus finds a crucial kill, but there is 0 margin for error the rest of the way through.
Lovely kills coming in from Team Mayhem. They've got players stacked in the point, but Truly can face them head on. They're going for a 2-2 entry, a wonderful break, and it's kills that Yawn managed to get. 246 seconds. Mayhem are nowhere near the hill. Next isn't even on the cards as Truly take map 1 in the series, a 250 to 225. Wow, Bobby, I mean, listen, when it came to the economy and the state of mind, that score was always going to be a 5-point game, but that last hill there definitely separated the 2 teams.
Team Mayhem, not the start that you're trying to get today. Truly has not yet taken a map off of one of these top 3 teams, and they do it at the perfect time here as they take map number 1 on what we would presume to be Mayhem's map pick. Now, that being said, Takeoff not necessarily a bad map for them, but to go down 1-0 early in a series cannot be great for your mental, especially against a team that you were able to handle so easily earlier in the season.
I mean, listen, things change. Times change, man. I'm a huge fan of the way it was played, though. I think both teams had different styles, and it was really, really soothing on the map to watch, because at different points, it was valued. I think when it comes to the rotations, Mayhem had the little edge there. They enjoyed getting set up early, but Truly's break style was just fabulous. I mean, listen, they flooded the right areas at the right time, 3-player overloads through really tight choke points, and even long corridor fights that really do initiate a sort of panic state when you're on the opposing team.
Yeah, and I think Truly did a much better job of maintaining spawns. I think there was maybe 1 P3 where Mayhem had any advantage, and outside of that, they found 0 success on those flips. I think a lot of it did come down to the difference in the operators, and for the most part, Mayhem were not able to find any value with the exception of maybe Teabag. You got to feel for him because he puts up 47 and 32 with 1:10 in the hard point, and it just ends up not being enough. Realistically, the teamwork for Truly was just so much better because I'm fairly certain they got outslayed by a substantial margin.
6,000 score for Teabag as well. I mean, he had a fantastic game. But realistically, when it came down to it all, I think Yorn was a wonderful initiator. I mean, Hacks as well, not too bad for second place, because I think when it came to the last few moments of that game, I mean, Hacks, of course, got the important kills necessary to get on time. But when the feed came in and the operator usage was there, I mean, he is also incredible at that. I mean, getting the important 2-3 pieces, which Brody talks about so often. The kills required to maintain your control of the map.
Yeah. I think Yon's an incredibly underrated player. He's not one that we talk about a ton on this Truly roster, but realistically probably has more championship experience than anybody outside of maybe Space, as obviously he was on that 2022 Mayhem roster as well, following his appearance on Team Mobility. So he definitely carried them a significant way through that, and obviously his anchor play was a big reason that they were able to lock those spawns down as much as they were, whether it's P3, P4. He played a huge role for them, and especially when he's able to be that dominant, you have one player that can easily be the difference between a win and a loss on a map like that.
Yeah, and wins and losses really are going to be the sort of macro factor here. But in terms of micro details for the series, it's going to be those little adjustments too, I think, when it comes to the non-respawn mode coming up next. Those inter-round conversations are going to be directed towards how can we counter Truly in this stage. Because, I mean, listen, Mayhem are coming into this with favorites. There was 7-1 on the Meltdown last time they actually played that map. And again, we can take a lot of info from that. A lot of info in the sense of, I think there's a more experienced teamer there and a higher caliber of S&D play. So realistically, if you're in the other end of the coin, other end of the spectrum, you have to find ways around it. I think sniper rifles and the value those players bring do have the ability against the First Bloods and splice up the map a little bit.
Yeah, I think as far as the Slums go, this is one that Truly have felt fairly confident picking in the past. So they very realistically have a chance to go up 2-0 in this series. I think most people assumed that it would be a close one, that Team Mayhem would still be able to take it relatively confidently. So I think especially with that confidence now shaken, they've definitely got a really tough task ahead to try to bounce back here and take that search and destroy. Obviously, Teabag feeling great. And to be honest, like across the board, the numbers were not bad for any of the players on that team. It was really just their failure to find proper breaks and be able to flip spawns at the necessary time. So we'll see what they can do here as we get ready to head into the Slums. It is going to be Truly starting off in the offense.
Truly, again, needs some well-placed set nades to have to want to break through, because Slums has got an impressive middle portion. Geography there, very wide open. Kills matter, and so does the timing.
Smokes over top of the bomb site right there. Not going to afford any visibility to this Truly squad, but they're going to be able to find 2 kills off the start regardless. Yawn is taken down. Trades back and forth through the mid-map right here, as it looks like Wet Noodle's going to be able to hit a flank, but not afforded any opportunities. Now it's down to Teabag in a 1v3. He's been the one guy for this squad so far, but not going to be enough for him to clutch up in a 1v2.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to that round particularly, I mean, the breakdowns were pretty horrendous. Team Mayhem couldn't really get a good look. Had the right idea, but Truly just had the power at hand. Again, we roll into round 2. Has to be a case of, well, throwing those nades, but what utility can you hold on to? I mean, listen, a nice break attempt coming in from Mayhem. They're pushing Ayo all the way forward. This is so aggressive on the wall-to-wall. A few spam shots just, you know, clear the doorway. They are stacking nicely, though, and Truly can't commit to any sort of bomb plant or any sort of aggressive push. Because they do, a trade is always going to be on the other side.
Yeah, this is definitely a setup that you can feel a lot more comfortable with if you're Team Mayhem, and especially with a shotgun right outside that doorway. There's not going to be any easy opportunities for this Truly squad. So now you gotta kind of bank on your utility opening things up. If your snipers don't have any angles to work with, nothing's going to connect right there, and at some point they're just going to have to commit and hope that they find the right spot. Wet Noodle's going to be there, takes down Raph, but Cartel's there to find one on the opposite side. Wet Noodle continues to be a thorn in their side, though. One player sliding on through. That's going to be Hacks to pick up another, but it's been trades on both sides. Big kill for Jesus Can Save, and now all down to Hacks. He gets turned on right there. Team Mayhem bounced back to tie things up.
Lovely. I mean, that round in itself was sort of a contest for mid rather than S&D, you know. But I think when it came to the last 2 players, they're confirming the kills. Great fundamentals for the man advantage situation to be there. Now, heading into round number 3. Let's see how these teams look. Okay, nice little break off there for Mayhem. Committing towards B, but those set nades are directly placed on top of them. Surprised no bloods have been drawn yet, but nice to see that Hack's here carrying bomb, looking for peaks of information, and a nice little kill there. Jean wallbangs bag.
It's not going to be nearly as an aggressive defensive setup this time around for Team Mayhem, and maybe wishing that it had been. 2 snipers going to be afforded picks right there. 2 remaining players on the backside of A right here looking for picks. She's going to be able to find one. Raph just trying to check for information with that chopper in hand, and Cartel's going to be able to sit back. Unexpected position for him right there as Space not able to connect with the sniper in hand, and just like that, it's down to the 2 remaining Truly players. Saken gonna spot a couple on rotation, but no kills afforded to him. The bare minimum, you know that they've wrapped toward that backside of garage. What can you do with that information, though?
Cartels has wrapped so fast here through the garage. Also has Raph as well to support, because Truly here needs to get these kills isolated as soon as possible. A few heads-to-heads there, and that's 2 wiped straight away. Now we're down to Raph here in a 1v2. He spots Hacks through a wall.
Raph, opportunity at a 1v2 right here, but he's got to go quick. Only 12 seconds with a chopper. It's probably just not meant to be. No type of mobility for him. No angles being afforded, and Truly going to be able to capitalize to take another one right there. As Raph, he'll get the kills, but he won't be able to find the round. Team Mayhem, little bit shaky off the start of this one, and it's a surprising adjustment that they finally get aggressive toward the mid-map, take a round, and then don't follow it up with a similar strategy.
Yeah, not my favorite round either. I mean, they were 3v2, got isolated in both instances by 2 different players, and again, through it to a degree. But we go straight into the next round, and already bomb planter rushes out straight away. Now in a tough spot here, but thankfully Wet Noodle looks to reclaim it. A 3v3 just to make things a bit more interesting, with Kings nowhere near, but a rifle in hand, sniper of which can support.
Wet Noodle has been pesky. A lot of big picks for him to equalize these rounds. And my gosh, these Mayhem players are 1 by 1 getting away with 1 HP each. Space is going to be able to get the bomb down right here. His former and I guess current teammate Forsaken going to be able to sneak through and take down Cartels. So that now leaves Kings in the 1v2 situation right here. Lurks through the mid-map. Timing may very well go his way if he can find a way to sniff out Space, but Saken there on the lurk, and he's going to get taken down.
Beautiful. Beautiful. But I think, again, when it comes to the light plays, they're important in the 1v2s. Yeah, 1 player static, 1 player aggressive. Tends to be the best setup, even in a post-plant situation. Again, round number 5. Let's keep an eye out here for this one. No equipment, as you know, heavy equipment so far. Both teams now just up and playing spawn. Nice blood is drawn, though, as Kings get sniped. Again, Space has been so lethal.
Well, they're going to go ahead and stack up in Broken Room right here. Unusual positioning for sure to have this much pressure on this side. Space is going to try to find an angle to work with from the outside right here, and Jesus might be able to use that to lurk forward a little bit more. It looks like a wall bang, able to connect for a hit marker, and Kings is going to get taken down as well. So now the pressure on the remaining players to find picks, but Yawn is there to take down Jesus. Raph, much needed trade. Cartels finds another, and Raph makes it a 2-piece. So just like that, it goes from a 3v5 into a 3v1, and Teabag is there to take down the last one. Definitely a much needed round for Team Mayhem.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's still a close one, 2-3. Truly have the lead. And at 1-0 so far in the series, Mayhem do have to find some warmth and find some comfort. Again, break coming in from Truly. Bob's committed towards A, but look at Mayhem already stacked towards B. Could risk some serious set nades damage here, but look at the aggression. And again, Raph leading the line.
Truly sneak all the way through over on the A side. There's 1 player there to defend, and it's going to be Space. So he takes down 1. That gives the necessary information to Saken, who's still lurking toward that back side. He's going to be able to take down Cartels, but once again, it's Teabag doing the damage for this Mayhem squad. 3v3 retake. Trying to find an entry point right here as Kings finds yet another kill. Raph's got to get dealt with. He's got a shotgun in hand. Yawn, shot's not going to connect right here, and it's a 1v1 between these two. 20 seconds remain. Hex, can he make the read? 1 wrong move against the shotgun, and you are in the dirt. So Raph going to hop it right there. And Hex realistically should have had to peek on that attempt, but Raph has enough time to find the kill and find the defuse, and Team Mayhem, just like that, have tied things up.
0 seconds, just squeaky clean at the end. I mean, listen, I think that was a great idea. I mean, he faked the first defuse. He read that play in terms of at least situation. Maybe half a second later will be a different story. Right now, tied up 3-3. Team Mayhem switch the halves here through set nades. And Bob's committed towards A this time, but truly here, in similar fashion, heavy commitment towards B and players on both sides.
Raph gets all the way pushed up, but he gets shut down by an Elcar in the hands of Space. T-Bag responds once again. He's there to make the big plays for Team Mayhem, but traded out already into a 3v3. Mayhem say, we'll take the quick plant onto A, and truly don't really seem to have a clue. Kings able to take down Yawn through the mid-map right there. And with that, they're able to take the man advantage. One player on the flank. That's going to be Space. Will he find an angle right here? He will, but can't connect onto the shot. And with that, it's down to Saken, who gets taken down immediately. And Team Mayhem bounce back from that slow start to now take the lead.
I mean, listen, in that 2v3, both players were heavily isolated. I couldn't see him winning that round for dear life of me. But now 4-3 Mayhem take the lead. A nice break off 2. Again, early aggression is a key theme in this match. But throwing the stuns early, they're going to slow down truly so much to middle, and they could win the foot race here.
Yeah, Team Mayhem will gladly take a big mid-map brawl, and they end up winning it right there. 2 players taken down, and Kings there to find another. Space and Saken, they seem to be the last 2 remaining every time, but they won't be alive for very long. Team Mayhem find another couple of kills, and the momentum has fully swung their direction.
I think that was a nice blink and you miss it round. Truly, they're just sacrificing too much. I mean, the plays are too risky. Again, you want to avoid these set nades through mid, because if you run head on into them, you're going to get 50 damage at least, maybe no blood. And again, they dodge it just in time. T-Bag gets a good read, though, and dips out of harm's way. Never mind, Kings is blooded first.
Space has not had a whole lot of success in this map, but that is a crucial first blood right there. Jesus is there for the trade. Once again, Team Mayhem have been forced back into a position where they don't necessarily feel comfortable, and Raph going to have a tougher time having that same impact with the R9 in hand. Has been able to pick up a sniper here, so looking for a wall bang to see if there's any information to be gained, but it's not going to be found. Once again, truly stay at home right here, not giving up any unnecessary information. They can gladly sit in these positions and wait for Mayhem to make the first move.
Raph here. Try to get info through middle. Bomb is heavily committed towards A, but truly have players at hand to deal with it. Nice shots through the wall, nothing really connects. Maybe an idea to wrap if you can try and get the players across, but now that we're seeing T-Bag drop, a 1v4. Both sites are covered heavily by Truly.
Ooh, what a shot out of Raph right there. Saken smoked off the heady Hex, still waiting close by. It's all on to Raph to try to make the read on this one. It looks like there's going to be some utility coming over top as well. That's going to land on top of him. So now he's left guessing, what direction do I need to read? R9, nice option to have, but he'd rather have the sniper. Fortunately for Truly, Yawn's going to be there to find the trade. And they're able to bring things back close at 5-4.
Lovely. Team Mayhem. They need an injection of confidence, and I think that was around there which rewards it. I think that Truly, though, in the 4v1 are just so dangerous. Now, set names again go off on B. Truly, duck and dive. They headbutt straight on as, again, the trophy system destroys a few, but it's a nice little 3-5. We heavily look towards the players remaining in Kings. Was all that was there be? Truly, even up it at 5-5. And they even contain a large amount of that time.
Yep. It seemed like Mayhem had finally taken the necessary momentum, but Truly bounced back, now up 3-5. Right here, an opportunity to retake the lead on the map. Team Mayhem, honestly, playing a little bit scared off the start of this one. It felt like the aggression had been their one tool that had given them the advantage, but Yawn going to be able to capitalize, takes down T-Bag, and once again, rough spot for Team Mayhem to be as they're left guessing with no map control, and Truly will very gladly hold these positions once again.
4v5, Team Mayhem. We've got a minute's hand to get something committed. Look at Truly's positioning here again. Both sides heavily covered. Have the option as well for Saken to just rotate, force an overload. mean, that's the joy of having 5 players to 4. You do have the ability then to just recall any strat you want and just commit numbers. Mayhem, though, are just playing with utility and information at hand. And they've already thrown so many nades over, they can't look to try and damage anymore. Kings needs to get some impact kills and has a good coverage in mid, but it's not enough angle here. And then it truly just going to wait time away because, again, they've got all sites covered. Needs to play around just what information he can have. I mean, the X-rays are there. Good shots through the statue.
I didn't know you could wallbang that, to be honest. Space to be there to pick up another onto Jesus. Finally, Kings, a response as he gets the necessary information, but you put yourself in a terrible position. There's only 35 seconds remaining in this round, and you have no idea where anybody from Truly is. And to be honest, it may end up benefiting them a little bit as Truly start to get antsy right here. They reposition, give up some of that control toward the A side, but they gain the information, and now it's all on to Mayhem to try to win these opening gunfights. Raf has got to go big. Yawn's going to be forced back right there. 1 for 1, at least initially. Bomb's been retrieved. You got to plant it immediately, and that gives Yawn the information. Forsaken right there around the corner. You've got to go quickly, though. Not enough time to get a plant down. You got to find Hex, and he's hiding away. 0 seconds on the clock as Truly take the round.
Oh, now we're getting into Uncharted territory here. Scary waters. A nice round for Truly as well because it was a lot more technical than the previous 10, I'd say. A lot more bomb-based, a lot more structure-based, and had numbers too to support, despite how long it was. Right, break-off coming in now. Truly heavy towards B. Mayhem, though, very nice and different. It's towards A. And the cross is enough, but I'm pretty sure Yor might spot a few.
There should be trophies over there, but it doesn't look like they have any, so the nade forces a couple players off. Raf's been able to sneak forward, but doesn't realize that space is all the way through. Trades go both ways, but Truly get the better of them, and T-Bag, big opportunity. He gets taken down. Team Mayhem have 1 player left, and it's a 1v4. He's gonna drop right there, and Truly now going to be up 2-0 in the series. Had not taken a map versus one of the top 3 teams all season long, and now they're on the brink of sending Team Mayhem home.
And their victories have been close for both maps. I mean, listen, it's only the end we start to see Truly have their edge, but for the most part, 80% of it, both times, it was a contest. I mean, a really, really good couple maps, but I think when it comes down to these endgame situations and the closeouts, they do have the ability, again, just to read information. They adapt on the fly, with wonderful game sense. Truly, they just played it beautifully.
Yeah, and if you're Team Mayhem right now, you got to be questioning a lot of things because this is not the way this team has looked, especially with this roster for the later half of the season that we've seen them just looking very indecisive, and they have given way too many opportunities to Truly on that map. I think you'll look at so many of those situations, and especially whenever you have the round that simply comes down to time. Just sitting in one position for what was effectively a minute and a half of the round, and then you finally decide, oh, 90 seconds in, maybe they're not going to peek us, and you're forced to kind of flood through toward the A side rather than making a calculated play. You give away that opportunity. And man, Truly really capitalized on it as they take the round right there. Raf got to be a little frustrated off the back of that one. 15-7, but not enough to get the win.
Yeah, exactly. But in terms of it all, Kings and Raf, a beautiful showing there. 15-11 and 6 combined assists. I really think that when it comes to a lot of these rounds, Truly have been so efficient. Hacks leading in score. Bomb carrier as well. Objective-based S&D, which again can beat the TDM-based S&D if played correctly. And they have done it. Every post-plant was with a man advantage. And even in the 5v5, 4v4s, which is much better in terms of team play.
Yeah, and honestly, if you look at the assists, Team Mayhem probably had 3-4 times as many as assists. So you can see that they're playing together to find those kills, but the individual plays were just so much more dominant for that Truly squad, whether it was Wet Noodle sneaking through mid-map to pick up a big 2-piece, whether it was Space finding players on the cross, whether it was Yawn just hitting straight beams with the AR over top of Bombheady. They were making the better plays time and time again, and that obviously heading into the control now, Team Mayhem, like you look back, you know that you've 3-0'd this team in control before, but their confidence has to be more than shaken at this point given the results that we've seen.
Oh, you're so right. I think when it comes to elimination stage and losers bracket, it's just that extra little cherry on top. There's no opportunity for you to come back, even if, you know, you lose this, you're out. You're going to be walking home with some money, but you know that you can do better, and truly are overperforming. But they're also adjusting well. So my game sense is leading me towards their review and their homework. They must have done a lot on Team Mayhem coming into this and found out some really good habits, because even on the aggressive plays Mayhem were trying to employ just to get back in the game, they were so clearly read.
Yeah. Beautiful plays out of this Truly squad. Heading into the control, this is probably the most difficult to evaluate mode for them, because Raid is realistically the only map that they played for the entire season. So they have the reps there. It's just the issue that they haven't been able to take it against the top 3 teams, but they haven't taken a map against the top 3 teams. They're already up 2-0 in the series, so we'll see what they've got. Little A hit over here to see what they can find. Teabag is going to be able to find one to get things started and should be able to relay that information to the rest of the squad. He gets taken down as players hop the objective here for Truly. But Jesus should be able to hit a flank right here, and at least one kill's going to be needed, but can't hit the final shot onto space. And somehow they don't find anything out of that scenario, and that simply cannot happen.
Yeah, smoke blocked Teabag's vision, but now has the read through Cash, and it's going to be a nice quick nade from Team Mayhem as the few kills do go through. A will be at least off of the menu. Wet Noodle Spawn means, again, head-on aggression towards Mayhem because they're populating up through B. They're employing a nice spawn trap here through driveway just to keep Truly in the bottom left hand of the corner, as far away as possible from points. But no, look at the time left on A, just a little sliver there.
Down 2 lives right here, and it looks like Truly should be able to get that capture over on the A zone. Big kill by Raph to clear things off and make sure they don't lock in that 1 extra minute. Jesus able to slip through to find one, but Saken there to trade immediately. Looks like Truly we're able to get players back onto that A zone, but Space will rather find the kills. Unfortunately, the snipe not going to connect initially, but a beauty of a quick scope onto Raph. Just like that, the A zone has been captured and Truly set up 1 life as they look to make their way over to B.
16-17 here. I like the hold setup though from Team Mayhem. Again though, doesn't matter if this kill is found because they've got 4 more just playing around information. It's a good setup as well, but I mean, Kings needs to read the audio cues. Truly they can aggress for any point. But again, the cut-off kills from mid and the reverse spawn trap employed as well back in Garage. It really is going to be a difficult spot now for reading any sort of a split situation.
Big kills to be able to take down the 1 player in the inside of top laundry, but Hex is going to be there to return fire. Now sitting on a 2 spree, not looking to give up this life as he's got an opportunity to work for streaks and Truly will sit back. They get players onto that B zone. And Team Mayhem have got to find a response right here. There's 1 player with an opportunity to flank. That's going to be Teabag. They get players on the objective, so that stops any progress that might be found. But Teabag's not going to be able to find anything right there. Now down to 8 lives. They've got to work quickly. Make their way back on once again, but Jesus not able to connect for the kill. And for the time being, Truly continue to find those frags at a timely moment. Now up 8-4. Wet Noodle's going to go ahead and pop the War Machine. He's trying to put this one away.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be down to Raph there on the point just to sniff around any sort of play. And Mayhem now down to 2-7. Both are isolated up in laundry. It's a difficult play, all down to Cartels to swing it, but it's just simply not meant to be written in the stars. 1-0 to kick things off here. Truly magnificent. You know, if you want to wordplay that, I think the entirety of that round was down to how good they can read the game with streaks and operators now online.
Man, I don't know what's going on for Team Mayhem right now, but there's no better time than the present to get things together. They're going to full send on over to A and see what they can find out of it. Yawn doesn't find any off the entry, does find 1 before getting taken down in space. Not going to have much to work with those smokes obscuring his view, but I believe that's a War Machine he just took down in the hands of Teabag right there. Saken through the mid-map's going to be able to cut down another, so Team Mayhem getting some time here on A. And a big kill for Cartels to keep at least 1 player safe on that zone. Definitely not looking convincing quite yet for Mayhem.
Yawn finds a little one. And again, Mayhem are just fighting to any sort of contest on A. Looking for 2/3 of a tick. Good crossfires coming in, though, as Truly have positions to even isolate kills on B. It's wonderful. They want to employ the driveway spawn as much as they can. That's why now we're seeing hacks fly through at a speed of light to keep B out of any sort of contention. 18-20 for the life count. And still, though, Mayhem need a play call.
Raf hops off A before they've locked in that second tick of progress and doesn't even end up getting anything out of it. So once again, Team Mayhem forced to a full reset right here and now find themselves down 4 lives. Trying to see if they can find some inroads toward B, but Truly have got that completely locked down. They're going to look to see if they can flood through the mid-map right here and find something else. But Yawn going to be there. He's now sitting on a 5 spree. Not only that, but Truly have got a couple operators to work with if they want them. At this point, it doesn't look like they need it. There's only 12 seconds to work with. Team Mayhem, 9 lives, make it 8 remaining right here. And the shambles continue to get even more shambolic. 2 seconds, nothing for them to work with. They make their way on the A zone, but 0 margin for error, and they find themselves down 8 lives.
Heavy numbers committed towards A. It's very interesting to see Jesus nowhere near to help any of the teammates, but again, the pinch might work out in their favor. Needs to have pressure because all the crossfires from Wet Noodle getting in top bedroom. It's eliminating any sort of presence from Team Mayhem as 3 players are now left alive.
3v10. The Hunter Killer has been earned for Wet Noodle as well, and that's going to be 1 player on the low ground. They still can't deal with him. He's still working on an EMP system, and Cartel's left all alone. 1v10 right here as things continue to go from bad to worse for Team Mayhem, and that's going to be Space. Quick scope connects, and Truly on the brink of sending home Team Mayhem.
Truly want that $2,000, and they're doing every bit to earn it. It's been flawless Call of Duty so far, and what could potentially be the series point here, this break-off determines everything. Again, the mid-presence is going to be met, and it's a huge first blood drawn.
Man, Mayhem just can't find a break in this one. They get players onto that B zone to defend, but it's Truly already making their way on over to A. Saken, Sparrow, what can he find? Nothing. Big kill for Jesus right there. King's going to be able to earn a pred as well. Maybe a little bit hasty calling that one in. There is absolutely 0 value to be found. And once again, it seems like more than anything, Team Mayhem in their own heads. Maybe a tad bit of a panic play as there's not really much going on and no real need for that to come through. And with that, Space is now going to be able, worry-free, to get onto that A zone. It looks like that second tick of progress already locked in. Trying to make the read onto Kings. He's going to be pesky in spawns. And they're finally able to wipe off the remaining players on the objective. But 22v22 still far from a comfortable position.
Exactly. Mayhem have got no position really towards A, so could opt to sacrifice it maybe for a stronger B. Wouldn't be a bad strategy. It is the old-fashioned way of doing things on Raid, but when it comes to spawn control, I mean, truly haven't got numbers here for an overload. They want to try and aggress their way back into the opposing spawn. This is such a smart play. It's the opposite reverse spawn trap. You're keeping Mayhem fenced in on B so you can flip them to the south side of the map. It's so genius.
1 player in that spawn area that's got to be dealt with, but they're not going to make the read onto Cartel, so he can sit back. Kings pops the Annihilator. No value found quite yet. And about half the time already lost, so he's got to continue to move forward to see if he can find an angle, but he's going to get dropped right there. Beautiful snipe from Space. Wet Noodle calls in the pred, trying to see if he can find any information. Nothing going to be found right there. So once again, Team Mayhem doing a good job of wiping that utility off the board without sacrificing anything. We're going to see that Purifier come in for Cartels right there, but not a lot of value. G's going to get taken down, and Cartels has to go big, but he's able to find 2, and that could be a round-saving play for Team Mayhem.
Nice little moves. So as Hacks again drops down to the floor. Team Mayhem only a 1 life differential, but 5 players segmented towards the B zone. Truly can't get anything done here, especially when you are looking at the positional play. Team Mayhem are taking control of driveway. They've got a player in pillars. They need to aggress so far in. It needs to be happening at a much faster rate.
And honestly, for Space, it's a miracle. He's able to find 1 kill right there. Not going to be enough to equalize anything, as they've still yet to make any progress toward that B zone. Equalizer is still in play for Raph, and they've been able to farm so many kills out of this situation. so maybe a glimmer of hope for this Mayhem squad. Space going to hit a nice double quick scope to keep their hope alive, but they've got to find a way onto the objective. 9v5, the current situation, and there's one player on the flank that could blow it all up. That's going to be Jesus Can Save You. One kill should be enough to clutch up, and his teammates are going to be able to do that damage anyways. Now it's all down to Yawn and Forsaken. Yawn finds the opening kill, but can't find another as Team Mayhem keep their hopes alive.
Forsaken walked into that crossfire, and Team Mayhem do have a chance here now. Look at Teabag, he's got streaks, and Jesus saves with an off. Yeah, fairly even in terms of ability. I'd say now that Mayhem's had a great chance of making it 2-2. Comes down to how well can dodge set nades and avoid that van at all costs.
Yep. You can see those nades landing over top, but it is Team Mayhem with the stronger break-off right here, able to find 3 kills, and Jesus in the mid-map is going to be able to take down the Annihilator. That is huge value to take off the table, and they continue to farm kills right here as it looks like they've flipped a switch, and all of a sudden, it's a 9-to-1 kill disparity between the two teams off the start of this one.
Good pick. Let's go.
Truly, can't really get anything over to the other side, set up to defend A for the rest of this round, and 28 lives to Team Mayhem is quite a daunting prospect. Hunter killer drone thrown through the middle of the map, can't really sequence anyone onto the A site. As now Team Mayhem opt to rotate in different fashion. I like this. They're going a bit more west. They want to make sure that mid's covered, and even if the spawns were to get trapped, they have the pinch in the back all received.
Wet Noodle trying to peek out one through the mid map. He's going to be able to take down Kings. Still sitting down 8 lives, but able to play through the smoke right there. Unfortunately, Cartel's nice guess to find the kill, and now Team Mayhem a lot of life advantage to work with as they look to make inroads over toward this A zone. Big kill by Kings to take down one. If they can find some mid-map presence, should be able to make their way onto the objective. It's Wet Noodle that's got to be dealt with. Cartel's only one to be found out of that Pred missile. But you get the information as well. Teabag not quite able to connect with the Pred, but the Gunny will. Just like that, Team Mayhem sit up 10 lives. G's been able to pick up a Holger, and Wrath looking to be the one to clear out Money Room, and he 360s onto Hacks right there. Just like that, they make their way onto the objective and sit up 12 lives.
Truly, looking for a nice pinch here. Mayhem have got so much pressure now onto the A site. Basketball Courts is in your spot ready to aggress with 5 lives left. Team Mayhem have done everything possible to keep this advantage in their favor. Big space as well being an issue of the sniper rifle just creates even more tension for Truly. I mean, Raph flanking through the backside, 2 players in kitchen. Truly, you haven't got really much to work with.
Cartel's got a sniper to work with as well, and he's going to be able to take space off the heady. Now 15, make it 14, fights 1, all down to Yawn. He gets taken out, and Team Mayhem once down 2-0 on the map, now with an opportunity to keep their Masters' hopes alive. Unfortunately for them, they've got 4 operators charged and ready to go.
Let's see how they use them. Again, the break-off's coming through towards B. Not a bad idea. There's 3 choke points you can fence off, especially with a war machine. But you have to play it perfect. I mean, listen, when it comes to space, needs to get the mid-cross, but no, a good route through the backside. Mayhem have numbers on B. Not opting for time. They actually want to remain this position because when it comes to the life count here in this last round, Truly are defending. So now we need to make sure again that they can read and get that advantage they so desperately need.
Space is getting hunted right there. Not going to be afforded any opportunities. Equalizer still out for Raph. Those things quite literally last forever. Finally going to disappear. Probably would have liked to find a couple more kills if he possibly could. But it looks like for the time being, he's going to be fairly safe on the backside of top laundry right here. That B objective already captured. Given the fact he only had to give up 4 lives in order to do it, they are in prime position to make their way onto that A zone.
Love to see how True they've set up for it. And look at this, they've gone so far into the extremities. They're so aggressed out from A, but it's covering every single choke point that Mayhem could exploit. They read it nice. They can't funnel anyone through mid just yet. Until they cross into kitchen, that's when it becomes a real problem and True needs to take fights.
big shot from Space, but he can't make it 2 right there. So just like that, Mayhem have taken kitchen control. Cartels is pushed up with the Purifier in hand, and that's Wet Noodle taken off of that pool heady. Teabag finds the final necessary kill, and this is the opening that Team Mayhem have been looking for. Space gonna get shut down off the Annihilator immediately. Teabag pulls out the War Machine. He's gonna be able to find 2 kills right there. The Sparrow comes out for Jesus. No value going to be found, as a deadly nade is going to be there for Space. But Team Mayhem, solid progress already here on the A zone, and there are multiple people that have got to be dealt with for this Truly squad.
Nice basketball control. Mayhem have only got a 4-life lead, but despite being away, Truly can still hold. This is a harder point to capture for reference, and Mayhem are pretty split up. Their spawns are coming in bottom bedroom though, so they've got an easier frontier assault. They can employ an overload. Truly though have actually opted to send 2 players out wide just to catch anyone through pillars. But no, Mayhem are right in front of Tiki. They want to at least get the smokes away so Cash can't be a crossfire.
Truly are going to call in these operators in super passive positions. Space gets taken down with only 1, and I don't think any was there for the claw. But regardless, they're still going to be able to equalize the lives, as Space can't seem to miss a shot. Now 23 kills on the board, and Team Mayhem continue to give away lives right here. Very little margin for error. Hax is going to get spotted out. They're going to be able to find 1. 6 fights, 8, only 29 seconds to make your way onto this objective, and they have found 0 success in that zone so far. Sakin's gonna be able to take down another, and just like that, 0 respawns remain. Team Mayhem have to be completely perfect the rest of the way through. Space backs up, Jesus finds 1, Cartels finds another, and just like that, there's only 1 life separating the 2 teams. The objective has been hopped right there. The Wet Noodle's taken down. It's a 5v5, Sakin, Sparrow. What can you find? Absolutely nothing. Only 2 lives here for Truly. They had every advantage, and it's out the window. Is Wet Noodle now in a 1v3? It's going to need to be a 1v4 if he wants any chance of clutching, but no opportunity for him to peak, and Team Mayhem keep their hopes alive.
Woo! That is a special one to watch. I think that would have been a much cleaner game, only by the smallest of margins, right, Bobby? I mean, listen, I'll let you catch your breath because that was special. I think we're looking at I think when it got to a 5v5, because again, the lives were 6 to 8, right? The important kill was made through mid onto Mayhem, so they had them literally boxed under bottom bed. I don't understand particularly what more needs to be done in terms of, let's make this an easier time. They had a 4v4, and then the player lying down in Tiki just couldn't have any real impact, and it was an easy stack and an easy smoke.
Oh my gosh, like at every possible turn in that game, it seemed like things were going from bad to worse for both teams. First, Team Mayhem can't find an inch in any direction, and then all of a sudden they take all the momentum back in their favor. It seems like they're going to steamroll the last one. They get an easy capture over on the B zone, and then they get ripped to shreds. Truly take the life advantage, and then they get torn to pieces. Oh my gosh, and now Team Mayhem have to look to try to pull off the double reverse sweep. They reverse sweep the control first, but they've still got 2 more maps that they have to take if they want to keep their Masters hopes alive.
Maybe they can play for the double reverse sweep and a full sail at the end. I mean, listen, that would be a dream series to get things off here. I mean, when you look at the statistics, though, just to tell the story in a more clearer picture, I think Teabag there obviously had the most impact in terms of frag power, but when you look towards the assists, only ever so slightly do we see Truly have a slight advantage. Yeah, the crossfires were there, it's just Teabag was the issue. And really, near the end, I think Hax had a nice little spell there to get those 3 kills inside the garage because it distracted the larger play that Mayhem could have made.
You got to give a lot of credit to Wet Noodle. Obviously, not crazy numbers for him, but so many high-impact kills. It seemed like it was going to be enough for them to be able to take the map and to shock Team Mayhem with a 3-0. Obviously, they've still got an opportunity that they could do this. Now getting ready to head into the Hardpoint and you're going into a takeoff map that we would once again presume is a Truly map pick. They've already taken the summit off of Mayhem. They've got to be feeling still pretty decent heading into this one.
Yeah, I listen, when it came to the first time these teams played, it was just all Mayhem. But I mean, winning those first 2 maps and even taking it so clearly on the summit, I think the way that these win conditions are made, especially for Truly, it has to be down to, you know what, we can take it close to the end. We know we're going to win, but I mean, we did throw away that control in a number of aspects. There just wasn't enough time. There wasn't enough positional play really to have an impact. They were struggling for a large portion. Their positives, though, were that certain individuals in the form of Haxers had the ability just to isolate a few kills in a large quantity in quick succession. That right there is the difference.
Yep. Oh man, that was pure chaos through and through, and once again, truly with the opportunity to completely shock Team Mayhem, a team that has been together for Lord knows how long, and truly a self-admitted pickup team, would truly be an amazing feat. I promise I did not mean to do that. It's just truly on my mind.
I think the puns for this series are always going to be on the table, but listen, I'm not trying to cause you any mayhem.
All right, well, we get ready to head into the hard point. It seems like at bare minimum, Team Mayhem have made a slight mental regain. Obviously, they've still got a long ways to go to try to clutch up in this one. And if you can finally force it into that last search and destroy map, they've got to feel a lot more comfortable. But their hard point did not look clean remotely in the first map that we watched with them playing on the Summit. So they're going to have to get things a lot more locked in. And it does seem very much like teamwork is the main issue with this squad, because they're finding the kills. That was the case in the search and destroy. That was the case in the hard point as well. And they just weren't really able to capitalize on them and get themselves in position to lock in either the objective or lock down a search and destroy zone. So they've definitely got to just mentally tighten up, I think, is the biggest issue at hand for them.
Yeah. I think that when it comes to mental toughness and fatigue, I think fatigue is a bit more powerful than, you know, holding resilience and having that thick skin. Because if you can keep the same thoughts at the same high level for the longest period of time, then your ability to recall any strat and play off of your own intuition, it just rewards you later in the series, because you're not going to be playing against the same playbook strats over a long period of time. Yes, they will cause issues, and you need to have the adaptiveness just to realize that. But you will have the ability in return to just look at these teams and go, you know what, if we have the ability to run around them and just shoot them in quick succession, take objectives, it will be a smooth time.
All right. We're just waiting for our players to get into the lobby, and we should be good to go in this one. It looks like indeed we are. Looks like truly going to be starting on the slower side, at least for initial entry right there. But we'll see who's able to get that initial map control and make something out of a strong start of this one. Obviously, priority to try to maintain some semblance of stadium control so you can set up toward P2.
Some super high nades from Truly on the break-off, and Mayhem drop smoke just to try and counter. First trade goes through, and already Truly are very tight around the hill. Mayhem aren't really winning any of the initial trades, and they don't really want to try and get time here, Truly. They want to make sure, again, they have the power just to keep these choke points locked off. But as again, spawns are going to be a little bit flipped, as Mayhem now will be behind them. The read has to be clear. Saken has the play call. Truly, 35 seconds left. This P1 could be more of a stack for a money hill rather than actually a rotation call.
Not something that you typically tend to see, but Team Mayhem have struggled to come off to hot starts in these hardpoint matches, and that has continued to be the case for them. Big kill for Raph to make sure that Truly can't lock in any additional time on P1. Space in the low ground, trying to find an angle to work with as Jesus picks up one before getting traded out, but obviously eyes toward P2 and the setup over there. Players do get beamed off of that opening hard point, and it will be Team Mayhem set up in the top side as well.
New hill comes online, and I think Mayhem have got plenty of position here to try and take the first few seconds. I mean, Truly are on the low ground, so they've got the advantage when it comes to the slide cancels and even the cameras. A pinstripe kill feed makes it anyone's hill. Teabag lost alive will get the first few. And now, as it starts to be a Mayhem lead, the Santa Killer Drone will isolate a few players. Still Fado, no operators online.
Nice two-piece from Teabag to keep things clear in the top side. Space looking to contest right here, but he's going to get spotted out, and that's going to be Raph dealing the rest of the damage right there. So, Yawn looking for an angle to work with. Will he be able to find anything? No, he will not. Jesus off to a hot start in this one, and it's been the case for pretty much all of Team Mayhem, as they have not afforded Truly a single second here on P2 in the takeoff hard point.
Truly again, first online for a contest for this scrap time, and I think that it will be at least another hill where, you know, Mayhem will contain the lead and they will sacrifice a few just for that early setup. And it's just a wonderful positional play. Mid is completely cut off on a crossfire, and they have the operators and these streaks just to cause an issue.
Raf's going to continue to lurk out in blue. Keep those truly players guessing. Teabag early pred missile right there. That's going to gain them a kill and some information as well. And Raf continue to be pesky. He's already earned those equalizers, so he's going to be that much more difficult to deal with. Looks like one player going to be able to slip upstairs. That's going to be Hex. It's going to be Raf that's sent up to hunt him down, and hunt he will, but immediately traded out is truly strong break into the hard point right here. And the utility should be able to slow down the push of this Team Mayhem squad. War Machine is going to come out for Teabag. Will he be able to find anything outside that opening kill? The answer is no. Forsaken response with Sparrow.
Still could be an easy contest here for Team Mayhem. They do throw in a lot of operators. The investment investment warrants the kills, I suppose. Team Truly can play for 10, but Mayhem have got positions here on new. Look at this, 3 players in the side of the next hill. A nice little flank that Wet Noodle can employ alongside Saken just to keep any sort of pressure possible, but I just don't think in terms of the kills, the deaths, and even the active players alive, Mayhem can hold on to this next hill.
I mean, Kings has all the spots, because I had no idea you could shoot through those tiny little pixels right there. That's going to open up an opportunity for Mayhem. Strong control here on P1. Bad timing on the Purifier, but fortunately for Cartel, Saken is not going to be able to connect for those shots, but the time to kill just so blistering on the Fennec. He's going to get taken down before he can even press the shoot button. One player looking for a pinch play for Truly is going to get taken down, and it's pure chaos in the hard point right now. Truly take things back, but neither team with a whole lot of map control to be spoken of for the time being, and it's a very back and forth affair between the two.
Yeah, even scorelines, but Mayhem are managing to get the scrap time and even some initials, so they are fundamentally trading these hills correctly. I would definitely think, though, when it comes to the next sort of 2-3 minutes, Truly need to play for heavy contests. I mean, it's keeping Mayhem in spots of bother. They have got no real comfort and no real refuge in any sort of play.
Jesus absolutely has to find that kill on the Hex. That simply cannot happen. Raf pushes on through, but it's after the new hard point is already popped. So once again, nothing really to be gained right here, and Truly continue to fill up the feed. They reinforce the point. King's not going to have any angles to work with, and Saken once again hitting absolute lasers onto the high ground. Finally, Team Mayhem there to stack the point, but really since P2, they have not been able to find much, despite the fact that they've been first on rotation to those first couple of hard points. The breaks have been clean as can be for Truly.
Oh, but the contest is still there. Hacks and Kings, though, will try and at least have a little, a little ballet dance through the center. 20-point game between the two teams. Scrap time will go to Team Mayhem. Truly here want to at least keep them off as much as possible. Now, what operators can we use? I think, listen, Truly have the slight edge here, and even a streak just to make it uncomfortable for Team Mayhem. But I think with it, well, with the lead turning in Truly's favor now, it does initiate some new ideas here. How can they progress throughout the map?
Yeah, and once again, Team Mayhem have that stronger control toward P2 side, and that was for sure their best hard point of the map so far as they sit down 7 points. They were able to eclipse a larger gap than that the first time around, but if you're only going to find significant time on P1 and P2, it's got to be perfect 60s all the way through. And with Forsaken finding 2 kills right there, looks like it's not going to be an easy task ahead. Raf hit by the flash right there. Jesus, the only player on the objective. Reinforcements do arrive, and it looks like there's going to be heavy investment right here, but Wet Noodle, War Machine, able to find some solid value so far for Truly.
Yeah, I know. Clean through the top. Mayhem can just about get some time. As it comes offline, they have to worry about now the Sparrow, which Jesus has been saving for a large portion of the, say, last 45 seconds. I mean, it's still a close game, anyone's to which, but Mayhem have got enough numbers here to force an overload. The contest can only last for so long, maybe a couple of kills. Space takes care of any sort of pressure, but Mayhem already greeted back face to face.
He cannot miss a bullet right now, and he's one by one shutting down everybody on this Mayhem squad. 1 kill away from earning a hunter-killer, or rather earning a pred missile. Fortunately for Mayhem, Teabag's going to be there to shut him down, but nobody in position on rotation. That's going to mean close side spawns for this Truly squad. They looked really strong despite the fact that they weren't first on rotation the last time around. So you got to think with this positioning, they have to feel supremely confident. Team Mayhem, 4 operators charged and ready to go. The usage has got to find better value than it has been finding.
Truly, trying to hold on for 40 seconds here, and it would extend the lead. Mayhem, they've got the break ready at hand. Can only invest maybe 1 operator, but I think Truly have got the nice little exit kills they're looking for, just to keep it more of an even contest. Heads on though, Mayhem have got 4 players stacked inside a lounge. Very much going to be a nice bunker setup here, just good for holding wall-to-wall gunfights and cleaning out any opposition. Spawns though direct on the hill, Mayhem can get time.
They're going to invest all their operators, or at least 3 of the 4, but it's only going to earn them, what, maybe 20 seconds of hardpoint time. Teabag with a must-win kill there in the top side of P4, but he's going to get traded out as once again, Truly, the stronger team on rotation right here. A couple of big kills from that pinch side. Team Mayhem make their way into the objective, so now they have their first opportunity to build a somewhat convincing lead here in this one. Space going to get cut down by Teabag lurking in the mid-map. Jesus from the top side of the objective shuts down another, and now Team Mayhem are going to be able to find a little bit more map control and maybe some comfortability as they try to find a big P4 here.
Yeah, Mayhem can hold on to 35 seconds here. It's quite easy. Truly aren't really getting anyone through. Maybe it's up to the net. No, it's going to be the same sort of spawn trap, or at least the same sort of read. Hunter Killer drones as well, clear the outside, but nice shooting from Truly. 20 seconds to play for here, and if Mayhem get a full 60, it becomes a real issue. As Truly, well, first of all, can play off of some scrap time. They need to make sure it's not contested, as Mayhem are nice and firmly in the driving seat. I think the spawns though for the next kill. Mayhem again are playing around it quite nicely and have the aggression as well. Good positioning from Raph there just to keep Truly in the back.
I didn't think there was anything that was going to be able to take Raph off an equalizer in that position until I saw Space take him down through a wall with the Annihilator. That's exactly what you're looking for, so they make sure that Team Mayhem does not get a full 60, but once again, starting to feel like this hardpoint map is slipping out of the hands of this Truly squad, and you want at all costs to avoid that meltdown search and destroy map where you lost 7-1 up against this Team Mayhem squad. You're on the top side. Beams to make sure that they can maintain some semblance of map control. Another for Space right there. The objective remains contested right here, and Teabag gonna get spotted out, but shots just not connecting for Space. He's gonna get taken down, and Teabag and the Team Mayhem squad continue to move upward as they nearly eclipse the 200-point mark here.
Dangerous territory Truly do not want to be in. Mayhem have got such a wonderful spread of players. They've got 3 in a parallel line across the middle of the map to keep Truly just fixated and crossing through the main central opening for the P1. And even now, rotation needs to be thought about. Truly have got positioning here, but they're just fighting scrap time. They need to overload players on the brand new point and keep it fenced.
I don't know why Kings is hopping on for 1 second of scrap right there, especially when Truly's already in position atop P2. Jesus gonna slide through. He gets shut down. Equalizer would love to be taken out if your Team Mayhem Cartels puts the gun away and hands a free life on over to Hex, and he's gonna continue to be able to rain terror on any player that wants to enter through that avenue. The War Machine gonna get taken down for Team Mayhem, and Raph, the one player there to shut off the rotation, should have been able to find at least one. And Team Mayhem missing out on a lot of opportunities here. 2 operators charged, and Wet Noodle's gonna call in the War Machine.
Nice play. I think Truly here have gone for the full 60. Mayhem can play contest at this point just because they can't force Wet Noodle away from mid. It needs to be a nice little positional play where they can cut off for new, and it just keeps them so far back. They're trying to break out the spawn, but it's just not going to happen. Really great plays and individual fights against 2 players. Saken's got such a good angle.
And once again, Team Mayhem, they're finding the kills. You got 3 players, 36 plus, but it's not been enough to afford you any real type of a lead. Yawn's gonna cut off 1 on rotation right there, and it's all going to be down to Teabag to try to hold the line until the reinforcements arrive. Opening gunfight right here. Cartels finds 1, but Teabag cannot play his life, and now it's Cartels all alone. But 1 player's gonna spawn in the back. I believe that's gonna be Teabag, gifted a spawn from the gods, and that allows the rest of the team Team Mayhem players to get in close, and just like that, they made their way onto the objective.
Truly need maybe a War Machine tops to try and break through here, as Mayhem have made the cleanest break attempt so far in this map. It's going to be 3 players situated down low. You've got to clear 3 corners on one side, and it's not humanly possible. Mechanically, you need, again, a player to support. No entries are possible, but Truly get a nice little break. Need to clear a few more. Hacks is a nice read, and the one-to-ones will keep it in favor of Truly.
Big kill for Wet Noodle, shuts down the pinch play. One player able to get on the objective, but Cartels immediately shut down, and now all eyes toward P4 right here. 3 Mayhem players in position, 1 watching the pinch play, but Wet Noodle is there to shut it down. Teabag, much needed trade, but Team Mayhem desperately in need of a big hold right here to create a little bit of comfort, and Truly are not giving them any of it.
Wonderful break, but Mayhem is spawning right in front. 4 dots appearing, and it's a pinstripe kill feed. Pressure-wise, it's enough to keep Truly in time. They need to keep these kills segmented. You can't get one after another and face a constant barrage of pressure, because Mayhem are just going to continuously sprint towards the hill and not let up.
Teabag pops the War Machine, but he gets taken down himself. Truly now take the lead in this one. They still have an opportunity to pinch, and Team Mayhem make their way onto the objective. So that's 2 players there. Truly, they can still lose it here. They've got to shut down this push for Mayhem, but that's going to be Hex with the equalizer. He's taking out space. Pred missile from above. What can he find? It's only going to be 1, but the info is there as well. And Truly have broken back on in. They can't quite win on this one. Forsaken going to be able to spot 1 from above. Team Mayhem, only 1 player remaining, but it's Jesus making the big time play. They might be able to get the ghost tick right here. Truly have got to throw bodies at the hill, and they can't get there in time. Team Mayhem, they avoid this sweep. They avoid the loss in the hardpoint, and now have an opportunity to pull off the reverse sweep in the search and destroy.
For this weekend, reverse sweeps were non-existent in SPS, but I'd like to thank that since I've come on in, it really has become a nice little addition. Oh, that's wonderful. I think Mayhem there just capitalized on a huge mistake from Truly. They had all the players set up and they were ready to act, but realistically, they couldn't hold on for too long. The players in mid that were isolating, slaying roles needed to switch to objective players and support. In reality, the crossfire and the spawns are too far close on that final hill to warrant any sort of aggression.
Oh man, that was once again a map where there was no guessing who was going to come out on top. Just such streaky plays out of both squads. Team Mayhem toward the front side of that one couldn't find a break on P3, P4 to save their lives. And then all of a sudden, second couple of rotations, they became experts. Truly phenomenal job fighting that one out to keep things close, and they nearly find a way to take it on P4 right there, but Mayhem hold the line. The ghost tick goes in their favor, and they're going to be able to force things now into a search and destroy on a map. Or once again, historically, they're the better team, but I feel like history at this point has gone completely out the window.
Absolutely. I think now you're looking towards the future and the present. I think that Mayhem have woken up. They really have injected themselves properly, and it's even better to see that 4 players above 40 kills.
Crazy, crazy numbers right there. 4 players. Obviously, Teabag has been just a staple for this squad all day, but really everybody pulling their weight. And once again, when you look at the numbers, Team Mayhem should have been able to handle that more easily than they did. Obviously, a lot of credit to Forsaken and Space combining for 90 kills between the 2 of them, but just too little toward the end of that one for them to be able to close it out. And it felt like certainly a must-win map for them, because obviously they have taken that search and destroy, but Slums, presumably their map pick and getting ready to head into a meltdown. One thing we will say to their credit, they did take Seminole into overtime on this exact same map. So it's not necessarily one that they're consistently bad at, but they struggled sizably up against this Team Mayhem squad last time around.
Oh, and that's going to be a huge factor now in the lower bracket, because they can't make any mistakes really that would afford them, you know, to go, oh, well. I think that the mindset's going to be really focused on how can we adapt on the fly. I mean, again, if they're getting Seminole to overtime, that's a great reference point as to what to expect against a team the caliber of Truly, who have finished 4th and have qualified for playoffs, yes, but I maybe would rely on a few players back in that Seminole game that performed well and draw the conclusions there.
Yeah. It's not going to be easy heading into this one. Obviously, it does seem like Truly have elevated their play, not only in the maps that they've won, but even in the maps that they've lost, playing much more closely against Team Mayhem than they did last time around. So it seems like they have made those adjustments, studied the VOD, and made the changes necessary to be able to win the maps. It's just a question of whether or not they're going to be able to close, because you get, what, reverse swept there in the control, and now you have a hard point where you have a sizable lead and fail to close things out there as well. It's not trending in a great direction for them.
No, absolutely, and I think that's another reference point. When you're looking in terms of the direction of these players and what they need to maintain, it has to be a clear-cut case of, I'd say there's three things. It's got to be the player attitude, it's got to be player presence, and it has to be the team's ability to form a hive mind. Just 5 players thinking about one strategy and then forming the parts and assembling an idea in terms of the post-plant setup, the pre-plant break, and all the other things in between.
All right. Well, apparently some of our players did not think to charge their devices before hopping into the action today, so we're going to throw to a quick break to give them an opportunity to get recharged and refreshed before we head into map number 5 of the series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
All right. Well, we're back, and hopefully our teams have some fast-charging devices as we are hopefully getting ready to hop into the final map of the series. It has surprised us at every turn, obviously, to get things started, not only truly taking the map pick for Team Mayhem, but starting off to a 2-0 lead, and then Team Mayhem, the reverse sweep in the control, and now forcing a map number 5. What do Truly have to do here in order to avoid it?
So in terms of it all, I mean, yes, it's daunting to go to a map 5 at this stage, but you do have to take a lot of precedence from the first 2 maps that you won. I mean, listen, those games were close. They were 20 points in the Hardpoint, and I'd say a round or 2 in the S&D, right? So when it comes to this one, again, you're facing a team that has gone overtime with Seminoles, who have qualified for Brazil. I mean, the confidence they get from that, I mean, alone is enough to bring any sort of player out of their shell and truly find their footing. I think that, well, truly, at this state, have to make sure that they can read the place perfectly and slow things down at the right time. All right, I think on meltdown, it's very fast and hectic, especially through the mid-map when you're rotating sites and keeping the bombs in, you know, control positions. Make sure, again, you slow it down at the right time and get those kills.
Yeah, one of the things about the meltdown search and destroy is, especially on the offensive side, you can really dictate the pace of the game and what you're feeling most comfortable with. With the way that Truly have been playing right now, I would not be surprised to see a lot of B pushes because the snipers have been firing on all cylinders. Space with the Tundra has been looking very, very dangerous, and especially if you can get players into those long-range positions, they can be an absolute nightmare for the opposition, and it is typically just the easier site to plant on as well. With that being said, you're also more than likely going to have to deal with an R9 in the hands of Raf over on the A zone if you want to push it. So that's always going to be a major risk, and Truly, for the most part, have not had a real counter for him in those positions. We'll see what they're looking to throw at it right here as they will spawn on the offensive side.
Truly, off the rip here. Playing for win conditions early, spreading the map nicely. These set lanes through the middle have to be key, and they're very high too. I mean, no one towards A, and Al's Cartel's there to just funnel in. And maybe a misread as the first blood is potentially going to be drawn.
And he's going to get out of dodge instantaneously right there. No opportunity for a trade. Truly will gladly take the plant right here as it has been afforded to them. Now 5v4 goes the retake right here. 2 players looking to push on the flank side, and all the pressure onto Space to find a pick right here. Ref spots out 1. Space is going to drop 1 on the left. That's got to be dealt with there. Saken taking down 2, and just like that, the push has been equalized. Yawn gets the information, doesn't want to push through right here, and he doesn't really need to. Jesus taken down mid-smoke, and the retake has fallen apart one by one for this Mayhem squad, but fortunately 2 players remain. They got to move quickly though. King's damage has been dealt. Raf needs to find the R9 shots, but he can't quite connect right there. Has been forced to hop the bomb. Not enough time as Truly take the opening round.
Oh, the thinnest of margins. I mean, if one of those shots from the shotgun connected, it would be a different story, but had to hop it at 5 seconds, and even there, it was an easy read and an easy round to convert. Team Mayhem now currently down by 1, but it's okay. It is second round. Hopefully, we'll show something more promising. The same break off for Truly, much more spread out. Very high nades through middle. They want to take care of Teabag as quick as possible. Team Mayhem aggress towards B. Bomb isn't really committed just yet, although A seems to be the most likely point.
Didn't notice at the time, but that is actually an ace for Forsaken, single-handedly holding off the retake from that Mayhem squad. They're going to be forced to reevaluate right here as once again, Truly have taken over that A zone. Saken should have been spotted lower by Raf, but I don't think he got that information. Now going to look to lurk toward that bottom side, slides the corner, and that's the perfect position for an R9. Should be able to pick up an SMG to work with there as well. Once again, looking for the retake, but took a lot of time on it last time around, but Teabag, Tundra connects right there, and now they head into the bomb site with a man advantage. Kings trying to sniff out all those backside zones, but you don't really need that much pressure, and there's a lot of players dropping by the wayside. He's going to hop the bomb right here. He might be able to pull off the ninja defuse, and Yawn doesn't read it. Nobody in position for this Truly squad to hear the audio cue. And what a disastrous end to that round.
Pulling off a Damon Karma Barlow, are we? Love it. Now, truly, tied up even. But a nice commitment towards B here is a new look strategy and definitely rewards. Nice spots for the sniper for space.
Ooh, cheeky angle for him to work with right there. Shot's not going to connect, but suppressor on the sniper should keep him hidden for the time being. Force back right there as Hax is going to be able to get the bomb down. This time is over on the B side. And Team Mayhem have not really done anything to try to deter these bomb plants. It seems like they feel confident with the retakes, but there hasn't been much in convincing fashion to give us reason to believe that would be the case. Wet Noodle's going to shut down 2 on the backside, and once again, using so much time right here and not making anything out of it, not finding a single kill out of these positions. It's a flawless round there for Truly. And Team Mayhem just looking indecisive at every turn on the defensive side.
And that really has come off the back of that ninja defuse, I'd say. I think that was a wonderful wake-up call for Truly to get some rounds, and the aggression paid off. I mean, listen, they funneled 3 players in the south side of the map, and it just created these 1v1 in an overload situation. Now, new break-off, new ideas. Set lanes come in, but a nice commitment here, especially for Team Mayhem.
This time they get aggressive, respond on the A zone. And that's going to be 3 opening kills for them. Hax and Yawn left to try to respond. And the bomb's still in hands for Hax, but with no information on either of those bomb sites, you got to kind of sit back and hope that Team Mayhem over-aggress right here. They're going to go ahead, wrap back towards spawn, and try to link up with their teammates and still leave this Truly squad guessing as to what direction they should go next. They have at least a little bit of information that there's some real estate to work with over on the B side.
And they have no idea just yet, as you said, the amount of pressure they're going to face, and that's none on B. And 2v4 though, I mean, listen, planting this early on is risky. I mean, in my boots, I would avoid doing it for at least another 10 seconds till Mayhem are fully aware of, what's going on. Because truly, if that bomb gets uncommitted and someone dies, 1v4 is even harder when you're reclaiming bomb.
And the tightly placed play from Team Mayhem is kind of left Truly in an odd spot where they have no idea how to really respond here. And they've almost played themselves out of the position that they're in, because now Team Mayhem sit 4 stacked up over on the A zone. And that looks to be the only opportunity for Truly to find a plant. I'm not really sure what the actual game plan is here, because they play completely into Team Mayhem. They're able to find one to open things up. Not a whole lot of time to work with. Jesus saves, takes down one. Kings finds the other. And unusual plays out of this Truly squad is Team Mayhem will gladly take the round offered up to them.
Yep, 2 apiece. Round for round. These sorts of S&Ds in the game 5. A little bit difficult in terms of how to predict the break-off, because again, at this point, the strat book is so wide open because some have worked and some have not. But towards B, Truly got a great idea going on here. Needs the post-plant placement, and again, needs Wet Noodle to get the read.
Ooh, Cartel's opportunity right here. Takes down Wet Noodle, so first blood gonna be crucial. You got Raph in boiler rooms with an opportunity to find another. It's Forsaken right around the corner. Some jiggle peeks right there as he looks for info, and that's a very weak Forsaken who's going to be forced back. King's going to be able to find another right there. And it's now 5v3 for the retake. What does Truly have to respond with? It's Raph with the R9, but Teabag with the kill. Remaining players on the backside of Generators now all down to Yawn. 17 seconds, not a whole lot of time for the defuse right here. Unfortunately for him, not gonna find the read on the diffuser. Team Mayhem take back-to-back rounds.
The objective.
It's going to be a new look. Team Mayhem have got plenty of time here to just continue this momentum. I think Truly have got to get the set nades in high, and aggressing through smoke is going to be the first blood.
Looks like Wet Noodle going to be able to find the opener right there. Forsaken finds another himself, but the response from Mayhem, and once again, it's evened up pretty quickly right here. Bomb still in the hand for Truly. And Hax backs all the way up toward the front side of the A zone. seems to have an idea where these Mayhem players are coming from. Will he be able to get timing to go his way? It doesn't matter. Yawn's there for the kill. Hex there for the trade. And just like that, truly have equalized at 3-3.
I feel like it's just a series of mistakes. I mean, truly, can't get players into A effectively, even for the set nades. The aggression and the first entry sub always seems to find a two-piece. I think it's been wonderful, though, thus far. And even Kings has been so good with his nade placement. But Seiken really has been the main sort of catalyst here for Truly. Now B is going to be on the menu. And Truly have to read.
Ooh, Hex gets cheeky through the mid-map, but Raph is there to make the read. Once again, it's Team Mayhem finding first blood, and this time they're able to dictate the pace of the game themselves. Getting the bomb down early over on that B zone. King's able to pick up another right here. Wet Noodles made his way forward, but there's a player top generators he has got to deal with. Time is of the essence for Truly. Doesn't make the read. Raph shotgun connects, and just like that, down to a 2v5 for the remaining players. Nice beams out of Yawn. But for Team Mayhem, all you have to do is sit back and force Truly into a position where you can take him down. Now it's going to be Space going up against his former team. He's going to drop right there. And 4-3 is going to be the storyline for Team Mayhem. I guess technically he wasn't on Team Mayhem. He was on NYSL Mayhem. I don't know if that actually makes a difference, but before Chad corrects me, I just want to say that.
Thank you for those classifications there, Bobby. Team Mayhem look to try and commit towards B this time, but Truly there, opting for higher nades early on to B this time. I respect it. It's a nice sort of adjustment. Truly, though, just keeping the players as much as they can. Space was blooded, and again, Jesus, there adds a few more.
They get the man advantage once again, and Truly just not looking quite as confident here on the defensive side. Nice little read out of Raph to be able to pick another and make it a two-piece for him, all down to Wet Noodle. And with the way things are going right here, I can't quite remember, but I would have to assume that Team Mayhem were on the offensive side in the first half of their match up against Truly, because they have looked so much more definitive, so much stronger, and Truly just haven't really been able to make a read. And it's been fairly, I won't say one-dimensional, but it's been at the bare minimum predictable in that they've thrown everybody toward that B side. And because it's been so predictable, that's now going to leave the A zone wide open, and that leaves Truly guessing what direction they need to move. That should be a free bomb plant once again for Team Mayhem, and that has been the case so far all 3 rounds.
Smokes there will block any point of view, but not for an issue. Wonderful shotgun. Nice isolations too from the top side, but Team Mayhem in post plant, the 4v3 have got every advantage possible to make it work. Now, again, players are dropping left, right, and center from Truly. Space and Yawn, the last 2 sniper rifles online, not your ideal weaponry for a retake.
Yeah, that's just so difficult, especially when you're dealing with shotguns in the hands of Raph. Space is actually going to be able to deal with him with the Tundra. That's the beauty of the ADS speed on that one, but still really tough position, and especially with only 7 seconds on the board, not much that you can hope to do. Team Mayhem now 1 round away from pulling off the reverse sweep in the control and the reverse sweep in the series. Truly need to make some type of adjustment right here. To be fair, they have made adjustments. Team Mayhem have just had counters at every turn.
The round here for $2,000 potentially. And that'll be Team Mayhem's if they can convert that first blood and play that plant. Smokes though, block points of view, few spam shots through the stairs.
Shotgun in hand for R9, or R9 in hand for Raph. And he connects yet again. 11 kills on the board. Teabag, snipes are on point. Team Mayhem have been in complete control here on the offensive side and Truly have yet to respond. 2 snipers in play, looking for an angle, but once again, nothing being afforded, but a player slips through. That's going to be Hex picking up a 2-piece. And now like that, it's a 4v3 into a 2v3, but Cartels with the flank, Teabag with another. Now all down to Yawn. Needs some God tier shots to keep the series and Masters alive for Team Truly. Makes his way down to the low ground, but spotted out by Teabag. And Team Mayhem do the unthinkable, the double reverse sweep. And they keep their Masters hopes alive.
That should be a trademark term, to be fair. Double reverse sweep. And just in terms of rarity, I mean, SPS has been home to a number of different, beautiful moments, but I find it special that the turning point for Mayhem was being 2-0 down in the series and 2-0 down in the control.
I mean, that's, once again, not something that you're going to see often in competitive COD Mobile at all. The resilience to have that be the bounce back moment for your squad to be able to get things together and to be able to bounce back. Doing it on the map pick for this Truly squad, doing it on the control favorite for them as well. You set yourself up perfectly to head into a meltdown where you've been so strong historically, and they make it happen right there. They will keep their hopes alive and now set up for a very tough opponent in Rejects.
Yeah, definitely. Like, honestly, I was shocked. I was shooketh after the first couple of maps. I was like, there is no way this is happening. Truly, they came out firing on all cylinders. An incredible start of the series for them. And granted, the maps are relatively close, right? Like, you know, let's not get over-ego on this. You know, they were still pretty close affairs for Mayhem, but still going 2-0 up is a real achievement. And going 2-0 up on the control as well, I honestly thought that was going to be a 3-0 to Truly. And then somehow, some way, Mayhem just pulled that out of nowhere. I think that's our first reverse sweep, right? First successful reverse sweep. And not only that as well, reverse sweep in the control to boot. So, you know what, Team Mayhem? They've got courage. They managed to get it done.
I think in terms of the actual courage displayed throughout all of those 5 maps, I mean, Mayhem, like I mentioned over there, they only really started to switch on that late, especially when you took it under control. Most teams don't. They just sacrifice it and go 3-0. Something must have happened. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall inside of that team call and hear some passionate conversations going down, because that must have been what had happened to even instigate that sort of situation.
Yeah. They, like we talked about, that takes a lot of resilience, not only to bounce back in that map, but in the series as well. The big thing that you got to wonder right now is how much mental energy was required out of them as they now have to go up against a reject squad that was able to handle them pretty easily in their last matchup.
All right, well, that was an insane way to kick off our matches. I don't think anybody realized it was going to be that long of a match to start what we have in store for you here today. We'll take a look at the bracket so you can see how things are now changed on their first match of the day. Team Mayhem make their way through, who now have to face off against a difficult opponent in the rejects for that lower bracket final, fighting for the final spot in our grand finals. Hopefully, like you're saying, they're not too exhausted after that back and forth with Truly, because that was a banger of a matchup. You know, huge congratulations to Truly as well for making it this far in the competition and going out in a fashion like that, because that was incredibly impressive. But we still have 2 more matches left on the schedule right now, coming up around the corner. It will be that Rejects versus Mayhem matchup. But before then, it's time for a short break, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where match number 1, series number 1 is in the books, and it was Team Mayhem who kept their hopes alive of making their way through to that grand finals. But if they want to do that, they're going to have to go through the rejects first. Our lower bracket final match is right around the corner, and this one's going to be a good one to be sure. Mayhem now warmed up. Rejects lying in wait to see who they have to go through to try and continue on being the top 2 teams in the region here. Let's talk about this matchup, okay? These teams saw each other yesterday. So now this is a little bit of a rematch. They already know what it's like to face off against each other. First, we'll take a look at some of those highlights if you guys weren't here or able to see this matchup. Brody, walk me through some of these top moments.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, even at the start of the series between Rejects and Mayhem, it felt like Rejects had started to pull away a little bit back towards that Arsenal hardpoint, which is, of course, is a repeat of the hardpoint that we saw the last time before this one, that these two teams faced off against one another. And Rejects had made very clear improvements over Mayhem, getting a little bit of a better scoreline against them in that one, a win yet again. Then we got to the Search and Destroy, and it was a pretty back and forth affair between both of the teams. They were butting heads a lot of time on the B bomb sites, and more often than not, I think Rejects were just winning those fights ultimately. And then as we got into the raid control, this one was actually super duper close, went all the way to a round number 5 between these two teams, came down to some crucial clutch moments between the rosters. And I think on the whole, to be honest, it shows that Mayhem are being a little bit more competitive with Rejects. I think the question is just, is it competitive enough to actually end up taking a little step further and actually beating them?
And I think one thing to actually talk on this, in this instance, obviously it was everybody's first game and we're coming in yesterday, nice and fresh. I think something to actually take in consideration here, Lauren, will be the fact that Mayhem's just went through a grueler. I mean, the ultimate reverse sweep, 2-0 down the control, 2-0 down the series, and come back. Where is their mental at? I'm tired. I don't know about those guys, right? I mean, they've been sitting there grinding away, looking at the screen the entire time. The mental is going to be compromised at least.
I mean, we saw this in EU too, and that was what we thought could potentially happen with Kings, because they had an insane matchup up against Omniscient. Then they had to immediately go into the next match, and they ended up persevering through that, doing very well for themselves. We'll have to see what Mayhem can do with that now that, like you're saying, Rejects have just kind of been watching this all go down, and hopefully both of these teams did a little bit of note taking the first time around from yesterday. We'll take a look at the Rejects roster, as we've already seen Mayhem just play for that whole series. But Rejects, we haven't gotten an opportunity to just refresh on here today. So Connie, talk to me about them.
Well, Rejects, just that we watched them, looked pretty flawless in that first match. Again, this is the rematch in Lowe's, and I'm pretty sure this is the first real rematch we've seen from a winner's bracket game in all of SPS. So, very exciting off the card. And to add to it, this game is for Brazil. So, what more pressure can you add? In terms of the players, though, Envy's always been that highlight. I mean, me and Tom watched that 57 kills yesterday. Landmark score in all turns of any game mode, even to force it to the map 5. That sort of stuff you don't really see often.
Yeah, I mean, Envy was on a different level. This will be an exciting matchup to see what these teams can really bring to the table here, as well as what the choices will be heading into the veto process, and see which maps they're feeling most comfortable on, if there's any repeats from the first time they fought against each other. And we're kicking things off with that Arsenal hardpoint here. Brody, look at your face. What's going on? What's
I can't believe we're getting an Arsenal hardpoint again.
Well, that's mine.
I mean, I kind of get it, because these guys, I mean, like, Mayhem are still good.
Why play the same map?
Mayhem are still good at Arsenal hardpoint, so I kind of understand it. And you don't really want to veto it, right? I mean, you only get one veto, right? So like, you don't want to waste your veto on an Arsenal when you could really be getting rid of something that's more potent for Rejects. But at the same time, I feel like there's a certain element. What is like I guess the comparison of like when you stick your hand in fire and you keep getting burned, like why are you doing that?
The definition of insanity is
exactly. That's something like that. Yeah. Why do they keep playing Arsenal hardpoint? But maybe we're wrong. Maybe Mayhem have learned their lesson and they're going to beat them this time.
I mean, look, it's hard to say. Look, realistically, though, if you're going in the same matchup, exact same matchup as 24 hours ago, where you just lost that first map that's going to start in there, questions have to be asked to a certain degree. Express coming in, firing range, if we do need a map number 5 as well. And then coming in for the control, presumably, is Raid?
I would hope that
every time.
Crossroads.
Every time.
Money.
Honestly, I'd like to take credit, but I won't.
I really don't think there's any credit.
I don't think there is. Absolutely not. Nothing necessarily stands out to me other than the Arsenal. In the case of why we're going there again, it is strange, but I mean, they must feel confident in it.
I will say the Hacienda is pretty good. I'm surprised that Rejects did not ban Hacienda, considering it's probably been their least successful hardpoint map the entirety of the season. So to see that here is somewhat surprising. On the whole, the hardpoint is a bit of a weird one for me. I will say I'm glad to see that Crossroads was banned. We're not going to get to see Crossroads from Rejects. That is their best control map by far. So good ban coming through from Mayhem. Back to Raid. Would you believe it?
Of course you believe it. Give me your thoughts, Connie.
Okay, so I'm going to be very macro in this sense. When you're picking Arsenal up the rip again, we did see other instances where that sort of map in particular, mode combination, it rewards or it punishes. I just hope the play styles that we do see from Rejects is what we saw yesterday. I mean, listen, to draw direct comparison to their game against Seminole, yes, it was a map 5 and it was the game for Brazil. They're very, very down their luck, and I imagine now a night's rest, a look over what happened, and just refining the fundamentals should be enough to hopefully see them get themselves some plane tickets to Brazil.
We'll have to see how this one plays out. Boys, it's time. We're getting straight into match number 2. See yourselves away to the other half of the studio. And everybody at home, before we kick it over to them, just a gentle reminder, if you haven't done so already, follow us on social media, X, Insta, and Facebook for all updates related to Snapdragon Pro Series, any region for all of our Call of Duty mobile action. That way you don't miss anything that's happening here or anything that could happen when we make our way to Brazil for Masters, as well as joining our Discord community at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Then you can meet more people, make some friends, play some Call of Duty mobile together, and of course continue getting those updates. It's a nice community to be a part of, so make sure you check that out. But for now, we're just going to keep things rolling, okay? Series number 1 was long. We got to get into series number 2. I'm excited to see what these teams are going to do, especially after what we saw out of Mayhem in match number 1. So, Brody, Ton, let's get into it.
It's going to be a curious one because, honestly, game number 1 threw me entirely off course. Honestly, I was sort of sitting there thinking, okay, yeah, Truly has their luck run out to a certain degree. You know, we fully expected Mayhem to come in there and deal with things in the kind of way that was expected. They was expected to be 3-0, 3-1, you know, fairly comfortable. To then have to reverse sweep them to get here, it kind of throws my prediction out the window for this one, to be honest with you. I mean, look, it doesn't change the fact that Rejects are obviously what you would call the better squad on paper, absolutely. So they would probably be feeling good about this, the fact that Mayhem has to go along against Truly, right? I mean, if I'm trying to put the paradox together.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yeah, it's a weird one because I think for me it's one of those questions of, is it down to the fact that Mayhem were not playing well, that it went all the way to a game number 5, that they had to reverse sweep to get that? Or is it down to the fact that Truly actually just performed above the level that we would normally expect from them? And if it is the latter, then I don't think Mayhem have too much to worry about. If it's the former, well, Mayhem know that they can't really do that against Rejects, right? Yeah. Because Rejects is the kind of roster that will punish them for it. I mean, they have punished them for it in the past, multiple times. We've seen, I don't remember the last time that these two teams faced off against one another and Mayhem came out on top. It might well have been Season 3, that long ago. So,
but it is playoffs, and these things do indeed happen.
They do indeed happen. They haven't happened so far, though. I mean, they literally played each other yesterday, and Rejects still, even though I want to give Mayhem some credit for that series.
Close games, but 3-0.
Exactly. Yeah. You know, they still played them close, but it still feels like Rejects just have the edge. They still feel convincingly they are always in the driving seat for these kind of games. The only time where maybe I felt like they weren't was probably the control, and I'm not at all really surprised by that. So
it can happen on Raid control, right? Yeah, I mean, look, if you have a good break-off, you start to get them in towards Garage, you make it a little bit more difficult when you're on the defensive side. You can win attacks, like, quite feasibly with one decent break.
Yep.
That's how control can kind of work. It always has worked that way. It isn't really not over until it is very much over. So, yeah, you can get games like that when it has come down to the control. So, there's no surprise to hear that, and it's no surprise to see certain teams go very, very close. And again, it's the same breadth of like teams who go 2-0 up when it goes 3-2. That's not necessarily out of the realms of possibility. It happens quite a lot. So yeah, for both these two teams, the control is going to be an interesting one, but we absolutely do give the advantage to Rejects still. After a grueling loss themselves, though, actually, in fairness, for all that Mayhem has just went through the blender in that one.
Right.
Rejects are coming off the back of a very tough loss to Seminole last night as well.
Yeah, this is the thing. Rejects are a tough one to place, I think, just on the whole, given the fact that they have had a really tumultuous season, I think. You know, they come into the season, they bring Envy on the lineup, and Envy has just been a wonderful addition for this roster. He's currently, I believe, the #2 player, I want to say, in the North American region, statistically. And they start out pretty strong, and they get to the point where, you know, going through everybody, they end the season with that matchup versus Seminole, where they go 2-0 up. It all goes awry from there. We're not going to go too far into it, but it doesn't go the way that they would have wanted, even though it arguably should have done. Then we get to playoffs, and we get to that match yesterday, and things do not start well for them whatsoever. They go 2-0 down in the series. But the promising thing for a roster like Rejects is they managed to almost bring it back, right? I mean, they force a game number 5. They almost give us our first reverse sweep of the Snapdragon Pro Series this season, and they just can't get it done in that game number 5. And it still is, and this is what I said at the top of the show, right? It still is, to me, a question of whether or not Rejects can beat Seminole, because I still believe that they can.
Well, let's see. They have to get there first, and we will be coming in their first map very, very shortly. It's still very much a surprise for me to see Arsenal coming in again.
Yes.
But that must just be indicative from Mayhem to sort of say, right, well, actually, you know what, we played that game. Could we have done things differently? Yes. Will we do different things differently now? Then, well, hopefully for their case, if they go into this one with that mindset, they should be able to get something done, I believe. Well, loading in, not to jinx us. You know, this is definitely not made of wood, so I don't think I've helped in any sense.
Brilliant.
It might be.
I don't know. I will say I think it makes sense to me that they have chosen Arsenal Hardpoint just because of the fact that it is probably, I don't want to say the only good Hardpoint map, but they've played it so often that it might as well be at this point. So I'm not really surprised, but at the same time, maybe a little bit of variation in the map set would have helped Mayhem somewhat. Regardless, bit of deja vu here for what is the 3rd or 4th time concurrently. Mayhem versus Rejects here on Arsenal Hardpoint. Will things go different than the first 2 times around? Butting heads already off the start of this one. Smoke's going down inside P1. A lot of chaos as per usual here on P1.
And this P1 is always notoriously over the years. COD Mobile, General COD, when it did obviously come into fruition, and Black Ops 4. Yeah, that was right. Yeah, okay. I just don't know why I went so
Andy is creasing right now.
Yeah, I know. It was a long time ago at this stage. It feels a long time ago. Anyway, besides the point, when it was back into that side of things, the first time around you get over towards P1, always quite mixy, but is one of those P1s, they don't exist very often in Call of Duty, typically, where if you can get a good break, you can get some good time here.
Yeah, for sure. And Rejects have got a little bit of time. T-Bag's kind of being annoying inside the hard point at the moment. Raf now looking to find his way through. Again, that annoyance is the biggest problem. And actually going to get a kill there. I think it's Kings who finds the double, finds a 3rd as well inside the kill, but it's not enough to actually remove Rejects from the time. So they will look to get that scrap time. 25 points to the good here. And now potentially a flank around for the spawns. This is something you don't actually see that often. And as Envy finds the double here, they do influence the spawns enough here that that flip does come through.
25-0 off the rip over towards P1. And potentially have the more beneficial spawns as you head over towards P2. Solid just stuck him between a rock and a hard place here, trying to survive. Kills from top plat. Going to start coming through for Team Mayhem. For all that they don't have the more beneficial spawns, they are holding it from the harder side, but the shots from Thug very, very solid. T-Bag gets wiped out. All of a sudden, Rejects with control. 40 seconds to play with.
Big flip of the spawns coming through from Rejects, but Team Mayhem have now garnered control once again. Might be looking to put a pincer movement together here. We're playing number 1 Kings coming in from behind, but Envy and Solo are having absolutely none of that business. Have a kill coming through from Jez as well. It is a full clean wipe, and now with 20 seconds to go here on this Hilton. Mayhem, they're making the mature decision to fully give it up and move towards the rotation, but I mean, this has been a stellar start for Rejects on the whole.
Mayhem walking away with the tails between their legs. Push is going to start coming through, but for Rejects, yes, okay, they will know that Team Mayhem, the trenches are very much dug. And they are very much waiting for them to make this push in, but they will know they will have to clear it out. They will have to be meticulous about this. Kills starting to fly their way, and they know that every single one that they can find, things start to go their way. Solo finds 2 of his own with the SMG, whips out the DRH, doesn't get anything done to be able to help his teammates out from there. But the pinch is slowly starting to come on through. That's a big kill coming through from Thug, make it a second big kill from Thug as well. Now the push can start to come through. The pinch is set up, the spawns are out for Team Mayhem. 20 seconds may have gone over towards P3. But Rejects seem to have found a break.
It's just so difficult, isn't it? You know, the primary thing you need to do on this hard point is to break those spawns towards the backline, and they haven't really successful been able to do exactly that. They've still got players trying. Kings is going to be that player who now moves back towards the middle of the map, but now we're starting to see some of this investment of the operators coming out. Envy wants control of this hill, does not want to give it away, and while it won't be the Claw that ascertains it, Rejects are going to get this time regardless. And so far, through the first, 3 kills now we've seen in this game, Ton, Rejects have been in full control. Mayhem just haven't had really anything to say whatsoever.
Looking very clean. I think that's kind of how I put it so far. Rejects have done everything right. The P2 rotation was very, very solid. They pick up the majority of the time there after already picking up a nice chunk of P1. Headed over towards P3. Found a nice break through the backside due to Solo. Just doing really good work, and now can they find a break over towards P4? The push now starting to come through. Solo again. It's just been lights out for the team already in this game. 13, him and Envy leading the charge, but Kings is trying to slow things down as best as he can here. Mayhem are going to pop a couple of the operators. We can see the Annihilator and the Equalizer both in. Need to make sure they get something with it.
Yeah, Kings with the double over the Annihilator. Now, can they get any more kills is the question for me. Solo's going to use the Equalizers here. Has to find value, and it's 4 for him. Rejects want this time, and Team Mayhem now with 30 seconds left on this hill. No choice but to continue to hit it, and they are going to do exactly that, but the numbers are overwhelming for Rejects. Mayhem now getting some wayward spawns all over the option, but Rejects not going to come out on top this time as Kings will find the third. So Mayhem now for back 15 seconds here, Tunt. Rejects, though, they'll be happy with that. With this leader's advantage, they've got the rotation.
Yeah, the thing for Rejects there, okay, sometimes when you are going for a break, you love to find it, you love to find 40 seconds, but you sometimes have to take the small wins of taking away 15 or 20 from the opposition who were there first. And that's what they were able to do. Spawn out coming through actually for Envy there, which is not going to help out Rejects whatsoever. But so the spawns at the back now start to come through for Team Mayhem. Is the pinch going to be here though? Can they do anything with it? Kings is going to find one with the Hunter Killer, and can they make anything count from that one? Doug is going to start to line them up, doesn't find the second. It was 2 consecutive kills. It looked like they started to line up, but they're not quite there in time. The spawn out really hasn't helped Rejects. That lead is still very, very solid. But with 40 seconds to play for here, they won't be happy about that break.
Yeah, those back spawns can go one or two ways, generally speaking. You know, if Team Mayhem are going to continue to hit this kill from the back, it's not really that helpful to Rejects whatsoever. And we're seeing now Raballo here with the War Machine try to remove them from the kill. It's just not working whatsoever, and ends up running out of War Machine pellets before that hit towards the hill comes through. Does not go in his favor. And for Mayhem, they'll be happy to take this time away. It will put them not necessarily within touching distance of Rejects as we get into the second set here, Tom, but somewhat more comfortable than we started this game, because the first set of rotations has almost entirely been Rejects. Certainly those first 4 kills were a dominant hold from them.
I think if Rejects pick up the majority of that time over towards that last hill due to that rotation, I mean, you're looking at a 150-point game potentially here. Mayhem pick up a good chunk of time. I want to say 30 or 40 seconds of their first rotation. All comes down to that final hill. Things could have looked a lot worse than this, and even now it doesn't look that great. Looking over towards P1, Rejects picking up some time. I said on that first rotation, you really can do some good work. If you can find a couple of kills, starting to lock down some decent time, and it's pretty much uncontested time so far. Mayhem struggling to break through window.
And they're all coming through this one window at the moment as well, so Rejects might be able to use that to their advantage.
War
Machine from Teabag, yeah, nicely done to take Envy out of the equation. Solo and Jess going to go down as well. S-Thug the only one with anything to say on this hill. How much more damage can you do? Well, S-Thug going to clutch up when required. He wastes enough time here for the rest of the team to come back on through, and they're still in the conversation. More than that as well, as their voice is significantly louder than that of Mayhem. They continue to take this time away from Mayhem. And how about that? I mean, we saw investment coming out from Mayhem to break on through, and yes, Kings will get a double for what is 5 seconds of scrap time, but ultimately, they barely put a dent in Rejects' hold of P1.
I think that's always the thing when you're the team in that kind of lead that is so comfortable like this. Every single time that you prevent the opposition from getting a 10 or 15, what would be presumed easy seconds, it's a win on your card nearly every single time. Solo just trying to start things up and running again for his team here as Rejects going in for the rotation. Spawns do belong to them, but the flat side information coming through from Mayhem. Pressure is there. Jez going to now start pushing forward. The JKS in his hand can't find anything with it. Some operator has been invested from Mayhem here. I think they're feeling that this game is becoming a little bit closer. They want to press the issue where they can. 30 seconds to play for here. Over towards P2. Working out so far for Mayhem. They pick up a big majority of the time here with 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, this is a lot of time for Mayhem, and I'd be careful about this one if I'm Rejects, to be honest with you, because there's 20 seconds left. This is a very early rotation from them, but if they don't rotate early in this situation, you might find yourselves giving up control of this game to Team Mayhem, because they are rotating early as well. Cartels will be the first one over here. Big 1v1 for the spawns. Envy's going to win it. It's not over just yet. There's still one more player to contest with. That's Raph through the middle of the map, who will actually be utilizing the equalizers. He could still do some damage here, but the fight for the back spawns has been won by Rejects. Here we go. Raph only finds one. And again, the value for the operators has not been anywhere near as successful for Mayhem.
And I think therefore, Raph, even because he just took his time to get over there, the one kill that he got with the amount of time he had left on the equalizer, small wins to take away, but now you've got to run through a war machine. Smokes in the ADS of everybody on Rejects if you are Team Mayhem now. War machine was used to decent value. Kill starting to fly through though for Mayhem, and for all that, the setup was looking good for Rejects here. Envy is momentarily left on his own and well down, very much dead. Kings can find a few, and our Mayhem just slowly starting to claw their way into this game. It's still about a 50-point lead for the side of Rejects, but it was 80 or 90 at one stage.
Yeah, Mayhem, as you said, mate, slowly chipping away at this one, and Rejects here, again, in the same situation they were last time around. They've got 3 players over here, and they're actually going to invest the Annihilator into it, so they do want this time, and for it, they will get it. S-Thug now looking for the last couple of players. Raph coming through for it, not going to be able to take that time away from Rejects, but now the gunfight's towards New as well. I was going to say Rejects kind of in peril of losing the rotation. Now not maybe much so anymore, as Envy here with the Claw going to find at least 1 kill, no more than that. Kill's actually going in favor of Mayhem here, Ton.
And this feels like a big hill, right? 50 seconds is the difference between these two teams. If Rejects can take this one away, the game is all but theirs. But if Mayhem can get the majority of this time, they are well and truly back into it. Jesus Saves now just trying to do something over the top. The rest of the team there to help out, and it feels like Rejects are starting to crumble just that little bit. The lead that was once 70 or 80 is now down to 30. Every single kill that seems to be important is going the way of Team Mayhem. Every single kill on the map is momentarily going towards Mayhem. Time and time again, they're going to start building streaks off of this now. Big players coming in from Kings, who's now got 45 kills to his name. Where did that come from?
What? Kings as well now have streaks to work with as well, and it should be said, by the way, folks, not the last Hardpoint on Arsenal that these teams played against one another, but the Hardpoint before that, a reminder of how this one went down. It was Rejects who were able to come back on this very kill. It gave them the control of the game, and Mayhem are now doing that right here, right now. They will not be able to garner the lead away from Rejects, but they certainly will put themselves pretty close. What will give them the lead, Ton, is look at the rotation towards New. A couple of players already here.
Oh, a bit of a weird spawn coming on through. You can see Jesus Saves and Envy both towards the backside. Jesus Saves gets the better of Envy though, and all of a sudden this rotation for Mayhem is in. Operator starting to come through. What can you do with them though, as both two teams very, very close together, but for what feels like the very first time in this game, Team Mayhem are going to take the lead. This kill feed has just been all Mayhem throughout the entirety of this second half. Since the previous hill and then into this one, Mayhem have dominated. Just going to try and find a way through, but it's just not looking good for them right now. 30 seconds to play for here on the final hill of this rotation, and it's going to be Mayhem heading into a lead, you would think.
Yeah, for sure, and Mayhem here just doing a stellar job of reading the spawns and reacting for it. Again, I mentioned it earlier on in the first set. For those back spawns, it could be very disadvantageous at points, and this is exactly why Rejects here, not in a good spot, but they are going to get away with gunfights, and now they've got control of P1 Ton, and now you look at the utility on side as well. Rejects have done a really good job over the last couple of rotations at holding a lot of time on this hill. These specialists could be everything to hold on to it.
And now for Rejects, do what you've done so well at the beginning of the game. Is that going to start to come back and pay you? It was such a massive lead for Rejects. May have come back into this game, but is the good work from the start going to pay off? Operators available, and look at all these kills starting to come through now for Rejects as this hold just gets that little bit better, and look at the pressure that they're operating out towards them as well. S-Thug already using his operator, as is Solo. The kills starting to come on through. They have to make a count here, Rejects.
Players on all sides, though. Spawn out starting to come through from Mayhem as well. Are Rejects going to recognize it? It's the question. I don't think they were quite ready for Raph, who finds 3. And now a 4th one potentially on the card as well. Jesus Save's going to get taken down. Team Mayhem still in for this time. Still fighting for it, Ton. Looking for the last 20 seconds away from Rejects. They can still finish it here.
Can they finish it here, though? Envy now finds a way through. Can't find the second, and Kings has been just ridiculous for Mayhem now. For all that the lead was 60 or 70 for the side of Rejects, they're getting gunned out of it, or are they, as Rejects find a way back in? Mayhem can now not win over towards P1. It's a foot race to P2.
Yeah, they're already there though. Rejects were not ready for this rotation whatsoever. Mayhem just needs 6 seconds. There's a small little grace period, but one player around the flank. Jez, what can he do? He finds the first gunfight. Are the gunfights there though to follow up on it as well? King's gonna bring the Annihilator out for this one. Now looking for the time. Solo in towards the point. Solo finds the kills. Rejects, now they're gonna be in for it.
They managed to get a breakthrough, but can Mayhem get here in time? They're inside the hill. It's all about Robolo. Jesus Save gets in 1v1 between him and Jez. Jez wins it. King's here on the flank, currently contested, but here come the rest of Rejects. Team Mayhem, they've touched 249. Can they get the 250? It's absolute chaos in the hill. Who's gonna get it? It's Mayhem by 4. Team Mayhem take it away. What a game number 1 to kick things off here. I swear to God, it's like 4 AM and it's just kicking off constantly. What a game. It just felt like Rejects were all the way through in control till they weren't. And a 4-point game to close her out. Hey, honestly, I'm quite disappointed I haven't done much NA this season. This is hellish.
Oh man, and you know what? I think halfway through that game, I felt like we were in for the same kind of linear progression, or rather regression from Mayhem that we'd seen on Arsenal Hardpoint over the last few attempts, where first time around it is a 20 to 30 point difference between these two teams. Second time, we're looking at a 50 to 60 point differential, and then in this one, it felt like Rejects just were in total control of the game. The first 4 kills of this game, it was all them, and Mayhem had absolutely nothing to say. I think you said it right. The only points going into the second set came effectively off of the last hard point on the set. But in the second, Mayhem just started to come back in slowly but surely. They were taking key rotations away from Rejects slowly but surely. They were making sure they were getting scrap time, not giving it away to Rejects for free. And this hill again, I can't believe so often on Arsenal Hardpoint, P4 comes down to everything. It happens way too often here.
How many kills did Envy get yesterday? Was it 57?
57 is the record. Oh, Kings, mate. So close.
But they take the win irrelevant, I suppose. 56 and 32. Wow. And I think all the way through the mid-game, even when they weren't getting points, it did seem to be Kings that would be picking up 2s and 3s here and there. And it was making the difference, maybe keeping things closer than we maybe give it credit for. Incredible game from Kings. And honestly, I think if you look at the kills, and if we're just talking kills, I know we don't like to do it too much, but
well,
I mean, look, 37s, 35s across the board. Yeah, okay, 29, 32, 56.
It's just like emboldened in italics, you know.
Very much the standout performance across all 10 players in that map comes from Kings. 56 and 32. What a performance. And that really does make the difference. Look, I mean, if he doesn't do that, it's fair to say that Rejects walk away with that map fairly comfortably. There's no way that they don't. In terms of everyone else pretty much being level on the score front, in terms of kills, I should say, the fact that he's able to drop the 56 for the win. Team Mayhem just don't go away, do they? I mean, there's been a couple of occasions where you think, we were sitting in the green room during that first game. It was 2-0 to Truly on the control, 2-0 in the series, and I was like, oh, well, this one's done. We'll be going up shortly. 2 hours later, here we are in the first map for Mayhem, taking up against Rejects and taking the lead, of course. Call of Duty is a crazy game.
It is absolutely wild, and it is wonderful, I think, just in North America for how competitive a region it is, that it provides games like these. By the way, to go back to the point on Kings, it is absolutely wild that he was not in the starting roster for this team. I mean, like, what were they thinking?
I mean,
the cycling that these guys have gone through to get to this point, to get to this variation of the roster, they must be so happy that this is the one that they've settled on, because Mayhem have never been more competitive. And I think we kind of knew this was coming. I think it was Jesus Saves that we had an interview with at one point, and he was saying that, you know, they were going to make the necessary preparations against the likes of Seminole, against the likes of Rejects. And I think now, finally, it's taken a little bit longer than we would have expected. Now, finally, I think we're at that point where we're here. You know, we're at this point now where we are starting to see those preparations coming through.
Yeah, let's see if they can make it count, though. Of course, that is only one map, and there may well potentially be 4 more. And with the way that things have been going today, I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, for how long? Obviously, we had Europe go all the way to the final map of the best out of 7, technically 6 maps, of course, in that one. Yep. We've had the first series of the day here on NA go to a reverse sweep. And the first one was looking, honestly, when I seen the first half of that hard point, I was like, we're hitting the grand finals pretty soon. Honestly, I thought that Rejects, just with the way that they started it, you were thinking, all right, okay, yeah, this kind of looks how we understood that it would go. And Mayhem said absolutely not. They will very much not go quietly into the night at this stage and will continue to cause upset. Although being truly wasn't necessarily an upset, but you know what I mean. The reverse sweep still was.
Yeah, I mean, it was our first reverse sweep. It's something that we never get in the SBS. I think just like, the thing is, and this is not meant to be a disparaging comment against any of the NA teams that didn't make it into playoffs. Don't take it as such. But so many of the games that we've had have been blowouts, right? If you weren't in the top 3, even if you were truly up until playoffs, up until what we just saw with that matchup, just so many of these matches have been blowout 3-0s that when we get to playoffs, it kind of feels like a little bit of whiplash in a way that we get these like super duper competitive matchups now where all of a sudden Truly can be competitive versus Mayhem. All of a sudden Mayhem feel like they've figured it out against the likes of Rejects and Seminole. You know, I still, again, do not feel convinced that Seminole are definitively the #1 team right now. Still feel like maybe Rejects or even Mayhem potentially, depending on how this series goes, could well take them. There's still just so many questions where it feels good. It feels good to not know everything at this point. It feels good to not go into a series and be like, yeah, this is going to be a 3-0.
Yeah, look, it has been one of those kind of things when it has come down the NA side. I mean, we kind of had that conversation yesterday, though, and I've seen 2 3-0s, and I was like, oh, well, okay. I mean, it's kind of going how we expected. And I suppose we got the expected result with Seminole to a certain degree against Rejects. You know, a tight game, but they would take it. But today has not kind of been how we expected it to go in Europe, and it hasn't been how we expected it to go here on this side of NA. We're loading into game number 2 now. Over towards Express we go. Do Rejects have an answer? Have Mayhem just come out hot after having a little bit of a warm-up? Did Rejects come out cold? Well, the answer was no, they didn't come out cold at all. They came out pretty hot. They cooled off towards the end of that hardpoint, but now into the Search and Destroy. It's a different change of pace. Rejects will be really stinging after that one. Can they answer back?
Here we're at the start here. Team Mayhem will have to deal with what I'd imagine should be an expected player sitting in these corners. It is very common to have a player sitting in the corners with the R9, and they should know that Solo with a player that they need to contest with. Of course, this is not dissimilar ground. There you go. Solo's going to finally activate for that first blood. That should slow things up significantly here for Mayhem, and for Rejects, they've got the information they wanted to. Look at the jump up through the middle of the map, though, Ton. It's Jez who's trying to make the move forward, and it's an egregious challenge, to be honest, to try to put the round away.
Like this movement, though, from Mayhem. They see A is unobtainable. No pressure coming in over towards the bridge, though, and it will, of course, have plenty of time for Rejects to get themselves back over here. Stoke has to find at least something here. Gets taken down. Big gunfight for Cartels. And all of a sudden now, pressure coming in over towards B. Team Mayhem don't know that they have the absolute freedom of this B side, but will eventually get the bomb down. 45 seconds remaining. 45 seconds back onto that clock, though. Well, this is 3 in favor of Team Mayhem.
Raballo and Solo here, though, do have to split up in this situation, in this 2 versus 4. They can't really afford to play this one together. You have to have these individual gunfights. Rally gets the first. Turn and burn on towards T-Bag. Long-range shots against Cartels won't connect just yet. And, of course, taking those shots will reveal his position. He does, at the very least, get away with 1, but no more than that. And that's a smart rotation, I think, coming up from Rejects. They kind of realize that they would be headbutting what is a brick wall on the A site. That rotation, I think, towards B does save them in the round.
Good shots coming through towards the end from Raballo, but not quite enough to find anything.
Could you imagine off the start of a round if these guys are just like completely...
Wipes them off.
Just like not paying attention whatsoever?
Ace for the train.
Yeah. We've, honestly, mate, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I think we did cast over somebody getting killed by the train, didn't we?
We did. That train has done some disgusting things. Honestly, it's done better than some players in SBS.
2 players over towards the B side here for Rejects. 3 very passively watching over A. Team Mayhem will not know that this defense is passive and it is being fronted from the bridge side. So still have to take this very, very slowly. Behind the bomb they go. Little fake.
I like it.
Nades coming in from Rejects, so starting to send it over. No trophy systems here to stop anything going on as well, but the bomb will go down. The first nade doesn't connect. He gets back on. Bomb down.
Well, Rejects hit. They're going to retake. Gonna have to go against Rafu. Actually, the shot will connect, but not enough for the kill just yet. He's going to have to escape. Fortunately enough, T-Bag will take one of the players down, but Solo is the biggest problem. And this is exactly why, up close and personal, win these close quarters engagements with the R9, he's a problem. But Rafu's going to take him out of the equation. How much more damage can he do? Because Rebalo was on the defuse. They do shut him down at the very least. Back and forth we go. Pinstripe kill feed, all of it. Down to a 1v1 between Kings and S-Thug, and Kings will close out the round. Mayhem get the bomb down, and they defend it successfully.
With the way that Kings has been shooting, you would have bet your life on him winning that one. 1 versus 1 gets the job done. Team Mayhem 2 to the good here in the search and destroy. Grenades out over towards the B side. Jesus Save's now going to go for the child. Rebalo just caught in no man's land. The smoke over the top is going to stop Jez doing anything about it. The trade will start to come through though. Gets out as well. King's going to go for the child, but they will back him down. They get a little bit of control over towards this B side. That bomb goes down.
4v4. A lot of this for Rejects on the retake coming through in the middle of the map here. It's uncharacteristic of them to be so one-dimensional. And because of it, they leave themselves open to T-Bag. He rotates back through the middle of the map. Solo and S-Thug, though, will bring us back to a 2 versus 2. Kings to a 2 versus 1 now, just Solo left alive, and he's sandwiched between those 2 remaining players. And yeah, I'll follow up on that, Ton. I don't understand. Maybe they don't really have much of a choice in terms of how they want to make the retake work, but you've got a little bit of time to work with. Try and split yourselves up a little. Be more aware of kind of your surroundings so that doesn't happen.
The enemy has the bomb.
Really good start to the S&D here for Mayhem. Where's the heads at for Rejects? That's going to be a question you've got to ask after what happened in that Hardpoint. Raph now up top, finds the gunfight onto Solo, and everything just seems to be going the way of Team Mayhem. It's 2 kills, a lot of positioning over towards this A side. Make it 3 now, 2 versus 5 for Rejects. They're about to find themselves 4-0 down if they don't do something quite miraculous here in this round.
I just don't understand what's happening. This is just so totally different from the last Express Search and Destroy between these 2 teams, where Rejects felt like they were in the driving seat, they were driving at 100 miles per hour, and Mayhem just have to live for the crash. This has been totally different, and now Envy and Rebalo here in this situation. Again, I have the same sentiments as they did before in the 2 versus 4. They have to play this one separately. Playing together is just not going to work. And Rebalo, not a Scooby, where Kings is in the middle of the map. Envy, for what would be one of the best plays of SPS, a 1 versus 5, and you have not a chance, buddy.
You think about Rejects, you think about the top players on their team. You think about players who are really the catalyst for everything that they do well, and you think of Envy. Currently, right now, at the 4 rounds of Search and Destroy, nothing to talk about. 0 kills. You look over towards Team Mayhem, the guy that has been doing the business for them, and that is Kings. Find himself in so many good positions. 4 rounds of attack have went down, and Mayhem have found every single one of them. They may well find another completely free bomb plant over towards B. If Rejects look, they've just read that wrongly, but it seems to be happening a lot.
I don't think you need to full send towards A in that situation, though. It just leaves you open to this. Yeah, at least they get the first blood, though, on the retake. Good stuff from Envy. And he finds a second as well. Got to be careful, though, if Jesus saves him from behind. Yeah, perfect adaptation coming through from Jesus Saves. And now, once again, you're left splitting up the last 2 remaining players that always seem to be Envy and Rebalo. At the very least, Envy has found 1 now. Going to get a second Will Rebalo as well. And all of a sudden, this 3 versus 2 becomes a 2v1 in their favor, but they have to get the bomb defusal as well. T-Bag going to catch Envy by surprise. And Rebalo as well. Shots are actually not good enough. Every single one going to miss. Rebalo takes his head off in disgust. And Rejects finally on the board.
Ready for the next round.
I mean, that, for Rejects, they are fortunate that T-Bag just...
Very lucky.
I mean, he just channeled, he's in a... You know what, I'll even say it myself. That was like watching me play COD Mobile. That
I can attest to that.
I mean, I can't imagine you're much better in fairness, but...
I don't know. I could do that, for sure. Anyway, it wasn't good. I think it's the gist of what we're trying to say. And what also hasn't been good is Rejects' defenses of this A point. It feels like from round number 1, where Solo was situated over here, and it didn't work out, they seem to be somewhat scared to put him in that position again when you do need him to be the player of anybody that's controlling this top area, because you give up so much control of A when you don't have that. Now, I will say, this is passive for Mayhem. Look where the bomb is currently situated. They haven't fully committed to either of these 2 sites just yet, Tom.
I think for Rejects, what has been a very unsuccessful defensive half is, well, maybe underselling it. But if they can find this round after being, well, I don't want to say they would give up the previous round. Yes, it came down to 1 versus 1. That probably should have been won by T-Bag. But if they can find themselves in a 4-2 position heading on to the attack, you feel a lot better about it than what could have potentially been 6-0. Envy's just got some brilliant timing, but maybe some bad timing as well. Roth just gonna push in, and there you go. The R9 ain't losing anything up that close and personal. Bomb going down over towards B. 5 versus 3 now for the side of Mayhem. Oh, that wasn't Raf who found it. It was Cartels. Now we're 2 versus 5.
Now S-Thug and Solo, the ones left in this 2 versus 5. How many times are we going to be in a situation where Rejects are left in... It always feels like a 2 versus 5. I'm not really sure, but they're going to play this one together. Looking to double up on these players. T-Bag going to be the first full victim here. Time, though, is going to be an enemy here for these guys. They're going to need Spurbs to get this one done. Solo's going to locate one. S-Thug gets another one as well. So bringing this down to a 2 versus 2. Player going to jump on the defuse here and going to jump off. Of course, you keep the progression as well, so player can just jump straight back on the defuse to get it done. Jesus saves, lines them up, though. And I think still wins the round. Rejects almost make that 2 versus 5 happen.
Almost, but no cigar in the end. Rejects find themselves in a position from a 2 versus 5 of all things to potentially win the round, but Jesus, well, saves the round. That's too easy not to fall into.
It's such low-hanging fruit.
It is, mate. And look, it's one of them that you just have to kind of go for. But here we are. Rejects now on the attacking side. Will they be feeling better about their search and destroy from this angle? Bomb down today pretty much instantaneously.
Bomb has been planted.
Is the retake going to be here for Team Mayhem? They still only need 2 rounds here on the defensive side to take them out.
Rejects scattered on the defense. Have to feel that these players on the opposite sides of the site are doing everything. Raf just eviscerates S-Thug. On the other side, though, Jez does do a bit of damage here. That's going to slow things up on the retake as we go to a 4v4.
20 seconds.
As you said, mate, 20 seconds on the clock here for these guys to make this one work. They're still on the hunt for these players. Jed's going to take one down, has been located by Kings, and T-Bag's got the nade on towards Envy. So now just down to Kings and T-Bag, now just down to Kings. A 1 versus 2. All he has to do in this situation is defend the bomb, and that is just not going to happen. Rejects come out on top.
Can't get the defuse. 5-2 now. Rejects offering something up here. It's a bit of a hard retake, that one, isn't it? There's so many different places you can have. You can be a top office, you could be in the trains, you could be over towards the elbow. It's a difficult place to try and retake in a 5v5 situation, but this time around, it's going to be a big hit over towards the B side. This stuff just turns and burns onto Cardels, and all of a sudden, we can just start to have free reign of this side. Oh, Raph turns around at just about the right time. Nesto goes down 4v4.
To be frank, I'm kind of surprised that Cartels had anywhere near the amount of breathing room he did there in that situation.
You and me.
Yeah, still, Rejects back to their old antics of getting the bomb down on towards A. And once again, the look doesn't feel all that different. The only difference I would say on the whole is the fact that they haven't got somebody pushed all the way up towards the train side. It's much more centered towards the site this time around. Zusha Saves now going to throw the nade up top to try and get some information. It is not going to connect to either of these players. Retake underway.
Still, it just feels as if Mayhem's retakes are taking maybe a little bit too long. Now they're having to win a lot of gunfights in a very short amount of time. T-Bag going to be able to do absolutely nothing with that. That's 2 rounds in a row now for Rejects. 5-3. Team Mayhem starting to bleed. Just maybe a little bit more than they would like to.
Defend the objective. We got the bomb.
I mean, what's going to be the play here from Mayhem, right? It feels as if Rejects are getting complete control of a site, getting the bomb down. All of a sudden, you're going to have to go for a 5v5 retake nearly every single time. And now they start to spread themselves, and now they get caught out. Raf is going to back down.
And that was the play. It was the idea to push Raf all the way up towards the A site. Put a stop to where Rejects have been successful in the last couple of rounds, which has been this push on towards A. It isn't over just yet for Rejects. If they can take Raf down,
this is big.
1v1 up top. Raf's going to win it, and that's Solo down for the count. The player that you would have take down Raf is now out of the round, and you're going to see Rejects just slow completely to a snail's pace here because their options are now extremely limited. They committed towards A here, Ton.
Oh, it's a big grenade,
nice.
though. Jazz gets it up top. Raf chose to find himself up top, and it's a good position to be in, but the nade's very, very sweet indeed from the side of Rejects. Jesus Saves. Close quarters to this bomb site. And Mayhem are definitely a little bit more ready for this than they have been in previous rounds. It's going to go down, but Jesus saves as well. Just going to stop that pretty much immediately. Bomb did go down, I believe, anyway. Oh, did it? No, it didn't.
No, it's stuck on the train. That's awkward, because sometimes there's a little spot inside the train that's really annoying, and it might just be stuck for the rest of the round, but we shall see. For now, though, 35 seconds left on the clock here for Rejects to get that bomb down. And Team Mayhem just very satisfied to let them do so. They do not want to be the ones to take the first move, and now they're going to grab the bomb. Can they do so? Yeah, okay, they can. Sometimes it's a little awkward, but they do actually get it.
Just goes for the plant. Here comes the Child. Cartel stops it. Goes. The Cartel snaps as well. My God.
Not over yet. Ready up.
I mean, we say what the coverage is, but even if he found the first one and gets traded, then yeah, okay, well, fair enough. But the fact that he finds the second,
The objectives. The enemy has the bomb.
I just, yeah, I guess. I mean, you get the first kill fine, but the trade needs to be there. It's just not there. But now, as you said, mate, straight on towards the site here. Rejects flying. Numbers in their favor. It's going to be trades in their favor. Ultimately, now down to a 2 versus 1. T-Bag trying to line them up. 1v1.
can he make up for the 1v1 that didn't go his way beforehand? Securing this one would find Team Mayhem 2-0 up against Rejects. Envy starting to make a move. Very experienced player who's just not had a good day at the races so far. He's read it though. Mayhem's read it. And they're not going to be able to find it though. Envy finds the gunfight. T-Bag did read it, but couldn't find the win. 6-4 now. Rejects keeping this close. That was a really terrible start to this S&D. They've come roaring back into it.
And that was a different look from Rejects as well. After Raf putting a stop to him on A, they changed strat a little bit. Now they're going back to it. And they know where Raf is going to locate. Once again, Solo for the big one. Catches Raf off guard, but doesn't actually hit the shot. And now that's a big risk if he goes for it. But the call out is made to Estug, who takes him down. So now A site will be open momentarily here. They still don't feel fully certain just yet, though, Tunt.
For Mayhem, there is only 2 more opportunities to close this out whilst you're on the defensive side. And this is one of those opportunities. And they don't feel secure enough, Rejects, to make this push. Cartels slipping underneath them as Kings will now find a kill onto Envy. 4 versus 4. Push over towards B, starting to come through here as well. T-Bag's going to be the first one here. Finds the shot as well. Barely even scoped in. Can he find anything else too? Not quite. Jesus saved is there to pick things up, but the kills being traded across the board. It's now a 2v2.
Rabala needs to get away here. In this situation, he has to make sure he escapes this site. Because if he doesn't, the round might be over. And yeah, that's bombed down now. Solo has no choice but to get out of positioning. Not the right weapon for the engagement whatsoever. And that's going to be all she wrote. Here for an express search and destroy, which is yet another twist in what is a story full of them. This series has gone completely a way we did not expect. Mayhem now 2-0 up.
I think, you know, if Mayhem had been competitive in both these 2 maps and lost them, I don't think either one of us would have been too surprised based on what we've seen in this game yesterday between these 2 teams. But we find Mayhem, I was about to say comfortably, map number 1 wasn't comfortable by any stretch, but that search and destroy was for a certainly for the most of it.
Yep.
There's a couple of rounds that, I mean, you could argue that Mayhem threw away. Rejects were beating convincingly in the majority of the rounds that they lost as well. So I think Team Mayhem, had they not won that, may well have been down a different path, because it did feel as if they were in control the majority of that game, and they get what they deserve, which is the win. I think realistically, though, what's going on with Rejects right now? That's a question we got to ask, right? Where's their mental after map number 1? And I think that was what my struggle was with the beginning of the game, because it just didn't seem as if they were playing the map remotely correctly. They were 5-1 down at one stage, and now he did bring it back. But again, it's the hope that kills you. And, well, there was plenty of hope in map number 1 after your very comfortable lead you had in the Hardpoint. There was some hope as you started to come back in the search and destroy. But do you still have the hope when you're 2-0 down in the game to go to Brazil?
I would like to say I don't understand, but I think I do understand to a certain extent. Mayhem are making those adaptations which we've required of them for a very long time. We required of it, to be honest, the last series between these 2 teams, and it just wasn't there. But now it feels like they're starting to get it a little bit. Now it feels like, again, this roster is starting to make those adaptations that you need to see, and it's bearing out in the results here as well. T-Back finishing with 12 kills to his name. Look, I know he's not necessarily the stat leader, but I do want to give a shout out to Raph at 10 kills, because so often, more often than not, a lot of what happens on Express Search and Destroy, especially towards the A-bomb site, comes down to who can win those initial R9 one-on-one gun battles. And for a lot of it, it's solo versus Raph. And for whatever reason, Raph was just winning it 80-90% of the time here in that Express Search and Destroy. And it really did put a stop to Rejects on those offenses after, I think it was a couple of rounds where they managed to get him. And I think it was round number 3 where Raph just... That's enough. You guys aren't getting any more. And I think that is so powerful. It's something that I think Mayhem have been missing before, where that success hasn't been there.
And I think that's, in fairness to Mayhem, of course, they had a very good attack inside, and they started to leak a couple of rounds in the defense, but they started to adapt to what Rejects were really doing and making it count. So really, really good job from Mayhem. And now we head into a raid control, by the way, that between these two teams went to round number 5. So I think out of all of the games, right, especially for Mayhem yesterday, this was very much the closest map. So probably would have been the map they would have been heading into this series. So I feel like, oh, okay, well, you know, it can kind of go either way sometimes when it comes down to raid. You get the right sides, a couple of different moments here and there. I think one of the rounds in particular was down to like 3 versus 3. So the confidence will be there from Mayhem now. 2-0 up. You just completed the reverse sweep in your previous one. You're riding the waves very, very nicely. That was the waves.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate that. If you didn't give me the visual clue, I'd have not a clue what you meant, mate. Not a Scooby. Yeah, it is weird. I think, you know, going into this series, I think when we learned what the map set would be, I think it became pretty apparent pretty quickly that if there was ever a chance for Mayhem to take a map in this series and find a way in, it was going to be the raid control, just given how closely matched they were yesterday on it. To win the first 2 maps now completely reframes this entire situation, where now they're going into a raid control where they've already looked a lot better on the Express Search and Destroy. They've already looked a lot better on Arsenal Hardpoint. Their composure looks a lot better on the whole. I don't think they lose another round number 5 like that. Not with the way that they're playing at this point in time. Now, I'll add the one asterisk, which is to say, after what happened between Truly and Mayhem, I ain't counting anybody out at this point. I would not be surprised if, and I'm not just trying to put this out in the universe for fun, if Rejects were able to come back and reverse sweep this series. I wouldn't be surprised.
It wouldn't shock me. Look, I mean, because realistically, had Rejects come in here and won the series 3-0, I don't think anybody's questioned that.
No.
So do they still have it in their locker to win the next 3 maps? Absolutely. Of course they do. But playing like how they have done the first 2, I mean, arguably in the first map, you know, it comes down to small differences in the end. It really was a difference of 4 points. So you can't necessarily say that they play badly, but they did have a good lead and they did let it slip. And has that affected their mental game heading into map number 2, which they then go on to lose as well? It's do or die for Rejects now as we head over towards raid. Or no, we don't. We'll get there in just a second. What was it beforehand? Was it saying some of the players were... Was Bobby saying that some of the players weren't didn't have fully charged devices?
They didn't have fully charged phones. Okay.
Come on. You got one job.
What are we doing? I have a fully charged phone. I'm always making...
I mean, I don't. I am notoriously bad for it, but I also don't play games professionally for a living on it.
You know? Well, you don't play games that well in general anyway, so...
Right, okay. Well, I don't think we need to make a dig here. I feel like it's unnecessary.
Well, we can. We got to get him in, mate. It's just the nature of the game.
Well, unfortunately, that is the case. But look, I think irrelevant of that, we will be loading into map number 3 in just a second. Thoughts and general concerns here, though, for Rejects? I mean, what has not been working for them? I think it's hard, especially in map number 1, to say in particular anything it was. I think if it's anything, it was the fact that Kings dropped 56 on their forehead.
Yes.
That always is difficult to deal with. But the Search and Destroy, flat. Very flat. I think if they go into this control and play that same way, albeit a completely different game mode, of course, if they play in the same vein, they are going to lose and they will not be advancing. They will not be going to full stop.
That's just wild. It is just wild to me that we've been so heavily convinced. And I know as casters sometimes maybe we can get kind of caught up in our own embellishments in terms of kind of what we expect series to look like and such with the amount of research we put into these games. But the storyline has been, for me, Seminole could well have a kryptonite in the form of Rejects, and we're just kind of waiting for that kryptonite to activate. And now we might be in a situation where maybe it's not even them taking them on for the championship here in Season 4 of the Snapdragon Pro Series here in North America. Well, we'll see. Spot in Sao Paulo on the line here, ton. It could all be decided here on a raid control. Team Mayhem 2-0 up, a position we never imagined them to be in. Rejects, all to do.
And I think for Mayhem here, it's not a position they would have expected themselves, I don't think, to be in. Good defensive start here for Mayhem over towards that side. Rejects do find themselves with 2 ticks, but Mayhem not overcommitting to anything, which is what I like to see. Seemingly wanting to give up B until T-Bag found those 2 kills. So now all of a sudden they will gain some control over towards that side. Some great shots coming on through, and now all of a sudden, if you're Team Mayhem, you're putting a little bit of a spot where you can pressure Rejects in their spot.
A couple of ticks for Rejects, no more than that. And I honestly would like to see Rejects go for a bit of a different tact here. They're going to continue to headbutt this driveway, excuse me. Team Mayhem more than happy to just sit on these headies and take them down on the approach. They are slowly but surely changing their ideas a little bit, but yet still the vast majority of this is making a hit over towards a point. Solo going to finally outgun Wrath. But Cartels and Jesus saves, and T-Bag too, all of them involved in it. And this is what I was concerned about. Rejects, you needed to change immediately because now you've got players to contest with on this pool side.
Good job that they win that gunfight though. Jesus saves is not able to find anything. Now all of a sudden the pool side of the map just wide open. Kings gets gunned out of his socks, and all of a sudden Rejects are able to find something. Over towards this A's side, no gunfights really going the way of Team Mayhem here, and for all that Cartels was setting himself up for something to do with the spawn trap. Gotta find kills for that to work out. Shots over to S-Thug, just about good enough. They clean them out eventually, but a lot of damage done here. 2 ticks on either side, so Rejects, even with the live disparity not being in their favor, still have potential in this round.
Yeah, of our history of casting controls, Tan, these things have happened before. So I don't want to get away with it just yet. Jesus saves and Wrath, though, they want to. Big kills being made here to stop that B capture once again. Time is running out in this round, as are lives. Rejects running out of options. There goes S-Thug for the rest of the round. Jez will have a little bit of resistance, as will Rabalo, but every single kill being made by Mayhem is another dagger here in the gut of Rejects. Down to the final 3 lives, Stunt. What can they get done? And I think, to be honest, they might have just resigned this round to a loss.
Chalk it up. Not going to be able to do anything from there. Team Mayhem punish them. And punish Rejects maybe for their own mistakes. I mean, how many times have we seen it with this push over towards B? If it doesn't work out first time around, you've got to change things up. The majority of the time, the defensive side are going to send at least 4 over towards that side. If you've got 1 player to deal with over towards A, if you lose your initial gunfights at B, that is fine. It's just a bit of breathing room. You're running into players who are well established around the area. You're running into plenty. That's going to cause you problems. Jez very, very weak off the rip because there is indeed a war machine heading his way. T-Bag's only able to find 1 when Rejects are there to answer back pretty much immediately. 4 kills falling their way. Team Mayhem have to be careful themselves here, but they've done the same thing. It's just head over towards B and you're just running into irons up. It's so difficult to try and find those angles when you try to get yourself back over towards this B side. Just go away.
Mayhem have to be careful here about continually losing these lives. They're currently down by 4, but things can go awry even more so very quickly. Now, nobody from Rejects towards that bedroom side, meaning that a couple of players will be able to slip the net somewhat. Kings and T-Bags will convert that for a couple of kills, but
that's big.
The response from Rejects is even bigger. Now Team Mayhem, though, nobody can test with a long driveway, nobody can test with a round art. They've got their move towards the site. The lane has opened up. Now they actually need to convert some time, Done.
2 players over towards the middle of the map, and that's kind of where Rejects are being happy to control from, right? Shots are coming in are very, very good from the SMG players, just getting up close and personal where they can. Just should be dealt with, though, so a little bit of an inroad here for Team Mayhem. 6 lives, is the difference. Zenvi will now make it 7, but here we go. Army Raft invests the equalizer and gets taken down pretty much straight away. It's looking like a round may well go over towards the side of Rejects. And some big wastage going up from Team Mayhem. A lot of kills starting to run on through. Envy starting to heat up. Here we go. It's a bit more like it now from Rejects. Team Mayhem walk away licking their wounds over towards the A side, but this round is pretty much done. Mayhem couldn't find anything here. Really good round from Rejects. The kind of round they absolutely needed.
Yeah, for sure. Just the fact that they only give away 1 tick of progression on the whole means that they are 1 step closer to... I know this is a bit far away from us here, folks, but if we do go to round 5, guaranteeing that defense, whether these teams play defense, I know that historically speaking for you and I, raid control is generally considered offensively sided.
Who knows
here
these
in
days?
COD Mobile, it does feel sometimes like it can be really defensively sided, so that could be important. Now look at utility across the board, though, for both of these teams. You have to imagine, Ton, some of that needs to come out right from the rip here, and here it is.
Who's going to use the operators better? That's the question. It's looking like Rejects so far. Predator missile coming in here from Envy as well. Is he going to put further pain down? As Kings now will pop his Annihilator, as does Thug. Thug is the one to find Kings, though, and finds the shots onto T-Bag too. B progression going to start coming in here from Rejects in a big, big way.
S-Thug, big kills from him there.
Big nade.
Big nade as well. Rejects off the back of it, though, are actually going to be pressurized here by Team Mayhem. Is it enough to actually remove them to the point? No, and I think as that kill goes down against Kings, best to just give this one up now. Prepare yourselves for the point, and they are doing exactly that. This is beautiful from Team Mayhem. This is exactly what I want to see, and I want to see it more from COD Mobile teams, is actually preparing themselves for this push over towards this other point from Rejects. Look at the positioning. They've got players in bedroom, they've got players in money, they've got players in kitchen as well. They are prepared for this one, Ton.
Can they find the kills? Kitchen control, absolutely paramount for this defensive side and for the attacking side. If you can get a control of kitchen, then you are indeed laughing. Kills starting to come through, though, for Team Mayhem. See, the claw was momentarily out from one of the players there, but oh my word, look at the gunfight coming through from Envy. It was Claw going up against Purifier, and both players ended up winning. 21-18, Team Mayhem have closed that gap just a little bit in terms of the lives department. Kings and T-Bag starting to put the pressure on over towards the bedroom side. It's a good hold so far from Mayhem, but Rejects are not far away either.
And Rejects are slowly scratching at this defense at the moment, clawing away to try and get closer spawns. And with that kill versus Kings, now they will get them. No longer spawning in the garage, they should spawn around the bottom bedroom side. So Rejects will now be feeling a little bit healthier here on these pushes. They've got to be careful here that they do not lose gunfights. Cartels just waltzes straight past Thug. On the other side, Envy and Solo are going to get taken down as well. So Team Mayhem here, have a chance for this point. Rejects now, though. Jez is going to be here, and Rejects can start making this progression happen. They've got a player inside money as well. The coverage is actually pretty good, as are the lives.
Only one player on the point in this moment in time. Solo pop the equalizer inside the kitchen. That's just going to be a nightmarish scenario that you don't want to push into in a war machine. On top of that, you hate to see it. If you're a Team Mayhem fan, the shots coming on through, round the corner, onto Kings. All of a sudden, Rejects have sprung into life. The round will be theirs. I think the only silver lining for Team Mayhem, there was a lot of investment from Rejects to make sure that that round happened. They get the round they would have wanted that day. Will be more than happy for that investment to pay off in that way. But for Team Mayhem, they will say, right, okay, they used a lot to get a hold of that. Let's do the same here. Get an attacking round and send us to round number 5.
Yeah, I was staring at those specialists for a T-Bag and Jesus Saves or Operators, excuse me, to make sure they didn't use them in that 4 versus 15 or whatever it was. Regardless, though, Team Mayhem, different look out of them here in this round. Straight towards A they go. S-Thug's going to use the Predator missile here, and because it's out in the open, he's able to get 2 kills for free. Hunter Killer Drone almost removes Cartels from the situation. He lives his life long enough to take one down with him, but overwhelmed our Team Mayhem on that initial push. Rejects will be feeling comfortable with the way this round has started. And off the respawn as well, Team Mayhem feel somewhat splintered. This is not as concentrated as you would like, but now finally with a couple of kills coming through, they get those driveway spawns. They're on the point.
That was a nice win from Jesus Saves in the middle of the map. Envy will be there to take him down, though. Mid-map control is very, very important, whichever way you want to spin it. Sola's going to find a way through, though. Finds Cartels, will get wiped out by Kings. These are big gunfights in the grand scheme of things, but all of a sudden, things started to be invested here. Raf drops the equalizer. Hasn't had the best of games, but may well be able to make the impact that he wants. Predator missile coming in from S-Thug, finds 2, gets them off it momentarily. It looks like Rejects have pretty much given this one up for the most part. Invest the Predator missile to maybe slow things down, but they lose control, they lose B. A is what they're going to concentrate on now. Rabolico in the middle of the map with his pants down, and look at these kills starting to come on through, but they answer back. 2 huge kills from Envy.
Big gunfights being made by Rejects at the moment, and they are pretty deep in the defensive spawn as well. Jess, I think, is trying to set up half of what that Zim spawn trap would be. He's actually going to convert for a couple of kills as well. No more to be found, but the fact that he plays his life for as long as he does is huge for Rejects, but also huge for Team Mayhem. They've got a couple of players through towards the kitchen side, so a war on 2 fronts occurring at the moment here in this game, and continually Rejects are being so frustrating. How is that happening? Envy and Jez are joking these players at the moment, and now Team Mayhem, they lose that fight inside the kitchen. They are back in their spawn in an 8 versus 13 with no map control whatsoever, and Envy is frying with the claw.
Envy is just keeping them all on his spawn by himself. Drops the Predator missile on them as well. And what was a very close round has been turned around by Envy. Eventually he falls, but on his sword, the damage already done. And seemingly Rejects have a life in them yet. 8 versus 3, it's not insurmountable for Team Mayhem to potentially do something here, especially with the war machine in. Hits absolutely nothing but thin air. Unless Kings can do something with the Annihilator, not going to happen. Too little too late for Mayhem. Envy decides to call game, and a game number 4 at that, not this game over and done with. I kind of know what I'm going with. It's getting on here, if you hadn't noticed.
What's his like? 4:30 a.m. right now.
Yes.
Hey, this is not a complaint. We're loving this. This is incredible gameplay at the moment. Honestly, I thought all the way you were calling the end of that game, I thought you could be like, Envy wins the game. Envy beats Team Mayhem, which, to be fair, would not be an accurate assessment of how that one went, because Envy was frying throughout the entirety of the thing. And it's just been a constant storyline, I think, this season so far, as Envy, of course, the new kid on the block, as it were, for Rejects. Certainly not in the COD Mobile scene, of course, a former seminal player. And he has just been a stellar addition to this team, and he continues to prove that almost every single game that he plays for this roster. And he proved it again here for Rejects, just having so many big moments for the team. But Rejects, for me, I think where they won that one time was in that round number 3, where they took the offensive way. They made the investment at the right time on that A zone to take it away, and that was the big difference maker for me.
I mean, if you've seen that, there was 13-13 actually in that 4th round at one stage in terms of the life department. And then Envy is like, yeah, no, I'm not done yet. 25 kills go his way. I want to say 8 of them came in the final 20 seconds. Incredible stat lines coming through from Rejects. Just a massive outslay. Solo, Thug, and Envy doing the job, but Envy towards the end, the real MVP. He was spawn trapping them on his own. It's kind of wild. And it wasn't even like he was catching them immediately off spawn. He was just gunning each and every single one of them. I think I want to say it was 6 or 7 kills towards the end there, coming in from Envy. And that forces us to a map number 4. I don't know.
Shut up.
I don't know. I don't know, mate.
Don't even entertain it right now.
Back-to-back reverse sweeps, anybody? No? I mean, look, it's on the cards. It 100% is on the cards. Hacienda coming up. We know that. I mean, look how close that map number 1 is. That could go either way.
I don't disagree, which I hate that I don't disagree, because I think the thing is of Rejects are they're a roster that, historically speaking, here in the regular season at least, have felt very much momentum based. I think, you know, when a series starts to feel in their favor, they immediately really take advantage of that. And I think this might be a problem for Mayhem. Maybe if, you know, map number 4 doesn't go their way as we could get into it, if Rejects come out swinging, I am slightly concerned to see if there is a response at all, because again, Rejects are so good in these positions. We've seen it so many times where they'll be down 2-0. I mean, we almost saw it versus Seminole, right? I mean, down 2-0, yeah. They start to get momentum in their favor. They force it to a game number 5. If it happens here, they'll be looking for a different outcome.
Well, we're going to find out which way it is going to go very, very shortly, heading into a Hacienda Hardpoint. Anybody in particular sort of you're leaning towards when it does come down to Hacienda? Because I think it's one of those where you see what happened in map number 1. It was looking like Rejects were going to come in and we're looking solid in the series. Yep, no problem starting this one off nicely. Yeah, what was 120 to 140 after one rotate? Yeah, chilling. And things turned on its head very, very quickly. Where is everybody's heads at now, though? Because I think if you're Mayhem, okay, 2-0 up, you lose the control, it's not the end of the world. But that doubt does creep. Yeah, it's one of those things. Even like, you know, yourself, just playing just general in games.
Right, yeah, of course.
You know, you're sitting there playing ranked play, whatever, on any game.
It's very intense.
And you know yourself, you know, things, you had a good start and things start to come back and it's a bit like, really don't want to lose this game. It's feeling like I might. And, you know, things can change very, very quickly. Are Mayhem feeling that doubt right now, do you wonder?
At this level, I'd hope not, I think is the thing, right? You know, this is the very top creme de la creme of North American Call of Duty mobile esports. And I would hope that at the very least that this wouldn't happen to a roster like Mayhem. Not now, surely, not at this position. But honestly, I think it can happen to anyone at the same kind of point here. You know, nobody is infallible. Nobody is completely perfect in these situations. And you do really just have to have some serious mental fortitude to be in these positions and actually come out on top. So I would like to hope that Mayhem will be fine here and don't tilt their way at the series, but we've seen certain situations where teams in the past, it feels like they have tilted, and I think the one that springs to mind is actually Rejects in that series versus Seminole, and it's a good time to bring it up, where they were 2-0 up. They should have won the Search and Destroy, and they did win the Search and Destroy, and because of a usage of a banned skin from them, they ended up getting forfeited in the Search and Destroy, and I think you could immediately tell that the rest of the series they weren't in it. They were not in it whatsoever. So
especially like, you know, that's a mistake that somebody on the team makes. That is just stupid. Though,
yeah, exactly.
Like, it's one of those things that you just don't do.
Yeah, for sure. And so I think that's just an example, right, of just like, even at this level, it can happen. Even if maybe they don't think that was what happened. I think for us, at the very least, for the cast just at the time, we're like, yeah, this is pretty obviously not the Rejects that we would normally see. So yeah, it can happen. Maybe that is what's going to happen here for Mayhem.
Potentially. We should be loading in very, very shortly into map number 4, and hopefully we're going to get jumped in and find out what happens in this series. Oh no, actually, we're going to go for a break. They're charging their phones again. Guy.
Come on, guys.
They're charging their phones. Are we going to a break from this one? I'm not too sure.
I think we are.
I mean, we can talk about it, but let's go to a very short break. After the teams have charged their phones up, we will have map number 4 of this losers final, and we will be finding out who's going to Brazil from the side of North America. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we're playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the SPS Challenge playoffs here. I mean, look, we are at this stage now where the teams are just getting themselves sorted out. We are in a very, very important game. Rejects taking on Mayhem for a place in Brazil at the Mobile Masters. It's an important game. A very important game. We want to make sure everybody is to the highest of levels on whatever they need to be on, and then we will get into this game. Hopefully we'll be loading in very, very shortly though, Brody, but it's been an eventful one, to say the least. A reverse sweep to kick things off in NA after what was a grueler of a grand final in Europe, and my giddy aunt were loading in. I didn't expect that so early. Production was saying to me, is we've got to give it a couple more minutes, and then they just teased me with it. They teased me with it, and here we are into map number 4. Are we seeing the map number 5 here? Because if the rest of the day is anything to go by, yes, we are.
I will say this much as we get into the Hacienda Hardpoint. This is the worst Hardpoint map that Rejects could possibly play. So that does bode well for Mayhem to close out this series in a 3-1 fashion. But never say never when it comes down to Call of Duty esports. Off the start of this game, Mayhem performing pretty well here. They get in the first of the gunfights in their favor. And it's always nice when you can get a wealth of time on P1 time.
Take it all day, don't you? And this is unlike Arsenal P1, where it is quite difficult to pick up a decent amount of time. You get somebody behind the fountain with a smoke down, then yeah, okay. You can find something, but top control is very much paramount when it comes down to it. For the majority of the game on this map, when heading over towards P2 as well, it's not a bad place to find your kills. Good job from Team Mayhem here, locking it down. P2 control is just about in their favor, but how many times we see it change hands in this final 10 to 15 seconds before we do head over towards P2 is, well, it's quite a lot typically. But this time around, Team Mayhem are going to be the first ones here. Kills coming in from Raf down the water side as well. Big plays coming in, heads up plays from Raf and Mayhem in a good spot.
Capture the objective.
These kills starting to go Team Mayhem's way here. A couple of players to contend with though inside, and Jez is going to get a big one versus Cartels. Can he produce a second? No is the answer, as Kings is going to take him down. Now these teams about to butt heads here on this hill as Rejects towards those back spawns. Numbers, kills in favor of Team Mayhem here. One more player to contend with. Jez actually does get behind enemy lines, but not for long enough. Kings is going to bring the Predator missile down as well. And now Team Mayhem in a great spot here for this hill. Back spawns towards the back line here for Rejects. But what a game Kings is having here. 13 kills so far, Ton.
Make it 14, make it 15, make it 16. Are you kidding me, Kings? What kind of start is this? It's Estug who can actually find 4 of his own. My word. Kings is just absolutely loving life on Hardpoint right now. If you look at the rest of the team, they're absolutely nowhere near. Cartels will find 3 as well. That will definitely help Team Mayhem out on the scrap time. Makes it another big place coming in from Cartels. Heading over towards the next hill. Jesus Saves is going to be here, so the rotation, the lead for Mayhem. What a start from Kings. That is wild.
Just insane. Great start on the whole. Now, I will say it hasn't actually produced that much in terms of a lead so far in this game. It's not a massive differential between these two teams. But we know how COD Mobile goes. We know how Hardpoint goes. It won't be long before that could well happen. Back and forth we go towards this one. War Machine momentarily coming out from a Valo before it's quickly removed. Now the Purifier on hand for Cartels by Tin. Going to find one, going to burn and turn, looking for some more damage. Going to recognize where those players are coming off from spawn, but it's going to be mostly Team Mayhem here in the kill feed, and Cartels doesn't even need to do anything. He's got the Predator missile in the back pocket, face down with a couple of players. That's too much to handle.
Big investment coming in here from Mayhem. No. Equalizer out, War Machine out, Purifier out, but the Equalizer just doing so much damage. Robalo to answer back though. War Machine's out from him, can find one, would like to find a lot more than that. It doesn't find a great deal. The gunfights come through, but ultimately it is Team Mayhem who pick up the majority of their time there. 10 seconds to play for. Rotation over towards P4 ongoing. So looking like Rejects are going to be the first one here. It's about a 60-point lead for Mayhem as we head over towards the 4th hill.
Rejects will be the first team to touch. Ideally, with how that kill went, they really do need this time. They cannot afford to fall out of this game early on. Cartels is going to bring that Predator missile down from up high. I think Jez just ran inside, and it didn't connect to Solo or Envy either. Maybe Teabag can. Element of surprise. Yep, there's one. Yeah, up top, and see you later, Alligator. Teabag's going to take you down, but in response, it's the Sparrow. Utilization coming out from Jez. Big investment to make, and again, it cannot be understated how important control of this hill is.
Annihilator's out here from Estug. Manages to find it. Jez with a kill on the outside as well. Going to help them out. Cartels now trying to put the pressure on, but this is kill after kill after kill for Rejects. And they need it this time. Jez starting to lock them in. Predator missile already coming in. Using it to clear out the water side. Kings is now there, but all on his own here for Mayhem, who haven't really been able to get anywhere near it. Kings is going to try his best, of course, taking 22 kills to kick things off. It's an investment of a Sparrow coming in, though, from Jesus Saves for what is potential 15 seconds that you're not going to get. So for all, a fantastic start from Team Mayhem. Rejects with a really good hold over towards the last hill to make things just that little bit more contentious.
Yeah, that was a massive hill coming out from Rejects. We said they needed to get it to not necessarily make the game even. They couldn't do that, but at the very least to make this game somewhat more manageable going into the second set. And I think a big reason why this game hasn't been as favorable, of course, there's Kings to talk about on the other side with 23 kills, but how about for not a great performance from Solo on just 4 kills through what has been about 5 minutes of gameplay so far, Ton? That is not what you'd expect out of one of their star players.
Yeah, Solo has been absolute lights out for Rejects so consistently. 4 kills to his name, I'd expect that on a hill. T-Bag and Cartel starting to get some work done over towards P1, and Mayhem will quite happily soak up as much time as they can. Bit of a split over the top side. Forward Team Mayhem now is going to try and pick away at Rejects, who are down low, picking up some time. Cartels will find a good shot there, expecting the Chal, finds the gunfight, can't win it though. Jez will be there now, he will start pushing through to try and get some control. Over towards P2, Kings does shut him down, so Team Mayhem once again in a good spot heading over towards this P2 hill, which is going to pop in about 10 seconds time. Are they going to be able to be as successful as they were the first time around with it, though? Team Mayhem with about a 30-point lead.
Well, this will be a different spot for Team Mayhem here. Last time around, they were fighting from the driveway side, or towards the driveway side, excuse me. This time around, Rejects are going to be coming through checkers, and, well, the first blood is actually pretty good coming out from Envy. Kings and Cartel won't respond with a couple of kills, but for the most part, this is Rejects actually winning all the gunfights they need to, and that spawn out for Team Mayhem is not good whatsoever. There is a bit of a split situation coming through for the spawns, regardless, as you pointed out, Ton. So Rejects will be isolated inside this hill and facing battles on multiple sides. That is going to enable Mayhem to get right back through, but those close spawns right back at you here. This hill is so chaotic.
Raph there with Equalizer doesn't find a great deal, but Team Mayhem just about holding on anyway. Envy going to drop the Predator missile in over towards the backside, so it's going to be the car park spawns coming in here for Rejects. It's a good pre-nade that comes through from T-Bag. Cannot finish this one off. Raballo now with the War Machine to try and get something going. Solo dropping the Equalizer as well. He may well have only had 4 kills to his name a couple of seconds ago, but he can find a few there. Rejects find a break. 15 seconds to play for here. We'll pretty much put it as a tie game if they can hold it down.
Yeah, you definitely want this time if you can get it, but no, Raph is going to deny for it. Nice little couple of kills coming through there towards the end, so Mayhem will soak up that time. They do not have full control over Nu, though. What's that spawn? Was that player that spawned right in front of a couple of players from Rejects? Not too sure, but either way, Mayhem will be the first team to touch over here. A 30-point advantage over their opposition, and an opportunity to really start to put the hurt down on this hill. Cartels and Jesus Saves open up teams with a couple of kills now. How much more damage can they do? Raballo and Jez will not give up easily, especially with that investment of the Sparrow coming through from the latter. Rejects know how important this hill is, and through all the obfuscation of the smoke, Rejects now fighting back in towards this hill. Kings of the Annihilator, though, can do some serious damage.
Fighting through over towards the fences side. The rest of the team on the tip of the spear as King sits at the back and just fires on away. Good play coming in from Mayhem. That lead has been cut down to around 20, but it has room to grow here with 25 seconds remaining over towards P3. This could be big from Cartels. Can't find the second. Rejects trying to find a way back through and into this game. Kills being traded. It's going to be about this rotation with 15 seconds left to go on the old hill. It's about this fight. It's going to be Cartels going up against Jez here. Jez just holding tight. Rest of the fight going on over towards the old hill. Majority of that scrap time goes Rejects' way. Are Mayhem going to be the first one here? The big gunfight's going on. Raph is going to be the first one to win that one. Can he find it on the Jez as well? Yes, he can. Huge plays coming in from Raph. Mayhem lock it down. Last time around was Rejects here first. They made a count. Can Mayhem do the same?
Mayhem want to pull away again. Jesus Saves chilling in the corner, gets meleeed by S-Thug. How about that, using the boxing gloves to take him down. Not over just yet though. Mayhem now fighting tooth and nail as a wave of gunfights coming in their favor. It's still not guaranteed. Close spawns will continue to hit for Rejects here. Jez gonna find a couple of kills. Now Jesus Saves next to the back for Mayhem towards this hardpoint. Investment starting to come out from both sides as well. It's the War Machine, it's the Claw, and the War Machine is gonna hit for 1 kill. Envy the next player to take down. So back and forth is this this hill ton. These guys just continue to spawn close time and time again. T-Bag now going to find a double. Raf, can he hold on? Potentially for Mayhem inside this hardpoint. It is complete chaos here. And Rejects still trying to hold on. Neither of this team getting really anything off this. Cartels is going to find 3, but honestly, that was complete carnage and neither team getting much for it at all.
Nobody really gets anything. I think you're very, very right. I think if anything, maybe Mayhem get a few more seconds. But we head into a third rotation. Very, very tight game. Jesus Saves has been doing good work. 24 kills to his name, but Kings is, well, maybe slowed down, but I think it would have been hard to keep up that pace. Setting at 38 now. Envy very much alongside him. Both players who have been able to break around 56, 57 kills and some hard points have got a decent amount enough time to try and break those records. 39 for Kings, 38 for Envy. The fight for P1 starting to be a little bit contested here in between the smokes, but where is it each way going to go here when it comes down to these rotations over towards P2? And right now it's Mayhem finding the gunfights and finding the majority of them as well. P1 control is there, P2 spawns not quite.
Team Mayhem, even getting this last 20 seconds is super duper valuable for them to close out this hard point to continue to maintain the advantage that they've had for basically the entirety of their fair so far. But Rejects will go for it. Big 10 seconds for them. And now we're going to start to see some utility come out to play as well. Cartels, the Purifier inside, going to get shut down. Jesus Saves on the other side will have the Sparrow as well, but he goes down too. And it's going to be Envy that puts a full stop on that initial push, as Rejects should be the first team to touch it. S-Thug has invested the Annihilator, and all of these guys will be coming from the same direction.
Kings has his Annihilator as well. And S-Thug finds King, so that's a huge kill to come through. S-Thug finds a second. He's been aggressive with it as well, finds the third around the outside. Water control is there, but Cartels will find 2. Raballo has a hold of the War Machine here as well, as Cartels will find the push through, but straight into the grenade launcher. Sparrow now out for Rejects 2, investing so much to try and get some control. Still 30 seconds to play for here at P2.
And Rejects investing quite a lot to make sure they hold on towards this time. They're taking away the time, and yeah, T-Bag now going to bring out the War Machine. He's going to find a couple of kills, knows where they're spawning as well, looks in that direction, but going to get taken down by a stun. Back and forth again, pinstripe kill feed. Rejects still holding on to that time. I think it was Kings who gives it one last look, but no more than that. Pre-fire coming out from Envy to remove the last player from the time, and that is Jesus Saves. They are still sending reinforcements up this hill, our team Mayhem, to take time away from Rejects, but they cannot get it done. And Ton, that is a massive hill for Rejects as they take the lead for the first time here in this game.
I was about to say what did it cost though in terms of the operators, but there's nothing on the side of Team Mayhem to answer back. Rat just about gets his equalizers at the right time, pops them onto Solo. And can he start popping off? No, he cannot. Raballo finds him. So a huge investment of the equalizer for very, very little. The rotation was here for Team Mayhem. They needed to hold as well, but Envy with the Predator missile now just trying to make things that little bit worse, but the kills starting to come through for Team Mayhem. Congestion is there. Raf got to go in for the challenge as Rejects now just trying to find a way back into this hill and finding time after they found the lead at P2. They want to extend it here at P3.
Still fighting for it. Big 30 seconds left to go on this hill. T-Bag on her entry for 1, but not going to find the second. Big trade coming out from Envy now. Mayhem still looking to overreach in towards Tin, but they cannot find the kills that they desire. Now potential flank play coming in from Cartels as well. Is that good enough? No is the answer, as a full wipe comes through from Rejects, and they cannot finish things here regardless of what happens. We will be going towards Rock for what could be the final kill on this game, but Rejects have been lights out over the last couple of hard points, Ton. They have stepped it up a notch. Now, Team Mayhem will touch first on New. They have to be perfect. They cannot allow Rejects in even once.
That's a good start from Jesus Saves. Finds a couple of kills. Ruff is here to just try and slow things down, starting the snap with a Fennec. Can he find a third as well? Not quite. Envy is there to shut him down, but Envy is there to shut down nearly everybody else as well. T-Bag with the first of all. Raballo with a find a kill on the Kings as well. Here comes the push from Rejects, and it's just been so good from them. Over the last 4 or 5 hills, Team Mayhem have been nowhere near, but Cartels are trying to lock it down. The equalizer in from Solo though, and does that spell the end? Not quite. Ruff is there to find the kill, to answer back that question. Trying to stay alive with S-Thug, only one there momentarily. The rest of RGX now finding their way in. Mayhem just about holding on though.
Investment coming out, Jet's going to reuse the Sparrow, but not to great effect. Jesus saves his as well. Now Cartels feels it's time to bring the Purifier down. They are holding on by their fingertips at this point, and you have to pass the Purifier. It is so difficult to do so when you are just watching this line of sight. Now decides to get aggressive, wants to take them down, and he is completely toasting them. Rejects can't finish it here no more, and Mayhem force a third set of hard points.
Problem is here for Mayhem though, is they've got to try and keep them off P1 as long as they possibly can. can do. Rejects only need 8 seconds, which is obtainable, but you have to be alive on the map for that to happen. King starts to pop off, now finding 52 kills. Annihilator is out. Time on the board here for Mayhem. They're going to be about 10 seconds away here. Rejects need to get there.
3 kills coming through, though. They might well find the last 8 seconds here. Kings has the Annihilator, and he's still in play as well. Kings for 3, looking for number 4. Kings with a full wipe, and now Mayhem fighting back, but Solo for 2 with the equalizer as well. Now Teabag with the War Machine. This is complete carnage. Mayhem now looking for the final seconds and trying to get it done. Can they do it here? Yes, they can. And Rejects gonna fall here 3-1. Mayhem pull off the upset and book a ticket to Sao Paulo and the grand final.
I don't believe we're not going to map number 5. I can't believe my eyes. What a game. Number 4. The hard points between these two teams. For all that the control and the S&D might not necessarily be in the spectacle that these two maps were, the hard points make up for it. A 4-point game in game number 1. I think it's an 8 or 6 point, 8 to 6, 7 points, something. It wasn't very much in the end. But Mayhem get the job done. And what was that play from Kings? What a time to, I mean, realistically speaking, I don't think we've seen a great deal from his Annihilator throughout the entirety of the game. And then he's just like, yeah, high noon, let's see. Incredible plays with the Annihilator. Fantastic work from Team Mayhem to find the win. I was about to say I'm speechless, but I'm not, but because that was just a game that you're going to have to talk about so often. Look where Rejects are here as we head over towards that 4th hill. They are 50 points in the lead here. Cartel starts to send it with a Purifier. He brings that out, but this is all time from Kings. Look at that 3rd kill. Drops down, yeah, give me number 4 as well. Snaps onto him and calls game for Team Mayhem.
I'm stunned.
5-point game, man.
I'm completely stunned.
They were separated by, what, 9 points over 2 hard points? And there is the record. Up against Envy, who drops 55. What a game. Lauren, am I delirious? Am I saying this correctly?
I honestly don't know what happened. I feel like I blacked out at the end of that, and I need to talk to the script writers of this show because I clearly was not filled in on what was going to happen. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Me neither. I mean, it's a shared opinion from all 4 of us right here on the desk. Some of these games that we've seen today have been outrageous, but the Hacienda must be the cherry on top for what has been a day where we have got all our predictions wrong just from the gate. Mayhem, that is an upset and a half. We're talking about how important it is to convert rounds, maps against Rejects, who have been so dominant for so long to a degree. They haven't really had a single good look at them throughout the entire year. I think Mayhem have just come out today, out the stables, guns blazing, on some serious form.
I mean, but they didn't though, right? I mean, they were 2-0 down in the control, 2-0 down against Truly, about to be knocked out if they lose 1 game of control. And fast forward a couple hours later, plane ticket to Sao Paulo.
I want you to know that you both look like everything you knew about the universe has just been flipped on its head. You're both just sitting here absolutely stunned. And that is off of the backs of the performance that we saw Mayhem have against Truly, who was the 4th place team. They go up against Rejects, who they lost to, the 2nd place team, and they look like that. Talk about bouncing back. I mean, that's just impressive.
I mean, it was an impressive search and destroy from them. I want to say really, really good performance there. The attacking rounds from them were phenomenal. The control was kind of one of those, you go on to lose an attacking round, how all of a sudden you're on the back foot. Yeah, okay, you lose a 3-1 raid. It's not the end of the world. These things happen. But the first map, they were, what, 60, 70 behind? They were 50 or so behind on the 4th map, heading over to that rock hill, and somehow win the game. Kings just hip fires a few people, and that's that with the Annihilator. Like,
unbelievable.
Kings
crazy game.
That's all I'm going to say is Kings is honestly insane. Ridiculous. And it is insane to me that there was even a moment, a minuscule moment that they thought that Kings couldn't be part of this team. Because he has been a lifesaver for this roster, and he still might be a championship saver as well.
Yeah, that was a grand finals worthy performance out of Mayhem. Now, the downside of that is they've already played twice. Now they have to go do a best of 7. Okay, as we take a look at this bracket so you can see what happened. It's almost gone the full distance in both of their matches so far. They were not easy. They end up with the reverse sweep, then close out the lower bracket final. Now have to go up against a Seminole who has a 1-map advantage over them in this grand final. Could they have any more difficult a journey?
I think now for the side of Team Mayhem, it depends where their expectations were lying, where they sort of saying to themselves, look, we've got a chance for Brazil here. Now, do they go into this final thinking, right, the pressure is off a little bit? Does that allow them to play that little bit better in this final? But does it maybe just not give them that fight? It's a question you got to ask yourself, but still a lot of money on the line here for this final, relevant of securing Brazil. You want to make sure you win it. We heard the interview that came through in Europe. It means so much to be the champion of your region. They will be coming to this one full of fire, I would hope.
Just imagine the situation here. I mean, look, I know we're going to get into it after the break, but just imagine a situation where Team Mayhem actually beat Seminole. Like, that would be this storyline to end all storylines. I think it would just be an insane way to end this season, and it could happen.
It's going to be a fantastic grand finals, to say the least, and we want to get into that as quickly as possible. So before we do that, it's time for another short break. Give our players a moment to do whatever they need to do. Make sure everything's ready to go for that best of 7, as it will be a longer series than what we just saw. So hopefully tech is ready to go as well. We're going to give our casters a little bit of a break, but when we return, the best of 7 grand finals here for NA in Call of Duty Mobile. Don't go anywhere. You're going to want to catch this. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are just minutes away from getting into our best of 7 grand finals here in NA for Call of Duty Mobile. It has been a day so far, okay? A day filled with unexpected results across the board. We'll talk about them a little bit as we give the players some time to make sure their phones are all ready to go for this last matchup, okay? Charged and ready, folks. Next match around the corner is Seminole and Mayhem. But talk to me about how Mayhem got here, Ton.
Oh, my word. I have no idea how it's happened. I actually haven't got a clue. So the fact that they went in the first 2 maps and looked so poor up against Truly. And then, I was about to say EMEA a couple of hours later. It's been like a few hours, if anything. But at this stage, the fact that they're now heading to Brazil and are in a grand final against Seminoles, I would have called you crazy, Lauren, had you suggested that this would happen.
Mayhem just showed up ready to play today. I don't know what happened. I mean, to be fair, Truly looked phenomenal in the first match. They were crushing it. You get to the control, Mayhem reverse sweep them. Then we come back and you see this insane back and forth with Rejects, where it looked like it might be going Rejects' way. Kings, unstoppable. Absolutely pops off, Bobby.
I don't think they did come ready to play today. They just decided to get ready when they were 2 matches in and on the brink of elimination. And then they decided, oh, now we should start playing COD Mobile. And apparently they figured out everything COD Mobile related at the perfect time. And they take down a Rejects team that, barring a DQ, probably could have taken down Seminole. So now I don't really know what to expect. Are we going to get the first half Truly Mayhem? Are we going to get the second half Truly Mayhem? Or are we going to get Truly versus Rejects Mayhem? There's no telling.
But also, and this is something that we've talked about throughout both regions in both of these shows because it was always a factor, there is a burnout at some point. Mayhem has just played 2 very, very long series, and now they have to go into an even longer one, Brody. While Seminole, to be fair, they're cold, but they're also fresh.
Yeah. That's the way you said that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, I guess it's a fair point, right? Seminole, I think, are not the kind of roster to fall foul to kind of the coldness of waiting around in the grand final. They're going to be coming in hot regardless of what happens. But honestly, I feel like the momentum that Mayhem are going to have from those last 2 series is going to carry them into this one in a way that Kings kind of felt back in Europe as well. It feels as if this roster is on a real high right now. And then granted, they still had a kind of fight tooth and nail versus Truly and Rejects. And granted, obviously, those rosters made mistakes versus them as well. But Mayhem are on another level right now. And I really do feel like they are going to be coming into this one with a lot of momentum, a lot of hype, and that's going to help them versus Seminole. But to be frank, they're going to need it versus Seminole because this roster is lights out. Every single player on the roster has go-off potential, and that is a dangerous prospect to go up against.
And I think if you are Seminole, though, like, you're sitting there in that position, presuming you're going to be playing Rejects, probably, right? Now you're playing against Mayhem. I feel as if they'd probably be a little bit happier about the situation coming into this. I think they know they've went up against Rejects, and again, it's no disrespect to Mayhem, but over the course of the season, the close games with Rejects from Seminole, you know, yesterday we had a game go all the way to a map number 5, a close search and destroy. Now you don't have to play them in that grand final. You don't have to worry about any previous games that have went on. Mayhem are not as much of an acquisition for you in typically the history that they have had in those 2 games.
I'm glad you brought up history, because we're going deep into the archives for this one, Bobby. These teams have faced off against each other before in a final situation. We're talking last year, okay? PAX West, we got to see these 2 teams face off. It was still LG back then. Talk to me about what happened.
It was a really good match, and to be fair, it was the exact same scenario as well, where LG, now Seminole, was coming into the grand finals with that map advantage. There were so many maps in that series that Team Mayhem were maybe 1-2 mistakes away from taking the map and forcing a map 7, and especially with the dominance that they had shown in their search and destroy at that point in time, led a lot of people to believe if they had made it there, they could have won the entire thing. So obviously the strengths of the modes looks a lot different right now. They haven't necessarily been a super dominant team when it comes to the search and destroy, but they've definitely shown a lot of improvement, I would say, throughout the day-to-day.
I mean, we've had all these storylines of when these teams have faced off before against each other, new iterations, whether that's in rosters or in logos and team names. And this is going to be a great way to close out the day and this entire challenge season for NA. It'll be interesting to see what these squads bring to the table now when it comes to the map veto, because that'll give us some additional information when it comes to how this matchup could potentially go as well. So we'll start talking about them, starting off on the takeoff.
And Arsenal's going to be in there as well if they can get to it, especially for Mayhem and some of the games that they have had. They've been very, very close. I mean, look, they really did turn it on towards the latter stages of that Hardpoint, obviously after a bad start. So Arsenal's maybe a pick there for them that they won't feel too bad about.
I think generally speaking, Mayhem have been really difficult to gauge on hard points just because of the fact that they've only got one good one, and it's the one that they've played over and over and over again, and you're right to point out that that is Arsenal. So takeoff has been a little bit awkward for them. So I guess we'll kind of see what happens as we get into that one. Seminole are good on everything. It's kind of like a conversation that we had regarding Kings over in Europe early on in kind of the regular season, where it's like Seminole have such a wide map pool. They don't really have strengths, if only because everything is a strength. So it's very difficult to kind of veto against them here. And so, yeah, I think probably the most interesting thing so far when we look towards this map set is going to be the fact that Arsenal is going to be in for map number 4. So if they can get to a map number 4, maybe they'll be okay, but it's getting to that point.
All right, we get the search and destroy through here as well, and obviously that's one, the meltdown that Mayhem have looked very comfortable on, I would say, especially when they can get the offensive side, assuming they can take a few rounds on defense. Very, very decisive plays out of them coming down to that one. I know Express is one that Hippo has said before that LG feel very, very confident on. Didn't really expect that Team Mayhem would be as strong as they were going up against Rejects on that map. So the fact that you have 2 S&D maps in this best of 7 that you have already won so far today, I would say is a solid sign for them.
Yeah, for sure. Seminole are just so good on Express as well. We saw that yesterday versus Rejects, where they just completely dominated on them. So to see it there for a final map is good for them. And then to the Control, they can't escape a Crossroads strike here. It's going to be good to have it here in our grand final. And of course, it wouldn't be a Call of Duty Mobile matchup without a raid. I think that Crossroads is going to be good here for Mayhem. They're actually okay at it at points. They've been getting better at it. They weren't good at it to begin with, but I think we've been seeing improvements in that map mode combination since then. So we're going to see whether or not that's going to be good for them. That raid control, though, I think that's going to be probably the most interesting one given what we just saw in that last series.
All right, and just so everybody at home knows as well, we keep saying it is a best of 7, and you notice on the map order for that hard point will be maps 1 and 4. The S&D are maps 2 and 6, and then the Control will be maps 3 and 5. So just be keeping your eyes on that, okay? It's just a little bit of a different order. And of course, like we've mentioned, because Seminole came through that upper bracket portion, they will start with a 1 map advantage. So that's just another hurdle that Mayhem will have to overcome if they want to be able to claim that top spot in the region. I kind of want to get into it. So that means I'm just going to send Brody and Bobby over yonder to get themselves prepared for this final matchup while I talk to Ton about how you think this is going to play out. I mean, to be fair, today has been entirely unexpected across the board, so it might be a little bit difficult, but it's been great.
I think Mayhem may well run out of steam here. I think they would have been coming into this thinking, look, we've got an outside shot of getting over towards Brazil, and I think their whole target for this season would have been, let's get to Brazil. Now, I'm not going to say that they're going to run out of steam in the sense of that they're saying they won't want to win this game. Of course, they will want to, but the drive would have been for Brazil, and maybe you get over that line and you just sort of say, right, let's see what happens in this grand final. And if you play like that against Seminole, you're going to lose pretty quickly. I think Seminole might make quick work of them.
I mean, to be fair, they peaked at the perfect time in the season, got done what they needed to get done. I mean, for the last match of the day, chat, let us know your thoughts, okay? I feel like none of our predictions could have possibly seen any of this happening so far, but let us know how you think the grand finals is going to play out after the performances that we've seen so far here today, so we can hear your thoughts as well. And then while you're doing that, we will send it on over to Brody and Bobby to close out NA.
All right. Thank you, Glitter. Obviously, Ton feeling pretty strong in his predictions. I think if you're looking at it from Mayhem's perspective, at this point, you have nothing to lose. Obviously, it'd be nice to take the grand finals, but the ultimate prize was a spot in Sao Paulo. And right now, this is really your opportunity at revenge from last challenge season. So I think definitely you give the edge to Seminole. There's no reason you wouldn't give the edge to Seminole in any match that you're going to see in North America, because they are the only team that has remained consistent at the top basically ever since the start of 2022, back when they were Luminosity. Or I guess it was 2023. Yeah, they it's different players, or same different team, same players. You know.
All right, mate. It's 5 a.m. It's fine. We'll let you off here. Look, we've got a hype grand final ahead of us. Hopefully we can live up to it again. Seminole have been waiting in the wings for a very long time, and I'd imagine they've been surprised by how this has gone so far. I don't think they will be expecting whatsoever to have faced Mayhem here in this grand final, given how many times they played against Rejects, how many times they prepared for that matchup. And I think that's probably mentally what they were ready for, that Rejects rematch. Now they get something entirely different. And I do wonder, to a certain extent, how much preparation would have gone in to a prospective matchup versus Mayhem, right? Is there a bit of scrambling going on in the Seminole camp at the moment to try and figure out, right, how do we play this one, because we didn't quite expect this to be the opponent we faced?
Yeah, and I think especially with the fact that Mayhem have been able to take maps today that you typically wouldn't expect them to take, whether that be against Truly or up against that Reject squad, it does throw some curveballs at you, because even if you have done the proper preparation coming into this one as far as what you would normally ban up against them, there may be things that you're seeing that give you cause for concern. And like we said, they get 2 search and destroy maps through that they have already won on the day today. So obviously, if you're Seminole, likely you are going to make those picks largely based on your strengths rather than what you've seen out of Mayhem. You don't want to make last-minute decisions that you might end up regretting.
Yeah, for sure. I think these last couple of series will tell them a lot about how Mayhem are playing right now. Mayhem have been on fire, and they have to keep those fires alight here as we get into the grand final, folks. All of it, the entire season of the Snapdragon Pro Series has led to this. Seminole versus Team Mayhem. One of them will walk away champions here in North America.
Well, that is quite a blue feed right there. Team Mayhem continue that momentum for sure, as I don't think we've yet seen a single kill go through for Seminole right here. We were wondering whether or not they would come into this one cold, and that seems like it is the case to a certain degree, as they do finally get a little bit in the feed right there and lock in some time here on P1.
Yeah, something that's just kind of coming to my mind here from, I think Seminole played Rejects, I want to say, on this map. It was the first time those guys faced each other here in Season 4, and I think they got 100 point clubbed here. So there is a little bit of hope, I'd imagine, for Team Mayhem coming into this one, that they can do the exact same thing, given the fact they did just beat Reject. But they have to have a good start to this game, and so far, so good. A wave of kill feed here in their control. 3 kills for them. They're going to get the scrap time for it, but look at P2 control here, Bobby. Seminole, they're going to be the first team to charge, or they were. Team Mayhem now have overwhelming numbers in their favor. They might be able to take down player number 4 in Vague, and they do. Mayhem here, this has been a stellar start for them.
This is about all you could have possibly asked for. Obviously, this is a map that has been very hit or miss for Seminole because we've seen them struggle significantly last challenge season. Then all of a sudden in stage 5, it was their secret weapon up against the teams that expected them to be poor on it. It seemed like they did have a slow start, but they've certainly bounced back right here as they get P2 control locked down. They're starting to fill up the feed. Hopefully Vague's got that aim assist turned back on because Team Mayhem, with the way they're playing, they're not a team that you're going to be wanting to mess around with one bit. My gosh, it's been a long day.
It's a really long day for these players as well. It absolutely has been. Team Mayhem on a hell of a tear at the moment. Now inside this Hardpoint, living up to that as well as they get 3 kills for what will be 15 seconds of scrap time. Seminole might want to think twice about heavily investing in towards this one. They know how important this rotation from P3 to P4 will be. This next hill can be everything, and from long, Cartel's already starting to put a dent in this hold. Bit of resistance to be found from Washi around the backline here, but Team Mayhem, they are knocking at the door already. Raf and Cartels want a slice of this pie, and Washi wasn't quite expecting Raf in the position. The equalizer's now going to be out as well. And if Team Mayhem can flip the situation in their control here, Bobby, Seminole might be in trouble.
And this is a phenomenal hard point to have those equalizers in as well. No easy entry points. He's going to be able to find 2 before getting taken down, and that's going to be Cartels there for the trade. So they hold the line. Cartels not going to find much value out of the Purifier. So for Seminole, already breaking back in and shutting down some of that utility, huge, but that's going to be Vague, wasting the equalizer right there. Tectonic's going to read those spawns to perfection, but still players on the hard point to be dealt with. Seminole do have the response here.
Seminole back spawns with 20 seconds left, though. I think Mayhem better served just rotating away towards the next hard point. They know how easy it is to lose rotation from P3 to P4, and they're making sure that does not happen. But with the amount of operators and utility on side for both of these two teams at the moment, do not be surprised if Seminole invest at least 1 to make this break happen early on. So we get that grace period now. 8 seconds. Seminole flank and somehow banned. I thought for a second there was going to get through completely unscathed, but Cartels will take him down, and now we're seeing that investment start to come out. Jesus stays with the Sparrow, only going to be able to find 1. On the other side, Marshy's going to bring out the Sparrow himself, and Washi with the Annihilator 2, and Seminole off the back of that investment will be able to momentarily break in, but it is tentative, Bobby. They do not get the hold that they want, and now Seminole spawning towards the backline. Mayhem know where they are.
That is not what they were looking for out of that much investment. King's going to find 2 with the Annihilator before he gets shut down, and Mayhem have broken back in right here despite a slow start for Jesus Saves, who has taken a little time to warm up in some of these hard point matches. They have still been able to lock down a solid first rotation of hard points. Will he be able to find any on the entry right there? 1 before getting taken down. They continue to hold the line right here, and the AR is certainly dominating for Team Mayhem.
Yeah, this has just been such a great hardpoint so far for Team Mayhem. Not dominating this game at all. Seminole not that far behind, but for the most part, it has been their game. Seminole, though, we said it, they might come cold in towards this series. They have been waiting around for a very long time. This has been a really long day for everybody across the board here in Snapdragon Pro Series. And now I wonder, when they start to heat up, how will the rest of this game look? As we get into the second set now, Hill going to pop for P1. Nobody in just yet. Finally, Mayhem going to send somebody in. They got a wealth of time off it last time around. Seminole going to give this one a look now as they start to approach towards this kill. Washi looking for it, slides out over the top to find 1. Marshy going to find 1 elsewhere as well, but Cartels for the double. It's a pinstripe Pilkey starting to come through. Seminole, though, they're the ones that have managed to sneak through towards the kill, but as I say it, they're going to go down, and Team Mayhem able to grab it right back.
Seminole continue to allow the ARs to rain terror from above, and it's making it so difficult for the objective players to find any avenues on. King still not going to be dealt with. Teabag from the high ground, and that crossfire is so terribly lethal that Seminole are not going to be able to do a thing about it. Fortunately, that will leave some real estate toward the top side of P2, so they will be able to get the setup right here. Team Mayhem looking for an entry from the bottom side of the stairway. Cartel spotted out, but not taken down. And for the time being, Seminole will have players on the objective, but it's about to get real mixy in the top side. Team Mayhem with 2 operators ready to go.
I do wonder how much investment we're going to see here from these rosters. Vague also has 1 in the back pocket ready to go if Seminole need him, but they might not. Washi's going to come out with a double here that will momentarily remove Mayhem from the kill. but it won't be long before they're vying for control once again. Raf's going to bring those equalizers out, and he's already found one. How much more damage can Raf do? 4 for him, and Team Mayhem blitz their way back on towards this hard point. Seminole now spawning in Nani, and Raf's just going to line him up and knock him down too. Mayhem, they know how important this hill is, Bobby, and they are fighting tooth and nail for every shred of time.
I'm pretty sure Raf just got 8 kills in maybe 5 seconds right there. Unreal numbers somehow in the midst of it. Seminole still going to be able to break back into the point. Jesus looking for a pinch play right here. Vague still locking in the hard point time, but wins that crucial gunfight to secure the scrap. Naturally, Team Mayhem already rotated out right here, and especially with T-Bag already set up with DRH in that high ground position, it's going to be difficult to get pressure in toward the inside right here. T-Bag going to reinforce the point as well, and once again, the ARs locking down even the tightest of angles. They are not missing a shot.
Yeah, Cartel's in a perfect position as well to keep Seminole away from this hill. Now King's going to invest in Annihilator as well. This feels like the moment where they really want to pull away and put this game away. Team Mayhem are doing everything right as well. Every single angle of entry is being watched by Mayhem. Every single Seminole player is being kept an eye on, and they are spawning in a terrible position. Yes, they'll continue to hit this hill, but they need to make sure they get control now and also make the rotation towards new. Big investment now starting to come out. Marshy with the Sparrows going to find a couple of kills. That will well give them the back 20 seconds of time here, Bobby. So investment being made for that, but Mayhem just going to back away here. T-Bag's going to even bring out the War Machine for the 15 seconds of scrap time. But as I was saying, mate, these guys are just going to move towards rotation towards new.
King should have audio cues on this push right here, able to find the turn onto Tectonic. That's big time, but Marshy still looking for a pinch opportunity. LG flood through the middle of the map right here. There's players spawning in the backside that should be able to read this for Team Mayhem, but it looks like Seminole with an opportunity to pinch right here will at least find some contest time. Team Mayhem hold the line. Tectonic looking for an opportunity. One player on the top side left to be dealt with. There's the equalizer investment, but Cartels responds, and he goes big, shuts down 3, and one of those operators wiped off the board.
And what a phenomenal game this has been for Cartels 36, and now he's just roasting them alive. All the players trying to make their way through, and it is just a choke point that is devastating. Predator Missile comes down, but it doesn't get anything. These players able to stay alive here for another hit towards the kill. Vague for the first entry. Raf hiding behind the desk, though. You cheeky devil finds the first. We'll be taking a key operator out of the play, but it isn't enough to secure the kill all the way as Marshy does find a double. So a big 10 seconds in the grand scheme of things keeps them within reach of Mayhem. But make no mistake, Bobby, this has been Mayhem's game the entire way through.
100%. Seminole have not been able to do anything to close the gap from the last time we headed back to P1, and the ARs continue to pick them apart. Raf's only got one player on the objective to deal with. That's going to be Marshy. He drops right there. Jesus. No opportunities to make his way on, but once again, Team Mayhem will gladly take 30 for 30s the rest of the way through. Very comfortable with the lead that they've been able to build so far. And right now, it's just looking so easy for the SMGs on the objective, with Seminole not having a response for that high ground control.
Seminole just do not look hot right now whatsoever, and it's not, again, an indictment of them. It's the way that Mayhem are playing. That momentum that we were talking about before we got into it, they are feeling it. T-Bag is feeling it. Cartels is feeling it as well. That's 3 for T-Bag in a row. Turns and burns on towards number 4. Is not able to convert the kill just yet. But Mayhem have soaked up a wealth of time on this hill, Bobby. They are within touching distance of closing out this game, and they've already got players on the next hard point.
Kings is going to call in the Pred for information right here. We'll be able to find one onto Washi, and his team Mayhem already set up in the inside of P2. Washi Annihilator, what's he going to be able to find? Needs to go absolutely massive. He's got the start right there, but traded out instantly. Kings, his Annihilator still hitting like it was before. Tectonic looks for a response with the War Machine, but not going to be able to find anything. Team Mayhem finds so much value out of each and every one of these operators, and only 10 more seconds needed.
And you know Seminole are going to be spawning as well, so you already got to pre-fire through that smoke. You know exactly where they're going to be coming from. One player, though, in a bit of an unconventional spot. It's Washi who gets found out, and that might well be all she wrote. Can anybody touch? No! Mayhem come out swinging in the grand final with a map #1 victory.
Whew. That momentum did not go anywhere. It stayed right with them, and they locked down a map that this Seminole roster have looked very dominant on in the past. Definitely, I won't say unexpected at this point, because you can't kind of throw the expectations out the window with the performance that we saw at Mayhem up against Rejects, but man, to tie up the series off the start of this one, it looks like we're in for a good one.
Yeah, for sure. What a way to start the series for Mayhem on the whole. Just great performances all around. You were calling out the ARs pretty consistently throughout that one, and for good reason. They were constantly performing at their top level. Pretty much everybody across the board is. And I want to say, generally speaking, I think Cartels is a player that maybe has quiet games every so often, is, I want to say, rarely the big performer on Team Mayhem. I think that's a fair assessment of him. In that game, I think he finishes with like 45 kills or something insane like that. Maybe I'm overstaying it, but certainly his presence was felt throughout the entirety of the game. It was a big reason why Mayhem were able to garner early control of it. Another big reason as well, it felt like every single time that Mayhem had an operator on the board, it was being used to great effect. They were doing so well at just keeping Seminole out of these hills with these operators, Bobby.
Just for context, because you weren't around for the last Challenge Season Finals, but Cartels, come playoffs, during the season was, like you said, he was a solid player, but was never really the big pop-off player. Come playoffs was basically the consensus people's MVP, even though Team Mayhem did not win the entire thing. So he seems to be one of those players that just rises to the occasion, and he certainly did that right there, as, like you mentioned, 47, maybe even a couple more to end that map. And it was certainly an AR reign of terror. I don't know that I've ever seen Tectonic put up 22 and 37. You got to think that is largely attributed to their AR dominance.
That is just insane, because we've been discussing every single time that we see Seminole play, Tectonic is hitting 2 KDs. This guy is constantly on a tear. To be able to shut a player like that down is just insane. What a performance for Team Mayhem to kick this one off. Now, it should be said that that was ultimately a takeoff Hardpoint, and I mentioned it very briefly there towards the start of that one, that it is a map where, yeah, all right, Seminole have had their fair share of success on it, but also they've had their fair share of not so great maps, and one of them was that map where versus Rejects, they got 100 point clubbed on it. So maybe versus these top teams, sometimes takeoff Hardpoint just isn't going to be in their favor, and it certainly wasn't the map to start the series for them. They come in cold, and they still feel pretty ice cold. But Mayhem, man, this roster, the way that they have been playing today, like we talked about it in the last series, Bobby, but it's been kind of hard to gauge where they're at when they started up versus Truly, right? Was it Truly playing well? Was it Mayhem playing not so well? And then Mayhem got the reverse sweep. You know, how much of that was Truly kind of letting it slip? Then we got into the match versus Rejects, and I think the answer became pretty clear that it was just Mayhem really starting to kick it up a notch. But now, winning first map versus Seminole, I don't know, dude. This Mayhem roster, I'm liking it. I'm liking what we're seeing.
And you're getting ready to head into a meltdown search and destroy that they have looked so good on over the past, really the entirety of the season. Like, even despite the struggles that they've had and pretty much all the map mode combos, that's been like their one staple that they can go to. And especially, like we talked about, on the offensive side, that's where they've been so convincing. Some of the defensive looks at maybe a couple fumbles here and there, but this has definitely got to be something they feel fairly confident in, especially with all the momentum in the world.
All right, well, if this momentum can carry through to a map number 2 victory, Seminole might be chuckling because they're in danger. We'll see how this one goes to kick things off. Mayhem looking for a first-round victory to carry that momentum through. Straight butting heads towards the site on A, and it's T-Bag that draws the first blood. Jesus says going to follow up with another one, and Seminole all of a sudden might struggle to get back into this site now.
Well, there it is. The offensive dominance as expected. Tectonic just sitting back outside that A zone, hoping that somebody can connect, but there's a perfect nade as well. It's going to be Washi all by his lonesome. Avoids the flawless round, but put out of his misery quickly as Team Mayhem convincing there to get things started. And you got to think there will be some adjustments here as the push over toward the A side did not find any type of success for Seminole.
Yeah, that A-bomb site, as soon as you get control of it, it's very difficult to retake for the defense, and that's why Seminole put so much effort into making sure they're in there first this time around. But Team Mayhem have changed tact. Towards B they go. And they've lost one player, down to Washi, who actually finds a second one as well. Mayhem are giving them a lot of themselves away at the moment. Now in a 3 versus 5, they have to defend this bomb site without the numbers.
Seems like they have made the read on the flank right here, but Washi's gonna find another this time with the nade. He's got every single kill so far for the Seminole squad. Vague's gonna pick up one for himself right there, but 5 kills through 2 rounds and some very early body shots out of Seminole.
Hey, you can't be stealing the ace like that, man.
Yeah, that was rude.
It was. Where's the camaraderie between these guys? Come on. Yeah, great plays coming out from Washi. A couple of snipes early on in that one to put a stop to any of those shenanigans from Team Mayhem. So 1-1 now. And once again, same strat here on defense from Seminole, putting a lot of effort into making sure they control A. Where is Washi located? That's what I'd be concerned about if I'm Mayhem hit.
Yeah, no question. And almost expected them to throw a look back toward the A side, given they found success there and definitely got caught off guard with their first push into B, but obviously you get one player lurking toward the back. You don't offer as much up to Washi, and now you force Seminole into a one-dimensional push through right here. You still got one player way in the back of the map to watch any flank opportunities, and they are going to have to full force through right here. Jesus saves in a tight corner and nothing being afforded. Ban finally going to pick up one onto Jesus, but Teabag, big-time trades.
Still in it here for this retake. Now just down to a couple of players, all down to 1v1. Mashi versus Raph. Raph, all he has to do is stop the defuse from coming on through. Switches back towards the R9. The bait out is pretty good, but Raph going to get the better of him there. Little YY action. Going to get it done, though, in the end.
That he was so confident that there's nothing Marshy we could do about that. You can see the little weapon inspect as he heads over the top of the generators to pick things up and retake the lead here for Team Mayhem. This time throwing a look back toward the A side. Seminole will have a response. Question is, will they be able to win those opening gunfights? And there's Vague and Tectonic combining for 3. Big time shutdown right there as Jesus gonna be all by himself. Finds one to open things up and might be able to make his way out of the bomb site. So the 1v4 is still very much on the table, but especially with the bomb down on A, that should be all the information that Seminole need as they're gonna back up to spawn.
I don't think they know, though. Unless they do know and they're just trying to get kind of like a jump-up positioning over towards the bomb site, maybe. But Jesus saves kind of being given a lifeline here somewhat. Being able to grab the bomb and maybe get it down on A. He's still being super cautious here that there isn't a trap being sprung. And to be fair, he would be somewhat correct here. He's about to run right into the Hornet's nest here and, well, it's going to stink. Jesus saves. Slowly but surely, in he goes. Not out of the round just yet. Still hunting for it. Tectonic at the top of the stairs. He's going to kick Jesus saves right back down.
Yeah, not really any easy way out of that one. Is I think Seminole did know the bomb was down, just kind of throwing some tickle utility at it to see if they could land anything there. And they're able to tie things up 2-2. Once again, adjustments out of both squads as this time the bomb gonna sit back in a little more passive manner. It had been pretty much instant plants anytime Mayhem had found an avenue to do so, but Washi's gonna find first blood onto Teabag right there. The laser from Raph should give some information away, so Vague looking to cook a nade right here, and now in a tough spot, but he's got somebody in there to help, but Vague's gonna find both anyway.
Completely blows this round wide open here for Seminole. Now in a 5 versus 2. And Mayhem haven't really made much progression whatsoever with the bomb as well. They are fully stuck inside the offensive spawn. Should be said that Seminole, to be fair, are pretty well bunched up here. So an opportunity, but Washi's going to get some bad timing against Kings. So maybe an opportunity to at least take one player down for Kings. That has to connect with a shot, though, and just is whiffing against Tectonic on site as well. I don't think he's actually aware of the fact that Washi's up top as well, and yeah, Washi's going to punish him for it. Cartels, 1v5. Good luck, have fun, my friend. Out of the round like that.
And I think the larger concern for Team Mayhem right here is not necessarily the fact that they're down by a round, but it's that they're down by a round. And this is their offensive half. This has been where they have typically looked much more dominant. So now you head into the final round of the half feeling like it's an absolute must-win right here, especially given the struggles they had. Raft's going to be able to open that one up, but once again, it's Vague there for the trade. And the damage has been done early. That's an absolute must-have for this Seminole squad. Tectonic finds another onto Jesus. The bomb's still in hand, but Vague lurking around that corner, and he's going to be able to shut down another as now Cartel's all alone.
It's just so easy for Vague, isn't it? R9 in hand. Not a chance for Teabag there. Cartel's, at the very least, he's got the bomb in hand, but this is the exact same look once again here. Seminole just going to bunch up in towards this building. Garner the information, react to what Cartels chooses to do. So choose your own adventure book, and there isn't a happy ending to be found anywhere in any chapter. Cartels down for the count as we switch sides here. Seminole go 4-2 up, and for the large part there, Bobby, on the defense, Seminole gave the exact look every single time. I think it was like 5 out of 6 rounds. They sent players in towards the reactor, and for the most part, it worked perfectly.
Yeah. We'll see if Mayhem have been able to make any adjustments based on what they saw last time around. I think it was earlier today up against Truly on this same map. It is going to be Seminole pushing up heavily toward that B side right here, and one player taken down early. Washi, so many first bloods for him so far. Raft's forced back, and if he can somehow bait one of these Seminole players into over-aggressing, maybe an opportunity to find a kill, but once again, they sit back, they wait for the opportune moment, and it looks like it's going to be Mayhem forced to make the first move. Smokes do go out, so maybe an opportunity to find some inroads from the mid-map, but they've got to be clean as can be right here.
Jesus saves going to open up proceedings with the first kill, but trade right back out for a Tectonic. Cartels on the site, though, might well blow it wide open for a couple of kills. D-back for another one. And all of a sudden, the situation flips completely on its head. Marshy with the R9 could still defend this site, but the shots need to connect a little better than that. And Mayhem getting a little bit confident now. Extra bullets in the body here. They want to fire right back at Seminole.
Seems there's no love lost between these two teams. Very early in the matchup, letting them know. And that's definitely a great sign for Mayhem, given the struggles that they had up against the Truly squad that previously they had been able to handle so easily in Search and Destroy. So this time, it's going to be 2 players sent toward the A side. Kings forced back, and best he can do right now is just try to save his life. Obviously, the bomb is going to go down there on B. Shots do go across, but Washi continues to not miss a bullet, make it a 2-piece for him. One more player on the flank, but 2 shut down early is going to make this a nightmare of a retake for this Mayhem squad.
Oh, nice drop shot from Cartels, though. Makes it a little bit more manageable, but again, this is very, very difficult to re-entry onto the site, and Tectonic and Band show exactly why. Last remaining player down to Washi. Because why on earth not at this point? Can we just get like a dedicated Washi cam, please? He's on like 11 kills right now. He's having a phenomenal game.
He is on straight demon time. And that's one of the things when you get a sniper that is that much stronger, like the sniper in the Tundra, that's that much stronger than every other sniper. And then you have the skill gap of somebody like Washi who can just quick scope for days. It's going to make him that much more lethal. And showing it right here is, whew, nearly took down another Team Mayhem player. Trying to find info, it is going to be Kings finding first blood.
It's going to make things relatively difficult for Seminole here and getting this bomb down. They want another kill ideally before doing so, and they want to deal with Kings, who is up close and personal on site. Also another flanking player to contend with here, Cartels, who had the audio cue, but Cartels are going to win the gunfight regardless. Trade is good for Vague, but even that is beneficial here for Team Mayhem, as now they've got the information to work with. Numbers in their favor as well, 3 versus 2. Seminole's only chance here, Bobby, you have to feel, is getting this bomb down and putting the situation back in their favor.
Yeah, especially when you've got the man advantage already, you will gladly take 1-for-1s the rest of the way through each additional player down, making it that much more difficult to close out the round. So, bomb in hand for Vague, 2v3. He and Washi combined for 20, so if you're Seminole, you're not too mad about the players you got remaining. Very, very slow approach right here. The Mayhem players just lurking, hoping to find an easy pick right here. Looks like Vague's going to lurk through the bottom side of mid right here and see if he's afforded any information, but you hear the shots out of Washi, and finally he's going to miss a bullet. Vague not going to, but 1 HP should have been traded easily right there, but nobody goes to chase.
How on earth has Vay gotten away with that one? The escape plan surely not going to work a second time, though, and Kings will punish this time around. Sentinel, they tried it. 2 versus 3, route for the middle of the map, but it was not the right choice in the end. Mayhem just ever so slightly trailing them here. They've been good on the defense so far for the most part. It's those early rounds, that 4-2 advantage they had going into the round flip that's really damaged them, if anything. Now we're going to see butting heads on towards this A site. Vague, straight for the middle of the map, gets shut down, of course, by the R9 from Raph. He's going to find more value as well with it, but Marshy fires right back. Now the 3 versus 3 on towards site. What more value can they find? Washi with the quick step to trade things out. Now a 2v2, and things should calm down for a moment here, as now Seminole recollect themselves to try and re-rotate over towards B.
And Team Mayhem should have a decent idea of what's happening right here, as obviously they're not going to see anybody on that A site. So they make the wrap toward mid. Won't opt to go the generators route, though. They continue to look for information right here. And this should give advantage to Seminole. The question is, will they make the read? And it looks like Mayhem actually wrapped back toward A, kind of second-guessing that decision.
The bomb has been planted.
Yeah, Seminole going to win the mind games here. But post-plant, will they win that? I was curious whether or not they'd coming from different entry points. The answer is no. T-Bag and Kings are going to do this one together. But Washi is one of the players alive here, and as soon as Marshy gives away the information, Washi should be there to get the gunfights, but no, Kings is actually going to get the better of him. And now 1v1, Marshy comes out for yet another double in this round. And Seminole now on map point here to get themselves into this series.
No nerves for Marshy. He has seen this stage many a time and comfortable in that scenario, clutching up the 1v2 for his squad. Great attempt out of Kings, but it's going to be Seminole. A little heavy-handed over toward the B side. Couple players to check info toward A, and actually a solid defense out of this Mayhem squad. They full flood through. King's going to be able to take one onto Washington with him out of the equation. That is the largest weapon that Seminole have had all game long.
Finally, one player down for the count, as you said. It's probably the most important player that you can take out of the round. Seminole going to have to rethink this one. Now, they do, technically speaking, have a mostly vacate A. Only one player to contest with would be T-Bag, who might just be able to get some good timing here onto player number 3 in the form of Ban. If he does so, this round will go from bad to worse for Seminole. Still, Ban hasn't been dealt with, and finally he will be, but it's actually Cartels who takes him down. So now Seminole with this bomb in a really weird spot. All of these players are split up here. Team Mayhem are also kind of spread thinly across the map. And Seminole do technically have a B site that would be 3, but there are players to contend with across the board here. And one of those players is Cartels, who takes Marshy out.
It's definitely an unusual look and a risky one, but assuming you can find those picks in off positions, it'll constantly keep this Seminole squad guessing. Tectonic is going to be able to get the bomb down right there. Kings didn't see him on the exit. It's going to be a question of, did he hear that audio cue? Players tucked away. Kings has already hopped the bomb. I don't know if he heard, but yes, he did. He's all alone. It's a 1v2, and he's going to get shut down right there. Team Mayhem, keep the map alive.
Man, the fact that Seminole even getting close to winning these situations is insane. There's this kind of slight delay in the trades coming out from Team Mayhem. They get it done in the end, you know, fair play, but nonetheless, a moment for us here on the casting desk where you start to feel just a little bit sweaty. Seminole now still on the map point, could still close it out here. And it's going to be the B hit to decide it. Anybody from Mayhem to contest, perhaps? Well, it's going to be a relatively passive approach. Kings is going to be the first player to perhaps encounter them, if anybody, but the smoke coverage should be good enough here. This has been perfect so far for Seminole.
Yep, Vague in prime position to find at least one solid trade out of Kings. That one's a must-have. Team Mayhem very far spread across the map. That's a deep flank out of Cartels, but there's one player on flank watch. That's going to be Marshy. It's all going to come down to timing right here, unless they can find a big snipe from Washi. Marshy, big kill onto Cartels. And that should likely give them the advantage that they need to be able to close this one out. Washi's going to be able to find one onto Kings. Jesus, their trade, but it needs to be a 1v4, and with only 16 seconds remaining, there's only so much that one man can do. They push on up, they shut him down, and Seminole retake the lead in the series.
Yeah, early damage from Seminole there on the defense. They look so strong, and I think they carried that momentum in towards those offensive victories. They were going back and forth, though. Mayhem were fighting tooth and nail to take those rounds away from Seminole, just could not get it done in the end. So many situations where Seminole, you know, get in these massive clutch positions. They become overwhelming on towards Mayhem. Man, what a search and destroy between these two teams. You saw these early defensive rounds from Seminole where I kind of called it at the half, Bobby. A lot of the looks from Seminole on the defense of the release were very similar. They consistently sent players in towards the reactor because they knew how hard that site is to retake once you lose control.
Yep. And it was surprising that we didn't see more adjustments out of Team Mayhem. It was just kind of back and forth, hope that one of them sticks. And it felt like, especially when you've got somebody like Raph who can help you dominate the inside of that A site, it may be surprising that we didn't see more pushes in that direction. But the defense certainly looking stronger for this Mayhem squad, but not quite enough to secure them the map. And it was really the Vague and Washi show in that one. Washi certainly in the zone right there. And Vague looking for a little bit of redemption after a slow couple of series yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Vague is a villain after all, and he's coming out with his anti-superhero show here. 13 kills for him. He had a stellar performance, I think, to the back half of that search and destroy, I think, in particular. Really started to step things up, and I think Washi, we've got to give him a shout because of his snipes early on those defensive rounds. I think it was like, what, the second or the third round where he almost got an ace, and Vague, I mean, living up to the villain status, kind of stole it from him. So, yeah. Great plays coming out from those guys, and that means now we are going to be seeing a 2-1 advantage here to Seminole, of course, given the fact that they started this series with a 1-0 lead, given the fact that obviously they came from the upper bracket. So Seminole are now in it, and that's kind of been the story, right? We're wondering how far would the momentum that Mayhem built up over the last couple of series take them into this grand final? Well, now we know the answer. Seminole, they're here.
Yeah, and we're getting ready to head into a crossroads strike that Team Mayhem have, like you said, they've improved on pretty significantly. And even going back to last challenge finals, this was the control map that really went down the wire. It felt like every single round came down to a 1v1 or a 2v2, and it was really splitting hairs between the two teams. Obviously, Team Mayhem very much going to need to bring that momentum into this one if they're going to have a chance at taking it, just because of how dominant Seminole have been traditionally on it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's one of those things, right? It's kind of laughable in a sense because it's just like Seminole are just so good at everything. So you can kind of apply that to pretty much every map here in Call of Duty Mobile. There's nothing really that they're bad at per se. But I think particularly for Crossroads Strike, I think this is going to be an uphill battle for Mayhem because historically speaking, this has not been their most favorable map. I think it was the one where they struggled versus Rejects. I want to say it was the one where they chuckled that 10 versus 5 situation early on in the season. Probably one of my favorite moments is just like when teams stack in those situations, Mayhem, you can't let that happen. But for the most part, we go back to games like that. And while I think just in the raw stat lines, it's showing that these guys aren't so great at succeeding on Crossroads Strike, I think in terms of just how these rounds are actually going, it's generally speaking only a couple of things like that kind of collapse from Rejects where things do go wrong for Mayhem on this one. And I think especially given the fact that we've seen fundamentally speaking real improvements being made by Mayhem over the last couple of series here, this could still very much go their way. I will say, I still do think we need to see this go their way. I don't think you can let a roster like Seminole build momentum at this stage in the grand final.
Yeah, no question about it, just because they're so difficult to put away. And that's something that Mayhem encountered last time around. They came out to a hot start, but you let one map, let two maps slip away, and especially if you let two maps slip away, like there's no margin for error at that point. So you don't want to open the door for them to walk through because they will come barging through for sure. But it looks like it is going to be Seminole starting off on the offensive side right here. See what Team Mayhem can do in response, getting things started. It is actually going to be a push over toward the B side, which you don't typically see, but that's 3 early kills for Seminole.
You know what, unconventional or not, it's going to work for Seminole, as you said, mate. First wave of gunfight's going to be in their favor. Nothing to be said from the response just yet for Team Mayhem. And you know what, I figured out why they've gone to B now. They've left everything, the entire responsibility of coverage of A to Washi. He was stellar, of course, in that search and destroy. Not surprised. That's the route that they've gone early on in this control. And I was going to say, they hadn't even got a single kill yet. Finally, they do as Washi goes down over by A, but look at this. B, almost just a hair away from being captured here. Can anybody stop it from Mayhem? Finally, a player gets on towards the point, but overwhelming are Seminole off the start of this game, and they easily put an extra 60 seconds on the board.
I believe that's a Pred missile earned already for Band off the start of this one, and that can have insane utility at the end of rounds, especially in the hands of a player that knows how to use it. Team Mayhem do finally respond. King's able to pick up a couple right there. We'll see what the defensive setup looks like over here on the A side. But once again, Washi going to be one of those difficult players to deal with. Is respawn sniping maybe not the most normalized thing, but especially when the shots are hitting the way they are. We've seen players like Neil in Europe just completely dominate a control map, and Washi's going to look to do the same. Raf's got to get dealt with, and he does not. Shuts down 2. That's big-time plays out of him.
Oh, Raf, man, when this guy wants to step things up, he absolutely will, especially when he's got that R9 in hand. That's 5 under over him now. Perhaps some response from Mayhem here as they continue to provide the resistance. As T-Bag now, actually the player pushing all the way up, sorry, Cartels, he will find a couple of kills. He finally does get shut down, but little plays like that can slowly but surely claw Mayhem back in towards this game. Marshy, what can he do here for Seminole? Looking to try and take some of these players out, coming off the spawn. Jesus saves, takes one before he goes down. So now a 10 versus 7, a little over 60 seconds on the clock here, and Team Mayhem still trying to take these Seminole players out. They cannot do it though. They are pesky. They are so annoying to deal with, and now they've got a rather large life advantage.
And Team Mayhem maybe a little hyper-focused on setting up the spawn trap right there. Obviously, you want to get those lives back in control, and they're able to do that to a degree. They're now only down 2, but Band still got that Pred missile to work with, but I think a swing and a miss as King's able to dodge it right there, and Raf picks up another, so now only 1 life separating the 2.
You can't lose this round if you're Seminole, not after that investment coming out, and maybe you do. What was a 9 versus 5 scenario, now down to a 5 versus 4 in favor of Mayhem. And this is going awry as well all across the board, but Washington going to ban, are going to get a couple of kills now. So now a 3 versus 3 here. Seminole going to find another one down a band. And now the last remaining players here from Mayhem stuck in the spawn. Seminole can start to cause some issues. Raf has invested these equalizers though. You have to find something for it across the top. I think he might have just spotted out by Ban, and yeah, he was, but on the other side, Washi going to go down. Tectonic going to invest the War Machine as well, and all down to Kings here in a 1 versus 2. The clock will stop with Seminole jumping on the point. And how does Kings approach this one? Has a little bit of time to think about it, but it won't be long before that second tick will be through, and the thought process leads to the Annihilator coming out from Kings. Can he get it done? There's the first, a 1v1, Tectonic versus Kings. Kings with the Annihilator, it has to be, surely. You have to find this gunfight, you have to find this kill. He's gonna whip for the first, whips for the second as well. How does that happen?
There's not a whole lot of players that I would take a bet on in a 1v1 versus an Annihilator, but Tectonic is one of them. What a clutch. So much invested for Team Mayhem, multiple operators right there, and to be fair, a lot invested out of that Seminole squad as well to make sure they locked in the round, but that is a costly one, and one that was certainly winnable for Mayhem. Unfortunate shots gone awry. As T-Bag not able to connect right there, and Seminole capitalize.
And the amount of investment for both of the squads at the end of that one, that was just insane. That was round 1. Goodness gracious, this is going to be a very long control and a very long grand final. But Seminole don't want it to be. They've already started pretty strong here on this defense to kick things off. Just a little bit of progression on B to speak of so far from Mayhem. They're just kind of surveying the land at this point, but I don't know if they'll have much of a choice. Faker's going to bring the equalizers out, and already a lot of utility now that will very quickly swing the lives heavily in favor of Seminole. That's a lot of investment coming out, actually. The Sparrow as well from Marshy that doesn't actually equate to anything, and now maybe Mayhem off the back of 1 kill have opened the door for a potential push on towards A.
That's maybe a little hyper-focused toward a spawn trap once again, as it looks like Seminole not going to have any success right there. Obviously, Team Mayhem still a lot of work to do to get one of these objectives captured, but if they can get some mid-map control right here, maybe an opportunity for them to work with something. Big kill to take down not only Kings, but also Cartels. And now down 10 lives, Seminole have handled this one about as well as they possibly could have. no real estate being afforded to this Mayhem squad. Nothing to work with as Vague continues to beam from every position possible, and Band picking up the shotgun should be able to do the majority of the rest of the damage. This is Team Mayhem now in a 3v14.
And at this stage, I think just try and get this round over and done with. If you can get some progression as well, why not? But just focus on what the next round will look like. Marshy wants to put an end to this one as well. T-Brag, suffer no more, my friend. Let's get into round number 3 here. As Seminole very, very strong on that defense. And it was that big investment, that massive wave coming through. I think it was 2 operators in the Predator missile that really did add insult to injury. And now for this round, Bobby, I need to see Mayhem bring at least 2 of these operators out. They have to have a very fast and furious start to this round.
Yeah, no question about it. You can't afford to get off to a slow start right here. Washi not going to be afforded anything, and that's the start that Mayhem are looking for. 4 kills, make it 5-0. They could very well set up the spawn trap early. Seminole have got to win some of these opening gunfights to make their way on out, and we start to see some of the operators come out. I believe that's a War Machine already getting shut down for Team Mayhem, so the response for Seminole was there.
It's not a terrible War Machine, though. They did find a fair bit of value out of it because it was out from the very beginning of the round. So they did what I wanted to for the most part, but still, even then, it doesn't equate to the solid spawn trap, the impenetrable spawn trap that they wanted. And now Seminole have broken out of prison. What do? Let's get them back on parole. Down 2 lives at the moment. Slowly but surely looking to capture this A. Coverage being provided by Tectonic, but a late flank here from Raf. He got a 5-piece earlier on. Now looking for more than that. There's number 1, number 2 as well. Raf gonna find number 3 off screen. And T-Bag, the cherry on the icing on the cake, as Seminole now no longer in control of these points.
And the Sparrow comes out for Jesus. He's trying to lock the spawn trap back in. Now up 9 lives. Team Mayhem with an opportunity to try to build some streaks right here. Operators have been earned for Seminole, but obviously with the life disparity being what it is, you don't want to risk any overinvestment, but all of a sudden the gunnies get hot. 3, maybe 4 in a row right there. And all of a sudden you're only down 6 lives and maybe start to question, is it worth it to invest here?
Yeah, this is a very difficult situation, I think, to be in, just generally speaking. Look how much control Seminole have. 6 versus 11. I wouldn't stress too much about it. Yes, you might well give up B in this situation, but don't fall on Seminole's terms. Don't give them what they want. Play for map control. T-Bag going to go down, though. You need to find some value here. You need to remove these players from your building, to be honest with you. Vague and Marshy being super duper annoying at this point. And Vague now looking to make that transfer towards A happen. Surely not. Surely not. Surely there's no way he catches these guys by surprise, and he does exactly that. Tectonic finds another one as well, and all of a sudden that 6 versus 10 I was talking about converts to a 6 versus 6. Vague now going to use the equalizers as well, and just look how much Seminole have to put a close to this game.
And that was an equalizer taken down for Team Mayhem as well. The response from Kings, he finds 2, but it's not going to be enough. 3 versus 2 right here. More operators still out, and the Hunter Killer goes through. All down to Cartels. 1v3 for him, and there's so many operators on the opposition.
It's Cartels for a 1v3. He's got the Purifier, pops it straight away, but the Sparrow from Marshy is going to close out an indomitable crossroads strike control from Seminole. A statement victory. We've been talking about swing of momentum in this series in the entirety of the day. Well, while Mayhem might have come out in this series with that momentum in map number 1, it feels like it's completely gone now.
Yeah, and that's the thing when you come into an upper bracket final or a grand final, that you're already down a map from the start. Losing 2 maps just so much more devastating. And man, Seminole were unrelenting in that one. It looked like off the start, and it did feel like maybe the entire map was determined by that 1v1 at the very end. T-Bag with the Annihilator, not able to take down Tectonic. Oh, what an opportunity that could have potentially been, but Tectonic slides a little bit too far, makes him pay. And after that, it definitely felt pretty certified all the way of Seminole.
I think there's just certain points where Seminole, they can just kind of go from 0 to 100 just super duper quickly, and a lot of it comes down to simultaneous investment of operators, you know, just the way in which they're able to control the map at the right times as well. We recognized it in map round number 2, right, where it just immediately they completely turn the screws into Mayhem, and Mayhem lose complete control around. Towards the end of round number 3 as well, Seminole, they invest 3 operators simultaneously and, well, completely I think it was, what, 6 versus 10? They managed to flip on its head there towards the end. Just situations like that. That is where Seminole thrive, and it shows out once again. We've been talking about him a lot, the villain, Vague. 24 and 19 in that game. Hell of a performance. Also, shout out to Tectonic, who is back on form after not so hot start to this grand final.
Yep. Another 2 KD, no surprises there. And like you said, toward the end of that one, I think it was actually a 7 versus 16 at one point, something closer to that. And especially when Seminole realized, all right, the gunnies are starting to get hot, we pull it back in a little bit, and that many operators at their disposal, they go all in and really catch Team Mayhem off guard. So now you get ready, trying to think order, head back into a Hardpoint, I believe.
Yes.
And it's going to be at Hardpoint on Arsenal. So it's a map that Team Mayhem have played a lot. They haven't found a lot of wins versus the top teams, but they did find their first today up against Rejects.
Yeah, for sure. I think the big thing for me is we have actually seen incremental improvements from Mayhem here, and it's against the same squad. I mentioned it earlier on, right? And it was very clearly kind of continuity across those 3 games where they went from kind of a 30-point deficit to a 60-point deficit, and then what we just saw there for them, finally, they were able to actually win that Arsenal Hardpoint against Rejects. So I think they're feeling confident in it now. They know how to win it, but Seminole are different gravy. And I just, I don't know, man. As Seminole as well, this is the key thing. We've talked about a lot of momentum in this series. Now they do have that momentum behind them. And I just think now they're really starting to feel themselves. The gunnies are now hot. They're going to be really difficult to take down here. And if they come out firing on all cylinders in this Arsenal Hardpoint, I don't know if you're going to be able to stop them.
Yeah, and I think you look back at the map, number one, obviously Team Mayhem played that super well. You give them credit there. But also you wonder, were Seminole fully warmed up? Because there's so many anomalies happening right there. Like you see Tectonic going 22 and 37. And once again, we've almost never seen anything like that happen. So it seems like now that they've started to hit their stride, it's going to be that much more difficult for Team Mayhem to close it out. Obviously, if they can get a hot start, I think there's a very real chance that they can still make it happen. But there have been a lot of instances where, especially in the Arsenal Hardpoint, we've seen them start off slow. They've built toward the end, but you can't allow a big lead to build for Seminole.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, you can get away with it against some teams, but surely not Seminole. Seminole are not the kind of team to let that happen, but should be said, even though it was the start of the series, we go back towards map number 1, and the hardpoint rotations for Mayhem seem pretty good. They seem to be knowing exactly what they want to do. They know exactly when they need to rotate and exactly how to control the spawns against Seminole, but Takeoff is a very different experience to Arsenal. I think we've kind of had that conversation, right, across the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro series so far before any potential changes in the map pool in the future, that right now it feels like Hacienda and Arsenal are very similar map experiences. The hardpoints are kind of equidistant from one another in terms of the rotations, and it feels like a kind of very fair, I guess, heftiness towards making sure you do get those rotations. You get very punished if you don't do it.
Yeah, 100%. And Team Mayhem, like we said, have made those improvements on this map. It's one that the ARs are typically going to dominate. So if we see those 3 players for Team Mayhem and Cartels and Teabag and Kings, once again, doing the work, locking down those longer lanes and making life easier for the SMGs, there's absolutely a chance that they could make some noise right here. Look like potentially maybe Teabag gonna pull out the sniper for a respawn snipe for the first life. Not meant to be. Got my hopes up a little bit too much. We're underway right here for map number 4. And an opportunity for Seminole to take themselves another North American championship.
Seminole could all close it out here, folks. And it's been a good start for them. Tectonic going to open up proceedings with the first couple of kills. Marshy with another one as well. This has not been the start that Mayhem will want. You can kind of see the apprehensiveness of which they approach this hard point. Player number 5 has been sat on the other side. It's Raph with the R9. He finally does go down by a way of nade from Vague. Seminole haven't quite dealt with everybody from Mayhem just yet. Raph wastes enough time here for the rest of the roster to come off the respawn. And off the back of that as well, as Teabag finds 3 and the rest of the kills fall in favor. Mayhem actually with an opportunity here to garner some time on P1.
And I don't really hate the delayed approach that we saw out of Team Mayhem right there. I think they were largely waiting for Cartels to make his way through vents and allowed him to find a 3-piece to open up the hard point. So they're going to find 20 points as a result of it. Seminole do respond and clear off the hard point to find some scraps right here, but 2 players up in that top side looking to cut off rotations from Seminole. Vague watching the window. looking for that initial peak. They've already got Jesus on the inside of the objective, so they're very content to wait for Seminole to make the first move right here. Tectonic looking for a flank play, and he's going to find the kill. Going to deal with cartels as well, and that's the opening that Seminole were looking for.
It's not quite ascertained just yet, though. There's still players from Team Mayhem over here. While Seminole might well have flipped out the spawns towards the back line, Team Mayhem will be the team in for this P2 hold. Could well start to run away with it here. Big hit now coming around the back line for Seminole. Can they get the first wave of gunfights? Tectonic for the first, but it's all going to be the kill feed for Team Mayhem. Marshy now alongside Washi, the only ones left alive. Marshy will convert for 2. Can he find any more? No is the answer as Jesus saves. Gonna take him down. And now the spawns, I think, momentarily back in favor of Team Mayhem here. They will be very happy with that hardpoint, and generally, how this hardpoint has gone so far, they hold a significant advantage over Seminole going into P3.
Huge opportunity for T-Bag. He's rotated early and made his way through that mid building, so a big gunfight for him up ahead, but Vague able to take him down. Jesus, a couple of slow starts in the hard points so far today. Only 1 kill on the board for him here as well. Despite that, Team Mayhem holding a 50-point lead in this one, but the Hunter Killer straight to the face of Vague could offer up an opportunity for them to flip out spawns, but a perfectly timed War Machine for Tectonic is going to be able to deal with Wrath. That will leave Team Mayhem spawning across the map. One more opportunity to try to flip these spawns.
Yeah, they've got one player in the back line here. Cartels could do some serious damage. Do they know about it? I don't think they were quite expecting it. And yeah, Cartel's going to be able to activate to take Tectonic down. On the other side, T-Bag with the War Machine is going to find the kills necessary here for Mayhem to find their way through. T-Bag, I was going to say, isn't done, but now he is as Marshy pulls out another miraculous 2-piece. Not quite enough just yet for Seminole to take this time away from Mayhem. And now as the players around the back line, around the stairs, will go down. Mayhem just need to try and fight their way through now, looking for these final kills. They do exactly that. One last player looking for the 10 seconds of scrap time. And honestly, I'm not sure it matters. In the grand scheme of things here, Bobby, Mayhem yet again doing a great job at keeping the vast majority of time away from Seminole.
And Cartel's basically single-handedly earned his team 30 points right there. Pred Missile going to get shut down by the trophy. And once again, phenomenal response on rotation out of this Seminole squad. It's a question of can they hold the line, and Vague with the equalizer says, yes, we can, but Jesus responds with 2, make it 3 of his own. The pistol connects, and just like that, Team Mayhem have made their way onto the objective, and they are full sending the operator investment right here. 3 of them come out. Jesus finds 1 with the gunny as well, and Band is there. Not really in a position where he can reach out on this one, but the reinforcements don't do anything, and Jesus left by his lonesome gets taken out.
I was going to say, this is a warranted investment of the operators. This is the point where you can really start to pull away from Seminole, but now you do need to get the kills. You know exactly where Seminole are going to be spawning. T-Bag and King's lining them up. T-Bag for 4 in a row. Now the Hunter Killer drone going out as well. Seminole looking for the back 15 seconds of time away from Team Mayhem, but this has been a masterclass of control, a consistent 50 to 60 point advantage from Mayhem that has not dissipated whatsoever. And once again, it is Mayhem in control of the spawns for new. A potential quick break on the cards though for Seminole perhaps. Marshy going to open up with the first blood. Purify investment coming out from Band. They know how important this is, but Jesus saves on the other side for a couple with a Sparrow. Team Mayhem not done with his hill just yet.
Cartel's going to be able to hop through window to continue to apply pressure, but it's Kings picking up the kills. And once again, we knew the ARs, if Seminole or if Team Mayhem were going to have a chance, were going to play a big role, and they certainly have so far. Raph with an opportunity to shut down 1 more, not going to be able to make it 2, but Tectonic, the last hope to find the break, to find the opening right there, and Jesus trades out a couple. Seminole find an entry into the hard point regardless. And with spawns flipping the way that they do, Team Mayhem not looking to invest anything else. They take the setup toward P1.
And you're happy with this, I will say, somewhat if you're Seminole, because you've taken a fair bit of time away from Team Mayhem. You're going to be able to close the gap ever so slightly going into the second set, but Team Mayhem should still be proud of themselves. That is a great first set coming out from them. Now they need to reproduce it once again as we get into the second. And they will be the first team to touch over towards Newt as the grace period towards this next hardpoint towards the rotation will end. Now we start to see the hit coming on through. Cartel's just keeping an eagle eye. You guys think you can get through that choke point? Absolutely not. Washi will, but not before going down in the end. Team Mayhem Now looking to hold control. They just can't get it done. Tectonic going to produce a two-piece. Now going to bring the Predator missile down to stop any players coming off the spawn as well. Seminole recognize this is an important moment here in this game to stop Mayhem getting that momentum again.
And even though Jesus Saves has not picked up many kills in this hardpoint, the ones that he has found have been so crucial to locking in large amounts of hardpoint time. Marshy locks down that window area for the time being. Kings looking to find some contest time right here. Makes the entry, shots through the smoke connect as well, but it's not going to be enough to break on through, so players in position to contest. But obviously eyes toward the rotation of P2, and Team Mayhem have set up well there once again. With that being said, they've allowed Seminole to slowly find their way back into this one, now only up by 15 points.
A couple of players on the hill here. Jesus Saves and Cartels might well quickly find themselves overwhelmed, the latter of which has already gone down. Jesus Saves has to perform a miracle. Tectonic not going to let it happen, just over the top, an immediate dissipation, but Kings comes out with the Annihilator and once again wants it, but cannot get it done, as Washi going to fire right back at him just as quickly as Kings eviscerates with the Annihilator. Washi has a response, and now Seminole in for this time. Washi continuing on this spear around the backline as well. Will find one, and they know exactly where Team Mayhem are spawning. This is very, very awkward for Team Mayhem here, Bobby. They have no choice but to continue to hit this hill, and every single hit is more or less unsuccessful because there are players like Vague doing things like that.
Oh, absolutely snapping onto players right there. Even the hip fire connects. He's working on streaks and shooting players that haven't been there for the last 10 seconds. Seminole have found their way into the lead in this one. They've still got to deal with the early rotation that we've seen already for Team Mayhem. Have played this hard point so well so far, and it seems like Cartels has a read onto Marshy, but he's going to get shut down regardless, and a lot of pressure early on in this one. Team Mayhem have got to find a way to deal with this flank. Teabag, a much-needed kill, a couple for Kings as well. So they'll hold the line for the time being, but just like that, Seminole have broken through.
This is big. This is a massive hard point here in this game. Team Mayhem cannot afford to let this time away to Team Seminole. Now going to see Vague utilize the equalizers, immediately going down by Raph, who has an equalizer of his own. Kills now in favor of Team Mayhem. They knew how important this hardpoint was, and they immediately swipe it back away from Seminole. Still a massive 30 seconds of time worth to fight for here, and Raph really wants to push the advantage, finds yet another couple of kills, looking to convert for another one, but Tectonic will deny. But ultimately, Bobby, that is a yellow kill feed for Team Mayhem. Back and forth we go now. A valuable back 15 seconds as they now take the lead.
Very much felt like this map was starting to slip out of their hands, but they're able to grasp things as they clutch up there on P3. Unfortunately for them, it looks like a lockdown setup for Seminole right here. 3 straight kills as that leaves the Mayhem players spawning across the map, and nothing to work with for them right now as they try to find some inroads. A lot of operators invested to make sure that they could lock in P3 right there, and for the time being, they have not found a single bit of success trying to apply pressure, and especially with the operators coming out, it's going to be that much more difficult.
You know exactly where Team Mayhem are going to be spawning though for Seminole. Maybe there'll be a rogue spawn every so often, but that should be covered by ban towards the backline. Vague doing a hell of a lot of damage now, immediately bringing the Predator missile down as soon as he earns it, but it doesn't even need it. Tectonic and Marshy will combine for 3, but now the spawns will flip out. Teabag the only one on that side of the map. Tectonic now the next one to bring that Predator missile down from the heavens, and this has been a stellar hold for Seminole. Not a single second of this hill has been given away to Team Mayhem so far, and as you hit the last 15 seconds, yes, there will finally be a wave of gunfights that go in Team Mayhem's favor, but even that is not convincing, Bobby. Seminole, that could have been a crucial hill to close out this game.
What a bounce back performance out of Vague. 35 on the kills, 35 kills on the board for him, 37 for Tectonic, and Seminole now only 21 points away from locking in another North American Championship. Team Mayhem, what do they have in response? Marshy comes flying through, the hip fire connects. Will the trades arrive at the hands of Band? Yes, indeed they will, and the break comes through. Vague's gonna be there, equalizer in hand. He shuts down another, and all of Team Mayhem have been wiped off the board. Jesus Jesus Saves responds, but once again, you got to get the bodies on the point.
You know exactly where Team Mayhem are spawning here. You're looking to line them up and take them out of the situation, but Team Mayhem will not go quietly. They continue to fight tooth and nail to get in towards this hardpoint fade for a double. They just need 16 seconds to become your North American champions, and they just cannot find it. Team Mayhem continuing to fight for this time. Can anybody from Seminole get in? No. No longer can finish it here, but they can still finish it on new.
And all eyes on this foot race right now. One player looking to make a play through vents. That's going to be Jesus Can Save You. He's the only one that can make the move, and Seminole shut him down. Now they scramble to get onto the point. Not a whole lot of time remaining, and with Tectonic locking down this window, Kings is the only one that can make the play with the Annihilator, and there's the opening.
He's found one. How much more value can he find on the other side? Jesus Saves and Raph have gone down to Kings. What can you do? He's already produced a miracle once, now needs to do it again. Kings for the double, Kings for 3. Surely not again. Fade's gonna shut him down. Seminole with the kills. Still 2 more players to shut down. Mayhem are being so frustrating. Now Raph gonna fight back for 3. These players getting really close spawns, but cannot take Mayhem out of the equation.
They are so difficult to put away. King's now 42 on the board, doing everything he can to keep his team in this, and Team Mayhem can win it right here if they play perfect hardpoint. Seminole are able to get that contest time through, but still have not been able to stop the progress. Pushes across, have been able to shut down everything, but this is the opening.
This could be it. Team Mayhem now going to full foul Tectonic for the double with the War Machine. Marching for number 3. Seminole, long touted here as the best team in North America, and Cartels wants to take it away. Just 1 second, and they cannot find it. They have to go towards one more rotation. Seminole, 1 second of hardpoint away from being a North American champions. Perhaps Marshy be the player to get it done. No! Mayhem not allowing it here. We go to another map.
Oh my God. I can't believe what I just witnessed. That is one of the iciest performances I've ever seen through a Tectonic 3-piece War Machine. They hold the line of P1. They have the presence of mind to get the setup toward P2. And they win those opening gunfights in very similar fashion to what we saw up against Rejects on that map 4.
I need a minute, mate.
Oh, man. Map 1.
I need about 10 minutes, to be honest with you, after that game. Wow. Wow, oh, wow. Seminole, I just can't believe it. I mean, at the start of that game, for basically the entirety of the first half, the entirety of the first set, Team Mayhem, they look cool, they look calm, they look collected, they look like they knew exactly what they were doing. And they felt like they were in complete control. And then things started to slip away from them somewhat as Seminole started to build a lead back up, started to chip away at what Mayhem had done. Oh, man. And you know what? It's always funny because we always have the conversation. Perhaps the most devastating moment there for Mayhem where it felt like it might all be over was P4. Once again, that kill, teams seem to be so good at controlling it when they need to and controlling the spawns when they need to for the rotation too.
I think Vague shot bodies a little bit too early on that one.
Is it ever too early?
In that situation, I think you can make the argument that it was. I mean, Team Mayhem, they got outslayed like crazy, I'm fairly certain. Actually, probably relatively split between the two. But the SMGs for that Seminole squad not really keeping up, as it was largely the ARs raining terror across the map once again. Vague goes 45 and 35, 2 minutes and 14 seconds in the hard point, and it is all for naught. Jesus Saves, not his best map, but 2 minutes in the hill, likely what saved the map for them. And Team Mayhem keep their hopes alive as we now head back into the control, this time on Raid, which has definitely seemed to be their favorite as far as the Control Master of the season.
It's everybody's favorite, mate, to be honest with you. I think there's very few teams who don't favor raid control. The amount that we've seen it so far, a little preview of kind of what's happened so far in this series. Mayhem, of course, coming in with a 1-0 disadvantage. They took both hard points. And I think that's kind of been part of the course of Mayhem, right? I mean, the hard point, it seems to be the case with a lot of top North American rosters. I'm really not sure what it is about Hardpoint in particular that they seem so fond of, but it is where they were always going to get into this series. But Meltdown, Search and Destroy, that one went the distance, 7-5 for Seminole. And really, the only dominant map I think we've seen from either of these two teams, at least to a massive extent, is the Crossroads Strike Control, and that was from Seminole. And it doesn't exactly bode well, does it? Even though this is a very different map when we get into raid, to have to win it if you're a Mayhem to try and keep your hopes and dreams at being North American champions alive.
I'm not 100% positive, but I think this may be the exact same last two maps that these two teams had in the grand finals of last challenge season. You can check me on that. I know for sure that Express was the last map as far as the map setup goes, so we'll see whether or not that bodes well for Seminole, given the fact that they were able to close things out in the control to be able to take the championship. Team Mayhem certainly seemed to have picked up a little bit of momentum, though, from that game of Hardpoint. And obviously, a win's a win at the end of the day, but to be able to make the comeback up against Seminole, given the dominance that they showed in the latter half of that game, once again, they feel to be a very, very momentum-based team.
Second wind, perhaps, I think is what we're seeing right now coming out from...
This has got to be like the 17th win.
I mean, isn't technically speaking the entirety of their playoff performance so far a second win?
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, was there ever actually a first win from Mayhem? It has been a stellar story. And for those of you guys who maybe didn't join us for the entirety of the regular season, the challenge season as it were, Mayhem were not really a story. If anything, they were just a non-story. They didn't perform well versus Rejects. They didn't perform well versus LG at the beginning and now known as Seminole. And I think we immediately kind of wrote them off as, you know, Mayhem, they are falling behind. They even struggled in a couple of maps versus Truly the first time around. And so it did feel a little bit like, hey, are Mayhem even in the conversation anymore? But playoffs Mayhem, even more specifically, I guess, day 2 playoffs Mayhem, totally different story. These guys, I mean, like, they've like, I don't know, whatever the performance enhancement things are in COD Mobile, they've got all of them. They're just like
thumb sleeves.
For the thumb sleeves, they've got like all the textured thumb sleeves and such. Yeah, they've got it all, man. These guys, I don't know what's going on, but coming into day number 2, they seem like an entirely different team.
Yeah, to be honest, that's kind of been, it's not even like a challenge season thing. It's like basically ever since the last challenge finals, Team Mayhem have not really felt like a contender in the North American region. Like, it's just been LG and Tribe, now Seminole and Rejects going up against each other, and maybe Mayhem will take a map off of them every once in a while, but realistically, never much of a chance of taking an actual series. And it seems like the North American playoffs are just their time to shine, as once again, they go hot when it matters most. The question is, can they find a way to take this raid, and can they find a way into that search and destroy? The real question here.
Yeah, for sure. And we go back towards that Crossroads Strike Control. It was a crazy one for sure. It was so dominant, excuse me, for Seminole. But here's a look over towards Kings, I believe. Of course, a late addition for Team Mayhem. We've discussed this, right? I'm going to keep on saying it, mate. It is wild to me that there was even a point in time where Kings was not playing for Team Mayhem, because he is so damn good.
Oh, yeah, especially as far as the Annihilator plays that we've seen, especially. Right? And that was something that was, I think, last challenge finals a little bit hit or miss. Like, he had a couple of lowlights with the Annihilator. I think he and Jez were kind of going back and forth on whiffing entire Annihilator clips, but he's very clearly put in the work, and his shot has sharpened pretty sizably. So he's played a huge role for them. One thing that we also talked about pretty significantly was the fact that Blur, I think even still, like if you look at the KD leaderboards for the North American region, I think Blur is still a top 3 KD for the entire region, but he's only played 3 matches so far. And basically ever since then, Team Mayhem have just looked like a much stronger roster. So whether that's a change of pace, a change of roles, whatever that is, King seems to be fitting in much better.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of risky roster moves per se. Obviously, having the sub is kind of a very unique thing to Call of Duty Mobile comparatively to like mainline Call of Duty or even Call of Duty Warzone. And it's such a weird thing to see kind of teams making these changes. And for the Mayhem squad in particular, it has to be said, it was a huge, huge risk. I mean, like you said, statistically speaking, Blur is a phenomenal player. And so from our perspective, at least, you know, obviously we don't get to see kind of the inner workings of these teams, kind of what's going on, maybe what's going wrong for these situations. I think certainly that was the case for Mayhem. It still felt like a massive, massive, massive risk to not have Blur moving forward. But then again, I think for these guys, it has always been the case that they've been cycling players in and out. I think we started the season under the assumption that Jesus wouldn't even be playing on the roster, and then obviously he kind of joined in as well. King's not being there, that was crazy. It's been a weird season, I think, for Mayhem. It's taken a while for them to formulate themselves into the roster that they are today, the roster that they are right now, but they are here. They'll be feeling pretty confident in themselves. But I was trying to talk about very briefly there about that previous control that we saw between these two teams, because it was a very dominant showing from Seminole. So really, I guess the question I have here for Mayhem is, what do they need to do to make sure that doesn't happen again here on Raid?
I mean, I think a lot of it does come down to the decision-making, because it seems like the difference in a lot of these maps is the value that you get out of your operators. And I think we sometimes see Team Mayhem fall into the mistake that we saw Exclusive make multiple times earlier, in that they save the operators too long, wanting to go for an exact moment rather than having that flexibility to understand the difference of the situation and when it needs to be called in. Obviously, that wasn't the case, or maybe even the opposite case when it came to Crosshair Strike, a little overzealous in using the operators to try to clutch up in certain situations. But I think having that flexibility is going to be a game changer for them, because once again, Seminole are not a team, especially whenever it comes to control, that are going to use those lightly, and most of the time you will see big time value.
Yeah, for sure. Well, look, we're about to get into the game here, folks. Apologies for the delay, but this has been a phenomenal grand final, really a phenomenal Snapdragon Pro Series for sure. Everything has led to this, and Seminole are just one map away from being crowned your North American champions here. It's just been such a wonderful season. And honestly, I feel like it would be pretty poetic if it ended on a raid control, just given how much we've seen it this season, Bobby. It's been a lot. Yeah,
it's, you know, I wouldn't be mad if we saw more control maps in the map pool, because I think that would give a little bit more flexibility in what teams are forced to learn, just because there's only 3 maps in the pool. So like, if everybody gets to ban one map all the time, and if a region decides like, hey, we don't like these 2 and we only want to play one, then it basically becomes a 1 map pool. So just throwing that out there. I don't know if it'll actually happen, but obviously, I feel like I have learned a lot about how to play raid control this season, so the bare minimum there's a win there.
I'll be honest with you, mate. After some of the plays that I've seen this season on raid control, I don't know if the players have learned a lot in situations. At this level, I think it's fine. But some of the plays I've seen on raid control, some of the mistakes I've seen for a number of the teams, Jesus, guys. Raid control's been about since like Black Ops Cold War. Come on. We know how to play it at this point. But yeah, for sure. So just waiting, I think, for the game to get underway. Man, I'm just trying to think. This season has just been honestly insane in North America. I'm so happy that today was competitive, Bobby. Like, I'm so happy that Truly came out, started 2-0 versus Mayhem. I'm so happy that Mayhem, you know, have come out and done what they've done. Little disappointed in the rejects, admittedly, but that's nothing like disparaging towards them. But just happy, if anything, that we've got such a competitive North American region, because, you know, obviously we've got the kind of the big picture storyline ahead of Mobile Masters, West versus East. North America needs to step its game up.
Yeah, no question about it. I feel like both EU and North America have made us really happy today, because in both regions, there were an exorbitant amount of 3-0s that we watched day in and day out. And even the head-to-head matchups that were 3-0s during the regular season have not been that way in what we've seen in today's playoffs. So credit to both regions for putting in the work. And I guess credit to the underdogs for making those adjustments and being able to go back and recognize where things are going wrong. So whether it's Exclusive, Team Mayhem, these guys are obviously putting in the work. And obviously now Team Mayhem can put their eyes on Sao Paulo and start to make the adjustments for that as well. That seemed like a long shot for them to make it at the start of the weekend, but the improvements were there.
I didn't think it was going to happen. I'll be honest. We've had this conversation a lot, actually. I was pretty convinced.
Well, you thought Rejects were the best team in North America.
This is the thing. I genuinely think that there is not a lot to separate those three teams.
I agree.
Honestly, there is, and even in Europe as well, I would say the exact same thing about Kings, Exclusive, and Omniscient. Because all of those teams are hyper competitive over in European playoffs. And I think today has proven that honestly, it is just about how you turn up on the day. And Mayhem have turned up today, but now they just need to finish things off here. A raid control. After how the last control went, they want to see a massive improvement in performance, but will they produce? It's Team Mayhem kicking things off on the offense.
All right. Interesting approach right here as we do get a heavy-handed A hit off the start out of Team Mayhem, so early progress going through. Smokes will give them some coverage right here, and no opportunities for Band to find an opening kill. Is going to spot out Teabag, but the opening frags do go the way of Team Mayhem, and it is pretty convincing, but a solid response out of Seminole. See whether or not that full tick of progress has gone through right here, as obviously Team Mayhem would like to avoid that being removed, and it looks like it indeed has. And with that, we do see the wrap back toward the B side.
Yeah, Ban is being a real problem though. Finds a couple of kills here that will send Mayhem away momentarily, but it is only for a moment as they'll be now on the point. Clock stopped at just over a minute here. Potential now to capture B, and I think that potential just immediately dissipates here as Marshy pulls off yet another two-piece. Make it three, make it four. Marshy inside Art. He's picking up some new pieces in the collection. Cartels on the wall. And Seminole now here on the defense, having a great start to this game. Only a couple of players able to slip the net time and time again, and one of those is Raph, but we know how damaging Raph can be.
Cartels might need to crank up the headphones a little bit because Marshy just ran right past him, killed his teammate, and caught him with his pants down as well. Right now, Raph, cheeky spot, trying to play his life right here. Unfortunately for Tectonic, he does not have enough ammo to close out that gunfight. And with that, Team Mayhem do get A locked in, but we've seen a lot of these teams, after they get the opening progress onto A, struggle to find avenues onto B. We'll see what Team Mayhem have up their sleeve, but at least for the opening, Seminole are able to hold them off and force them back a little bit right here.
And now on the hunt for Jesus. Jesus is being so annoying at the moment. Finally going to find him. Jesus gets the better of Ban though. And Jesus is a constant problem that you do need to remove from this situation. You cannot afford to let him sit around the gymnasium. Seminole, they do still know it, but they're not actually being as aggressive as you would necessarily like to take that player out of position. Right now, they're just content with sitting on point and drawing these Mayhem players out towards where they want to take the fights on their terms. Raph going to activate for the first kill here against Fate. Seminole just chilling. Waiting for the first move. Ban now getting aggressive. There's Jesus safe. They were looking for him for the longest time. Now they know that that threat inside the spawn is gone. Team Mayhem now back to square one here. They have to approach through the driveway.
You do get one player all the way through Kitchen. That's going to be Kings. But with only 24 seconds left, he's got to move quickly. We'll see what type of pressure he can apply to the top side. Team Mayhem only down by 2 lives, but you can't afford to give away this much time. Tectonic's going to get read by Raph, though. He gets on the objective, and that's going to stop the clock. We'll see what Marshy's going to be able to do to shut down the push, but Teabag, the War Machine's been earned, and he invests it early right here. Players on the objective for Team Mayhem, and if those are positioned right, could have a big impact, but Marshy's got a Pred missile. That's going to be able to take down a couple. Team Mayhem still yet to be dealt with on the objective, but the kills go through for Seminole.
Yeah, after that investment, you do really want to win this situation now. The 2 versus 4 coming out. On the Raph here, 1 versus 4 scenario has the R9. Finds one. Big 1v1 on the point. Washi is weak, as is Raph. Washi gets the better of him though. Raph unable to get the R9 shot off. And despite that investment from Teabag, Team Mayhem unable to win that round number 1. Seminole keeping it cool, calm, and collected.
We've seen Jesus have some slow starts, but that was certainly not the case there. 10 kills, but it's not enough to earn them the round. So now Seminole on the offensive round. It seems to be based on the region whether or not this is actually an offensive-sided map. But as far as the opening kills, it will go the way of Team Mayhem. Early operator investment as well. Tectonic War Machine seeing what he can find. 1, not going to be able to make it 2. Definitely would have liked to be able to find more value. Solid trade out of Cartels. You do not want to give up a two-piece in that situation.
Immediately switching over towards the equalizers here is Vague. Yep, finding a lot of value. That's already a couple of kills. Washi going to get a couple of his own with the Annihilator. This is a massive investment for Seminole to ascertain that they do get control over that B point, and I think successfully transfer over towards B as well, because they haven't got any worries around the bedroom side. They've already got players hanging about inside money around Tiki, and those players are already starting to activate for some kills here. This could be a disastrous spot for Team Mayhem if these guys are successfully able to transfer. In Vague, of course, he finds a couple of kills. Predator Missile coming down right off the rip, and that's going to find one, and crucially gives the information to Seminole as to where those annoying players are inside their spawn.
Vague literally got kills on one side of the map, ran across the to the opposite side of the map, and was still getting kills with the equalizer. Team Mayhem now down 4 lives. They got 4 operators. Right now, it looks like they don't want to be overzealous in using them, but they've not really been able to establish any type of map control, but a big opportunity. Right now, Tectonic has snuck behind enemy lines. They're going to push forward right here, but if he can shut down at least one of these players, this could open up the avenues for Seminole to make their way onto the objective. Equalizer's going to come out for Raf as well. He's going to be able to find 2 there and goes untraded.
Yeah, Tectonic still being annoying, though, in and around the spawn. Mayhem needs to deal with him pretty quickly here, and they just can't get it done. Raf's still looking to find some value here with the equalizers. There's 1, there's 2. Looking to line all these guys up. Finally going to get dealt with there. A little bit of a side quest for Seminole over by Ring. And finally they take him down, but I talked about it very briefly there. Tectonic still hasn't been dealt with, and he's still causing issues here for Team Mayhem on the defense, and now that situation's going to be worse. And yes, Tectonic will go down, but look at Seminole. Look at the amount of players on the flank.
Spawn trap's been set up, though. Team Mayhem have been able to sneak through, and with every death should be an opportunity for them to find even more kills. They're able to find another one right there. Looking to get this life lead under control. Tectonic able to turn and find the kill onto Cartel. So all that time spent could potentially be for nothing. And Jesus with the Sparrow is going to get shut down right there. The respawns are now gone, and Seminole up 4 lives in this one. Just got to throw some bodies at the hill to stop the clock.
That's T-Bag going to get shut down as well. Yep, Cartels now for a 1v7. This feels like insurmountable odds, doesn't it? Going to go for it at the very least through elbows, some shots, not convincing whatsoever. You really do need to make sure you stop the capture, and you don't even do that. And yeah, look, we talk about this spawn trap very often, how potent it can be, but you don't often talk about the other side of that. And Seminole, I think, just played it so perfectly. They didn't go back and deal with it immediately. They went and just stuck to their original game plan of just going straight towards the point with the 3 players that were already there. It worked. Seminole 1 round away from being crowned your North American champions.
And I think they did a really good job basically just waiting as long as possible to respawn to try to catch Cartels off guard. Once again, the Sparrow wiped off the board from the hands of Jesus. No, that was actually a Sparrow taken out for Seminole right there. So Team Mayhem do a good job of taking away some of that utility, but Ban still a Purifier in hand, and Tectonic pulls out the War Machine. They're looking to put this one away early.
5 life advantage already here. Team Mayhem finding themselves in deep trouble. They're pulling out a strategy. Straight towards A they go. Marshy already providing some resistance, though. He's already found yet another kill. Yes, finally, Jesus says will get one, but Tectonic, it's time for the War Machine to keep these guys at bay. The kill feed is not kind whatsoever, Mayhem. Yes, you had the right idea, but the execution has been nothing but soft. And now they're starting to put the pieces together for the spawn trap as well.
Vague continues to push up right here. He's taken down, but for Team Mayhem, you can't afford to take 1 for 1's. T-Bag needs to go massive with the War Machine. Running very low on time to find any more value out of that, and it looks like it's not meant to be. 30 seconds remaining. Team Mayhem have to get onto an objective, and they have not been able to find anything. And there's Washi popping the Annihilator. 2-piece for him right there. Only 20 seconds remaining for Team Mayhem to make something out of a dire situation.
Down to the final 8 lives as well. Can anybody touch this point? If anybody's going to do anything, it's going to be Raf, who doesn't actually do anything. Kings and Cartels do find a couple of kills, but 10 seconds on the clock to be North American champion. Seminole just need to keep Team Mayhem away from the point, and they can't do it. Over towards B they go, but surely this is an impossible situation, Bobby.
The respawns are all gone. All they can look to do is play for their lives. And with only 3 remaining, it doesn't look like it's in the cards for Team Mayhem. They look for anything that they can, but with only 7 seconds, they have to be better than perfect.
A 2 versus 13. To stop Seminole from becoming your North American champions, they're going to get the extra 60 seconds on the board. But this feels like an impossible scenario to stop a legacy being built. Kings, can he get it done? Kings will find the kills, but it's not to be. And for Seminole, the road to redemption will continue as they are your North American champions.
A little bit of deja vu right there as they take care of business on Control. Raid, once again, map number 6. And Team Mayhem, phenomenal fight out of these guys. Not only to be able to take down Rejects, but to take 2 maps off of a Seminole squad that had decimated them earlier in the season. Seminole just too dang good. So much talent on this squad. And you just look at every single player there. There is not a single weak link.
Seminole are just phenomenal, man. And it's the exact same thing that we've been talking about all season long from the very first moment that we started the Snapdragon Pro Series this time around. That every single player on Seminole has that pop-off ability to go huge at any given moment. And they just proved exactly that. Right there, and every single player just firing on all cylinders at all time. I mean, Team Mayhem, they gave them a series. Let's not, cut them short. But Seminole, when they want to go off, they are absolutely the best team in North America. Well, and now they are.
You good?
Honestly, during that second Hardpoint, I thought I was just being delirious, and it wasn't really happening. I actually could not believe how much of a good fight that Mayhem put up there. My voice is gone at this stage as well. I mean, we were sitting here like couldn't actually believe what was happening in terms of Mayhem's performances in the Hardpoint today specifically have been incredible.
Yeah.
Like never giving up at any stage. The utility usage, the operator usage, top tier. I just want to give them their flowers whilst we can, because I know we'll talk about Seminole quite a lot. Mayhem's Hardpoint has been absolutely insane. And I think they can, take it away from that. You're still going to have the opportunity in Brazil. If they can just build on these other modes, they will be a team who can cause some damage. But what a series, once again. Crazy, crazy day.
And taking into consideration that now that we're done, Mayhem had to play 15 maps today, and Seminole played 3. Like, I'm not trying to shortchange them at all, because obviously Seminole had a phenomenal performance, but Mayhem had the most ridiculous run that they had to try and push through, and still defeated Seminole in really strong hardpoint performances. I mean, we knew Seminole was top of the region and that they were highly likely, especially after their upper bracket run, to come out on top here in this. But the performance that Mayhem put on today cannot be understated. If they had done that all season long, once again, we'd have a different ranking for that top 4 when those 4 weeks of challenge season had all finished. But let's celebrate Seminole a little bit. We'll bring Hippo in to do it, get this interview going, talk to them one final time. I'm excited to hear how you're feeling. That was not an easy series, but that was a great performance on behalf of the squad, Hippo. So how's everybody feeling?
Oh, everybody was so ecstatic, as just like yesterday, but even more so. We were already kind of like, oh, we made it to Brazil, but we also knew like, oh, we're not #1 yet. And so the moment we just won, vague, everybody was like, we're done, we did it, we're back, returning champions. And so we're super happy, we're super ecstatic, and just super excited to go to Brazil.
Hippo, I just want to kind of ask a similar question to yesterday, because you guys have really shown your mental toughness, though, especially with that Arsenal Hardpoint, to lose it the way you did. Again, is it just that bounce back from the team showing the mental strength again?
100%. I mean, we were really gutted since comms were on fire. Everybody was just going crazy. We were trying to make the comeback, especially because of the fact that we wanted to show that, look, we're not that weak on Hardpoint, and Arsenal, we know that this is Mayhem's arguably their best map, but we can still take them on. And I think we did show that we can take them on, but we just couldn't close it out. But I think the boys right after, the first things they said was just, all right, we got this, next one. And so they were good to go. They knew what they needed to do, and we knew that control raid was going to be our map. So.
Yeah, for sure. Your mental fortitude, I think, as a team is a big reason why right now, of course, you are now North American champions. That's step one. I mentioned it towards the end, the road to redemption after what happened at Champs. You've got the championship out of the way. Next up, it's Sao Paulo, it's Brazil, and it's the rest of the world. You guys are in top form right now. How are you guys feeling with all your game modes, with all the improvements you've made over the course of this season ahead of that event?
I think our search and destroy, which is something that I highlighted yesterday as something that I particularly wanted the team to work on, is something that, you know, has improved quite a bit compared to back when we were at Champs. And it's still going to improve. But I think at the same time, what this whole process has shown us is that we still need to make sure that we keep our respawns in check, in particular our hardpoint. You know, control has been a very comfortable mode for us as a whole, regardless of, you know, which maps that we're going to be placing, like facing our opponents in. And so I think as long as we know we just keep our toes in terms of control and, you know, refine our hard point and, you know, just kind of revisit you know, the SND a little bit, I think we're going to be ready to take on Brazil, and we're going to be ready to take on the world.
Awesome.
Obviously, looking at the lower finals, I think most people assumed that you guys were going to be going up against Rejects, especially given how closely they played against you guys, and the fact that largely your regular season matchup could have potentially hinged on a DQ map from them. Was it surprising that you guys ended up going up against Mayhem in the grand finals? Is that something that you expected, and was it something you guys were fully prepared for as far as your preparation for the maps?
You know, it's funny because the moment we saw that, you know, Mayhem actually managed to beat Rejects, I think the first thing that happened was just everybody in the VC all of a sudden was like, what the hell just happened? Because we were just so flabbergasted at literally what the hell just happened here. And Mayhem just turned up. They were playing more confident than I've ever seen them play. And so, but we knew that, you know, at the end of the day, it is what it is, you know, and we're up next, and we just need to put a brake on their engine here. And so, and I think we were able to do that. You know, the one thing that I personally do as a coach is to try to take into account all possible scenarios that might exist. And so I think leading up to the event, we've had good practice against Mayhem. We have a sense of how they like to play. You know, they're consistent scrim partners with us. And so we know them like the back of our hands, just like how they know us. And so I think we were pretty comfortable going in terms of doing picks and bans, in terms of you know, what we're kind of looking forward to. Granted, they went full throttle. Kudos to them because of the fact that, as you guys saw in the hard points, they went above and beyond and, you know, showed us who's boss. So I think that at the end of the day, you know, did we expect it? No. And, you know, still shout outs to Rejects for putting up an amazing performance throughout the entire season. But at the same time, you know, it is incredibly exciting to be able to have a team like Mayhem stand alongside us to represent NA.
All right, well, now you're both going to Brazil, so that's going to be super exciting. I'm going to let you go so that you can celebrate with your team. It's been a long day of matches. Congratulations yet again, and as always, thank you so much for jumping on and chatting with us.
Thank you so much, guys. Always a pleasure.
All right, we did it. We made it through the day. We'll take a final look back at the bracket so you can see how everything has officially played out. These two teams that we just watched in that grand final, though, will both be making a performance. I can't talk anymore. Appearance. Thank you, Bobby. An appearance in Brazil. We will get there. But Seminole is the champions, are the champions of North America. Congratulations to them. They earned it, made their way through that upper bracket, and put on a very, very strong performance against a Mayhem team that had just completely turned into a different squad here today. Ton, final thoughts on what we've seen, because I think it was the opposite of what anybody expected.
Honestly, though, at the same time, this is Call of Duty esports, and anybody who's been involved in any kind of capacity with Call of Duty over however many years knows that this is how it happens, and this is what happens all the time. It should come to no surprise that there are surprises all the time when it comes down to the highest level of competition, and it will be the same again in Brazil. It will be the same again in future seasons. This is what happens in COD.
Yeah, we're used to it at this point. This is just how it works. You never know what's going to happen. I think it's funny because we were so certain. We were so certain the entirety of the season. The way that
we had a lock on what the day looked like.
Exactly.
Like, yeah, okay, yeah, we'll fly through these.
Right out the gate, we were like, yeah, truly going to get 3-0, no doubt about it. How wrong were we? And for the better, I'm so glad that we were wrong.
Yeah, no question about it. And to be fair, that happened last challenge season as well. And pretty much every other region and in the European region, there was just upsets on upsets. And it's honestly nice to see because it gets tiring seeing the top dogs win every single time. It's always fun to have some new contenders, and obviously not necessarily new contenders for the North American region, but unexpected ones. Is obviously Team Mayhem now an opportunity to make some noise on the international stage. Excited to watch the rest of the regions and see how those turn out as well.
Yeah, we've got loads of Call of Duty Mobile action coming in the future. So as always, make sure you're following along on social media so you don't miss any of the updates that are sure to be happening right around the corner. One final massive congratulations, though, to Seminole for being the champions of North America. And of course, congratulations to Team Mayhem as well for an insane lower bracket run and then their qualification through to Brazil alongside Seminole. It's going to be an insane international competition, so make sure you tune back in for that to see how everything plays out and which of the other teams have also qualified through and will be also going up against the teams we've watched here today between EU and NA. Also, a huge thank you and congratulations to the rest of the teams that played in our finals because everybody put on an epic performance and it would not have been the same without any of them. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force for helping us make this whole thing possible. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, everybody behind the scenes here, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you at Masters.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Yeah, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.